games. One look at the patience. He just has to send away to the lineup. 1, 2. Oh, Doki, what a play. That is why he is one of the best players in the world right now. Now adapt, and he can swing this with the Ella Striker, and they're not ready for with the Ella SMG.
Yeah, he's gonna get spotted. Tyrant fires running on the second shot. He's dropped the pistol. He's dropped into prone. There's 10 seconds left. Tyrant, what a round! He's in position to strike. He's able to land his shots here. He got a huge swing. Picks up two.
That's surprising that no, didn't fall back at that point, and now we're left in a very tight situation. Ryan has just walked his way through. He gets two.
Unica is going to take a little bit of damage as well, but oh, with his back against Unica, Rothka's going to go down, but instantly traded. Aroldi with a double there. That's huge.
Welcome everyone to Playday number 6 of the Northern Premier League. For those of you who are new here, the UK and Ireland League have merged with the Nordic Esport Championship League, and now we have the Northern Premier League, where 10 teams are going to be battling it out over the course of 9 weeks. We have 5 best of 1 for every single Playday, so that's a lot of Rainbow Six Siege that you guys are going to be enjoying, and we know that's the way you like it. I'm going to be your host for today, and I'm Janiro. Joining me on the desk this evening, actually, is going to be Uberus and Snura. Both of you, hello, guys. Welcome. Uberus, how are you feeling about yesterday? Yeah.
Oh.
Okay. Snura, I feel like you're kind of in agreement with that one after your reaction last night, but want to confirm that?
I think it's just making sure it's not muted anymore. Hello, Ube.
Hello.
Okay, sorry, I'll pick it up. I will translate what Ubedo said there, because it was apparently censored by biased UK production that he was muted when he said that the UK team got dumpstered by a Nordic team last night. So that's probably what happened there. You know, shaking my head on production.
Again? Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
There we go.
I can hear you.
See, they didn't have time to censor both me and him. You know, free
you guys
speech
are
will
just
prevail.
like 3 steps ahead. But let's talk about the games from yesterday. I think it genuinely kind of went how we expected it to go. It was the ambush against Victus game specifically that everyone was a little bit, on the edge on. We didn't really have a very unanimous vote across talent. And ambush, they came out swinging. So that was definitely one of those games that were the highlight. It was the first game as well that had that overtime so far coming through. So definitely, had that packed some of that punch, which is absolutely incredible. But let's start by talking about the first game, Viperio against RCTIC. I am personally very worried about RCTIC, but Uberus, what can they do? What situation have they currently found themselves in?
RCTIC are in a bit of a pickle. They just had a roster change go through as they benched Tricky, who played for the first half, or like first 2 playdays, first 4 playdays for them. And yesterday they were having the first game with their new player in Farao, who subbed in, and they played against Viperio, who are a really good team, and they didn't really have the best of times. And I think it's gonna take a bit for them to bounce back. They were just starting to build some momentum after their first win in the league with Tricky, and now they are kind of having to do all the groundwork again, get the confidence flowing again, and try and get themselves pumped. And it might take them a while. They are going to have some tougher fixtures coming up, and we'll see how they do. And one of the games next week, I think they are playing against Ambush, and that's always one to look out for. RCTIC know Ambush better than any other team here, and they are like local rivals. They have traded games and matches and championships back and forth during the last year, so that might be a chance for them to try and regain some footing in the standings.
Yeah, yesterday's MVP, as shown on the graphic, was Leader, was playing that supportive operator in the game, TENSTAR. We had TENSTAR against Coalesce, and they just popped off. Snura, talk us through exactly what happened that game, because TENSTAR, they were online.
What happened was that they learned from their mistakes in the previous week when they were playing against Ambush, and even though Ambush did beat them, and we were obviously going to ride the Ambush train all the way to Hype Town, it was very clear that TENSTAR was not the team that they expect themselves to be and that the UK scene expected them to be. They were a little bit nervous that some of the executions weren't on point, but last night everything just fell in place for TENSTAR against Coalesce, and I alluded a little bit to it on the desk. I do believe it was that this is probably the worst time to face off against TENSTAR, because if they've had a whole week to recover, they've had time to have a chat together as a team, to get their mental reset to work together, and Kenny himself said it, he was really happy with how his team pulled together after the previous week, and it came out to show in a game that was just absolute top tier class from them, and pretty much a 10 out of 10 star performance. There we go. There we go. I got it. I stole it from yesterday. I'm so old, I even have to steal boomer jokes, but there you have it. Right. Thank you.
I
that
will
one
allow
tap,
you
though.
to have that one. Looking at the Ambush versus Victus game specifically here, Rube, Ambush actually never called a timeout. They were ahead. They had quite a big lead, but then it kind of just started dwindling. So do you think this is something they're going to have to start focusing on in the future, or are you comfortable with how they performed yesterday, and do you think that timeouts may not be necessary?
I think they are still yet to harness the full power they could from those timeouts. They later on we heard from Rastin in the interview and in the post-game debrief that they didn't really ever feel like they were in the need of it. They felt in control and they just got a bit unlucky on a couple of the rounds. And looking from the outside, I think it's easier to say that maybe calling a timeout here should be something that they should look out for. And I think that's there's still something in the tank. There's still more to come for Ambush. They are still not using all the tricks in the bag, and that's a encouraging sign for me. They just need to get on top of it, because if there's still something in the tank but you never start using it, that's no good.
Yeah, and then we saw the final game of that evening. It was TENSTAR against Coalesce, and we spoke about TENSTAR. We spoke about how they were really showing up last night. We also had that post-game interview where the coach managed to kind of give us that information that they were able to translate what they put in from practice into the game. Unfortunately, we didn't see the NAVI game. They did have to concede that. So that is going to affect their standings as well. And it's going to be bringing M&M up a bit further. But looking at that middle section of the table specifically here, Snurre, this is what you expect to see. Are these the teams that you thought when we got into this, yes, they're going to be in the middle of the table, or is something wrong?
I don't even know where to start.
Okay.
if we say the middle as the 5th, 6th, and 7th, perhaps even the 8th place team, right? So TENSTAR, considering how much everyone was praising them from the UK scene, some of the VODs that I checked out, I would never have thought TENSTAR would be anywhere outside the top 4. I would expect them to be on top alongside NAVI, perhaps the 3rd place team or the 4th place team, and I kind of spoiled it there. NAVI on a 7th place. NAVI being a mid-tier table, mid-table team at this level after 5 games? Nah. M&M Academy also, I mean, I personally know, I don't personally know, but I know of Arcadia and some of the players on the team. I was expecting it to be, I didn't really know where to put him, but everyone was like, yeah, keep an eye out for M&M Academy. They have got some really good firepower, and of course people love M&M over here in the UK, and of course we understandably so. It's a great org. They do a great job have done so for the R6 scene in the UK for quite some time now, developing incredible talents. And so you wouldn't expect almost either of these teams to be where they are, and arguably RCTIC and RIDDLE, obviously RIDDLE only with a round difference, but still to be above Coalesce is just no. This is exactly what we warn about when we start a season. These are best of ones. Anything can happen.
Yeah, and looking towards the top section of the table as well, I kind of want to highlight Heroic, Victus, Viperio, 86 here at Ube. These teams, do you think they are the very strong contestants for those top 2 spots to qualify for that European promotion, or do you think that maybe anything can still happen? We're only on Playday number 6. We still have about 6 weeks left of play time to be coming through. Are you expecting these positions to be changing?
Honestly, with how much we've seen the top teams mix and match a bit winning games from each other, I think it's anybody's game in the midfield, from 2nd to 5th now. So Victus, Viperio, Ambush, and TENSTAR, any of them could take the European League, Challenger League promotion spots. and the like playoff spots. And it's going to be really interesting to see how they go here on out. We're going to see some really tight matches in the coming weeks where they are going to meet more of each other. We are going to see Ambush take on Viperio. It's going to be an interesting match because Viperio beat TENSTAR but lost to Victus, and Ambush so far have been able to best both of those. So what are they going to do against the third? You can team. That's going to be a big one. It's a super tight race. It's going to be a super tight race to the CL spots.
Yeah, very small margins of error. If anything, you're not allowed to make any mistakes. And today's games, again, they're going to be impacting these standings even further. We're going to be starting it off with Victus against Coalesce. We then got Ambush versus NAVI, Heroic against TENSTAR, RCTIC versus M&M Academy, and the final game is going to be RIDDLE versus Viperio 86. Snurra, which game here this evening do you think we really need to be focusing on that can have the biggest impact on the standings specifically?
That's a tough one. Because we got 3 really good games in the mid portion of the day. But since you said which is going to impact the table the most, then I would actually... I mean, it's a tie between Ambush versus Navi and TENSTAR versus Heroic, because if TENSTAR gets any points, or like 2 points, 1 point, or if they do like get all the 3 points, they are actually gonna gain up to Ambush and all of a sudden be at that top 4 position. Considering that Ambush also has a really tough game against Navi, this is in many ways a must-win for Navi to not fall behind even further for the playoff spots, for instance, and to maybe get straight to the finals in terms of getting the second spot or the first spot. So both of those teams will potentially impact the table quite a bit, because for instance, if Ambush win against Navi, it's not gonna, they're gonna make sure to round off another really strong week with a win over Victus and Navi, which are arguably going to be around them on the table. And TENSTAR beating Heroic would be TENSTAR making a statement that, beating Heroic now that we're back and we're feeling like ready to go, means that no one should ever doubt us again, and it means that they can really catch up to the top 4 and actually create a gap down towards the 5th and 6th place teams, or 6th and 7th place team.
Yeah, looking at the first game of the day as well, we got Coalesce versus Victus. And Uber, how are you feeling about this one specifically? Because Coalesce at the bottom of the leaderboard, they really are grasping for some points to be able to kind of get something on those standings.
I'm not too hopeful that they're going to bounce back today. They had a real rough shaking yesterday from TENSTAR, and I think it's going to take more than a day to fix some of the issues that they faced in that game. And I think it's going to take them a weekend. So we're going to see the change happen and at the start of one play week. It's going to happen over a couple of days, and then maybe next week we see them research finally and get the points on board. I don't think they're going to be able to work on all the issues they had yesterday, and Victus are maybe even tougher opponent than TENSTAR currently in the form that they are in. And they lost against Ambush yesterday by a hair, and they're going to want to bounce back, and they don't have that much work to do to really correct those mistakes that they had. And it's going to be a punishing game for Coalesce for sure.
And looking at the kind of the top of the pack, when we're looking at the standings, and then we got the bottom side towards, we got the RCTICs, we got the RIDDLE, we got the Coalesce. What do you think these teams should be focusing on if they even want to stay in the competition? Preferably, go for that 7th or 8th spot. You don't want to be in the 9th or 10th one, because then you're automatically going to be relegated. So, Snurra, what can these teams do to get back in that mental and potentially secure a couple of points here and there, just so they can stay in it for the long run?
Well, first, I disagree that they have to get back in the mental. I think they have to get into the mental at all. Like, they just have not been able to, like, with the exception of RCTIC beating RIDDLE, they have not been able to accumulate any points from any other teams. And I have said backstage, and I'm going to stand by that statement, that the team that I'm probably the most disappointed in is Coalesce, because they have so many individually good players, and I just think sadly, like, after 3-ish weeks, they are sort of like becoming an example of a team that it's not enough to just have a lot of good young gunners on a team. You also need to have the chemistry, you need to have the synergy, and you need to be able to bounce back whenever things aren't going your way. It's easy to lead a team or easy to get those points whenever you're on a winning streak. The good teams are the ones that are able to suffer a defeat and bounce back and show that they're headstrong, that they're in the game, they don't let the opposition impact them. And when it comes to the one massive advantage that I do believe that RCTIC has over Coalesce, for instance, in trying to secure the 8th spot instead of that 9th spot, is that not knowing, of course, what it's been like after Fado stepping in, I just think that the Finnish teams exuberate a lot more sort of like, I wouldn't say chill atmosphere, but they take things not necessarily as heavy from time to time. I think a lot of Finnish players are better at bouncing back. Ubros can, of course, supplement a little bit here if he disagrees or not, because he knows those players way more than me, and he can probably say that, well, maybe, but I'm just worried about Coalesce because it just feels like they're in a bit of a slump, mentally speaking, and I would be surprised if we didn't see some changes coming here in the transfer window, and that might actually be what it takes for at least 2 of these teams, arguably RIDDLE and Coalesce, for them to even be able to get some points and really get the wheels going.
Yeah, looking at these players as well, we do have the top 5 players locked in. So these have really been able to push their teams. They have been able to get a lot of impact on these games specifically. So I'm going to throw this one to you first, Irby. Which name stands out to you the most, whether it was based on their performance yesterday or whether it was just top 5 so far this season?
I just want to say that the top 2 players on 74% are Finnish, both.
Yes.
I'm just going to throw it out there gently. Just putting it out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, just a humble brag.
Yeah,
there is one UK player, I believe, on that top 5.
Yep, and that's Oscar who got his wings from the Nordic Championships. Let's not forget.
Okay, that was Uber. That wasn't me. Okay.
I was just gonna say it's super impressive and tells how strong Victus are. That 2 of their players are in the top 5 of the whole league.
Yeah,
they've had some easier games, but they also dropped points. They lost their first game yesterday against Ambush, and still they've got 2 players in the top 5 of Coast. So they are doing something right over there in that camp.
Yep. So I want to focus on Jeg specifically coming through from TENSTAR. They had a really good performance yesterday specifically, but before that it was looking a little shaky here, Snurra. So what has Jeg's been doing so incredibly well that has allowed him to kind of secure these top 5 spots? Like one of them.
Been performing consistently. I mean, that's really it. Like, that's the boring, straight up answer. Like, if you're going to be at the top 5 of any stat line, and like a positive stat line in a league such as this, you're going to have to perform consistently. And here we go, top 5 season opening KD as well. Jegs and Oscar are also here. Like, and this is really interesting because 2 of the teams that I've been slating because I'm a Nordic Shell, I'm allowed to do it, have actually 2 of the top 5 season opening KDs.
Yeah.
Pat has an interesting stat. He has been like taking the entry duel every round he's been in almost, because he has like negative duels, but he's been like 22 duels. That's as many as Oscar.
Yeah. And so it's absolutely ridiculous to see. Like, again, this just goes to show that there are potential narratives that we can spin out of these stats. Like, obviously we don't know how these entries are won. Like, for instance, it doesn't matter if Sir Pega wins entries for RIDDLE if the rest of RIDDLE and Pega himself, of course, is not able to win a 5v4, but we also don't know, is that an entry that is immediately traded back by the opposition elsewhere on the map? That's also something that would be cool to see, like, just from a analyst perspective, I guess. Like, okay, how long does it take from the first kill for it to be traded back, or for the person who got the opening kill to die, or whatever? Like, it doesn't really, it's too difficult to track, I think, because it doesn't really tell us too much in the greater scheme of things. But I'm just saying that just because these stats stand out, there are so many different ways that Pega and Pat could have gotten those opening duels and kills and still not be able to really get their team an advantage, because Pega could be playing on an island, Pat could be playing on an island, and so they don't really have the support. So they easily trade it back, and then RIDDLE and Coalesce, respectively, just lose the 4v4 game, so to speak.
Yeah, and there's a lot of different statistics involved as well in which you can measure the performance of a player. Fortunately, we have these available for the head-to-head when we're looking against Benja versus Jegs coming through. So I'm going to start off with Brunner here. What stands out the most from these 2 players specifically when we're looking at this head-to-head? They
have the exact same KD ratio. That is interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
and they have the exact same amount of plants too, both. That's actually more than I would have expected them. Although we've seen like a lot of these young explosive draggers have some plants. We see Nick from Ambush. He has actually like 4 plants, I guess, 3 or 4 at this point. And it's
Played a lot of
interesting.
Clubhouse, though.
Yeah, we've seen actually Heroic and TENSTAR twice on Clubhouse too.
Yeah, that's true. But I'm just like, so I'm going to take the whole stroll here all of a sudden and ask you a question of this, because like, since he knows, but like, does it have to do with like the way the rounds have been played out? Like, for instance, you know, I don't like, Benja is not a designated planter. Jags is not a designated planter, but maybe it just speaks volumes of how the rounds have sort of like evolved, so that they have just been in a position where, okay, there's the plant, I just get the plant down and they put themselves in sort of like a clutch situation, or it's just coincidental. Or is it like, because they don't run around with a kit on them, surely?
I think for Jax, it's that he has been so consistently good this season. He has been one of the like least deaths on his team, most kills. He has been surviving the most rounds. Even those rounds that are super scrappy for them, 2v2s in the end, 3v3s, he's alive. And he might have to like pick up the slack if their planter has died, designated planter has died. Whereas for Benja, I think it's more of they've had some scrappy games where they just kind of meme around and run around.
Yeah.
And sometimes you end up in a situation where you just have to plant it, even though it's like, that pestered about who has the planter and who's going to do what. They're just running around like we see against RIDDLE yesterday.
You guys just talk. I'm going to see the plant stats for...
We have 5 matches happening today. Again, they're all best of ones. These teams have to play each other. So they have one chance to make this right. They have one chance to really secure those points, to move up in the standings, which is obviously everybody's goal. But unfortunately, it means that some teams are going to be moving down in the standings as well. So my question here is the predictions specifically. You can have a look at those and kind of see maybe some understanding, some explanation as to, well, it's Coalesce versus Victus. I think this is pretty self-explanatory. We do have a bit more of a switcheroo coming through when we're looking at Ambush and NAVI, so we felt comfortable going for Ambush. I saw their performance yesterday. They're definitely one of those teams that have, I believe, what it takes to be able to overthrow NAVI. NAVI coming in after having to concede a game yesterday. I don't think they're going to be in that correct, dare I say, mental space coming through. They might have a couple of things that they're going to want to be working on. But what is your opinion on this one, Ube?
I kind of had to back Ambush just because they are my boys and they are on a hot streak. And no matter what happened, I had to vote for them. But I think this was a game that I even, like last week, I was talking that I feel like Ambush can take the scalp of NAVI. It just feels like a game where like they can match up well because they are super team play heavy. They are not relying on purely like individuals pulling them through, but they are like a team. And that can be a favorable matchup against NAVI, who are kind of a similar situation for themselves in like the EUL. They aren't like, they don't have the biggest of names, biggest star power. They have Nathan, who's been on fire, but besides that, it's mostly, we're kind of seeing a really interesting game either way, I think. But it's a lot down to how much NAVI want to bounce back and how much they want to like put into this Northern Premier League while they are still a EUL side. Because they are currently not on course to make the playoffs, and they have to course correct at some point. If it's today, we will see soon, I guess.
Yes.
The UL is already finished, though, like stage 1, so that's the thing. And I just have to testify to Uberos that yes, he did indeed. We did have a chat about this last week, and he did indeed already then say, I actually think Ambush might be able to beat NAVI. I'm a witness.
Yeah, so looking at the scenario, looking at TENSTAR versus Heroic, though, like, I believe I believe you're right, but most people feel to be going comfortable with Heroic. They're up there in the standings. We saw how explosive TENSTAR can be yesterday. We spoke to their coach. They mentioned that they have kind of found something that made it click, bringing practice into games specifically, and just really carrying that through. So I think that kind of gave me the confidence to actually go for TENSTAR. They're one of those teams that we expected a lot from coming into the season. But on the flip side, we got a couple of people voting for Heroic. Do you think they're wrong?
Well, it's a 50-50. But
Yeah.
the reason I'm going to be very blunt. The reason why I'm going for TENSTAR is because if like I'm obviously not as so naive that I believe Anna that it said like, oh, we're just gonna have fun. We don't care if we win or not. Like basically it's just like this is all fun and games, because you don't become the best team in the EUL if you don't have people who really like winning on your team. Like sure, I think Heroic are going to drop a couple of rounds and then they're going to be like, guys, I'm not losing in this league. Like we're gonna win. Like they're not gonna show anything fancy. They're not gonna go flashy in terms of like super strats or whatever. They're not gonna take winning that seriously, but they are gonna like default plus, I assume. And then just you have Benja. Sloth is apparently not playing today, if I remember correctly. So Gorgona stepping in for him. And so TENSTAR, if they play the way that they did last night, and Heroic play the way that they did last night, TENSTAR is in a far better position to punish Heroic than what RIDDLE is. But I had a little chat with Kangaroo Kenny last night, and like he said, I have to like prepare myself for two versions of Heroic, and it just doesn't feel fair, because it's like you have to prepare for meme Heroic, and you have to prepare for like, what if they really want to win? But this is me trying to catch up to the rest of you guys, because I'm lagging behind in predictions because I've been standing Nordic for too long, but also because I want to show TENSTAR that, you know what, you convinced me. I see the things that are going in here, and we are due for some more upsets. We've had one, with Viperio beating NAVI, and I do think that TENSTAR has what it takes to beat Heroic on a bad day for Heroic.
Okay. Ube, do you think there's a possibility for any upsets happening today, specifically with the matches that we have going on, or are you thinking it's pretty straightforward?
Yeah, I think that the Heroic and Navi games are both like, if you take them as upsets, if the EUL teams lose, I guess that's what most people would guess, like say is an upset. I think both of those games could flip. Ambush have a chance to take it out on Navi, and Heroic are, if they play like they played against RIDDLE, TENSTAR are going to be able to run circles around them, frankly.
Yeah. Well,
and it just depends on how much they want to win today, I guess.
Yep.
Yeah, I guess it's just who wants it more. But what match specifically are you really looking forward to, whether it's casting or watching it today, Snurra?
Should I pick one and then you pick the other, Ubidos? Because I think we're both thinking about the same game, really.
Yeah, go for
the
it.
two same games. I think I'm going to go for TENSTAR Heroic, just because I'm not casting that one, so I get to actually sit back and just watch it and enjoy it and see whether it's a difficult one, because either like in 4 rounds I'm going to be able to see, is this going to be like a boring game to watch, or is this actually going to be a really exciting game? Like if it starts out with like a 2-2 after like 4 rounds, it's like, oh yeah, okay, this is interesting. So I'll take that one just to be diplomatic, because I think I know which game Ubidos is looking forward to as well.
Yeah, there's no contest for me. It's the ambush game. The ambush games are always going to be like the most interesting to me. That's just my relationship with the team. But I'd say it's a really close match between the Heroic game and TENSTAR game, because that can actually be quite an interesting match. If Heroic are putting like half effort into it, they aren't just memeing around, but like TENSTAR can still put a fight up to them in that case, and I think that is going to be super interesting. I just hope it's something else in Clubhouse. We've seen it quite many times from both of those teams now, so don't play Clubhouse, please. Play something spicy. Play a theme park. See this is the great thing about me and Ubidos. We think exactly alike. I was just going to say theme park, skyscraper, please.
Okay, so on the same wavelength, final thoughts here is, guys, don't play Clubhouse, play theme park. Maybe that's what the casters want to see today. That's what the people want to see today. So maybe, who knows, we might be in for, okay, at least them, they want to see that today. So we might be in for a treat, who knows. But we'll be heading to a break, and we'll be back shortly to discuss game number 1, where we're going to be seeing Coalesce versus Victus.
With the first ever season of Northern Premier League underway, we have 3 new maps added to the competitive pool. But what can we expect to see? Let's take a quick dive into Skyscraper, Border and Theme Park. First off, let's head to Japan. We'll see plenty of Skyscraper's beautiful exterior in pro play, as the balconies and windows grant a lot of potential for attackers, whether it be on entry, flank watch or post plants, though they'll need to tread carefully. With extra claymores now in attackers' pockets, defenders will have to think twice about going for the many jump out options around the map. Tea Room Karaoke and Office Exhibition are the most popular sites, with the external breach playing a big part in any office attack. Both of these objectives are on the top floor, and the map is heavily destructible, so expect explosions galore with C4 and upnade plays as teams experiment with this new battleground. There are 3 rules when it comes to attacking Border. Rule 1, watch each stairs. Rule 2, clear CCTV. And Rule 3,
do not attempt to board the helicopter.
This is a small map, with only 2 staircases, making it the toughest of the 3 for defenders. Pros will stack their utility on defense and won't give up ground easily, because there isn't much of it. Catchers like Jaeger, Wamai and Aruni are pivotal. Attackers can save time with ops like Ossa and Nomad, who gain and maintain map control easily. Entering site is but a formality here, so expect to see lots of throwables to burn through those ADSs, support plants and blow enemies sky high. You thought this theme park was abandoned? Well, think again. It's back into competitive rotation. Defenders just love this large map, where they can roam freely, or better yet, extend the site. Initiation and office are usually contested no matter the site choice. From there, defenders can reinforce walls, shoot drones and retreat, or go for early kills. Once those walls are blown down, expect long-range gunfights across these open rooms and sprawling corridors. Hard breaching and wall denial are essential here, so operators like Maverick, Thatcher and Kaid, as well as Mirror, will have a big impact if left unbanned. There's so much more to uncover about these fresh maps, so tune into NPL to see what our teams can cook up.
In 3 quick kills, 4 quick kills come in.
And Slaughter just picks them apart.
To try and put some shots on in and managing to find the last 2.
Oh, but Blur just decimates.
Grizz steps up huge for ambush. 3 kills. All E1 DCs. What?
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We're now going to be looking at the first game of the evening of Playday number 6 of the Northern Premier League, and it's going to be Coalesce versus Victus. We got Snur here on the desk. We got Uberus on the desk. So let's just get right to it. Let's talk about this matchup. Victus, they're doing incredibly well so far. They have, you know, only lost to Ambush on Cafe yesterday, but even then, it was absolutely incredibly close. Then you look at the flip side, Coalesce, they're not really doing too hot right now. So, Uberus, how are you expecting this to go? And what are you expecting Coalesce to bring to the table to try and fight for a couple of points?
I think Coalesce are in for a rough awakening. It's going to be another really tough match for them. And I think after what we saw from them yesterday, it was a bit too much to really get everything revamped for today to be in a position to fight for those points. They just, of course, need to try their best and put everything on the line, but it's going to be a tough one. Victors are going to want to bounce back, and they, on the contrary, have not nearly enough to fix. Really, their game looks way more complete. They look like a more rounded team currently, and therefore has been really good so far. So it's going to be a tough one for the Nordics again.
Looking at the roster for Coalesce specifically, are there any players that we should really be keeping our eyes out that can potentially have that possibility to, you know, secure a round or two?
I think this.
Sorry, go on.
It's a bit of the same story as yesterday. Pat and Kane. If you can have both of those guys online at the same time, maybe have Luri and Noah pitch in both. That's like what you're gonna need to really get anything going. But it's been so far having trouble to get all of those players active at the same time. It's somebody's always having a bad game. They are having really tough luck. They're getting timings happening to them all the time that are really unfortunate. And it's they just have to get their players on the server.
Yeah. Snurra, would you agree with this, or do you think maybe there's another player that we should really be keeping our eyes out from the side of Coalesce?
I think the player they have to look out for is the team itself. I mean, it's just, again, like it's kind of the same narrative that we keep spinning week in and week out. Like, this is a team that on paper looks really solid. It shouldn't really be lacking in terms of getting points on for the league table, but they're just not playing as a team. I just miss sort of the game plan that is really executed well. Like, even RCTIC, no offense to RCTIC, but even RCTIC last night showed that they know how to execute a plan, and they could sure it looks rough. It's, they're still polishing the rock that will eventually become a diamond or whatever, but at least they play together as a team. They're there for each other to back each other up, and I just feel like Coalesce, sure, Pat is in the top 5 in terms of opening kills in the league thus far, and they're yet not winning games. What's that about? Why is Pat either too much on his own that anyone else is there to trade him when he gets that opening kill or whatever, or if he dies, and so I don't know if it's a map thing, if they're just losing their map vetoes and getting maps that they're uncomfortable with, or if they're just in a mental rot right now. But I don't think it's down to one individual player. There's seemingly a lack of synergy, or just positive thinking, I was gonna say. Okay.
Well, we have Victus on the other hand, and this team is looking incredibly strong. Yes, their first loss was yesterday by the hands of Ambush, and it was on Cafe specifically, but it was really one of those games where they still showed exactly what they are capable of doing. They were down 4 rounds, they were able to manage and climb it back, and then, Ambush taking it in overtime. But Ube, what are you expecting from Victus specifically, and which players are standing out the most to you, and do you think are going to have the most impact today?
So far during the season, the standout players have been Flexi and Oscar. They have been in many of our top 5 stats lists on cost and KD and stuff like that. They have been having really good seasons so far, and I think they are angry. Yesterday they got pestered by Ambush, and today they want to take it out on Coalesce. They are going to have their revenge.
Yeah, Snurra, do you think that they'll be able to get their revenge? Do you think that it's going to be maybe a bit more difficult? Coalesce might kind of give them more that they bargained for, or are you expecting this to be very smooth sailing from the side of Victus, and that the players can all and every single one of them do exactly what they came to do here tonight?
I think it's the same thing like I said about TENSTAR last night. Coalesce are probably it's a bit of unfortunate timing because obviously these two matches would have been difficult for Coalesce this week regardless. But they're facing both Victus and TENSTAR at like the worst possible time this far in the season because both teams were looking to bounce back after a disappointing performance. And I think the same thing is going to be the case here for Victus. They're really going to be ready to really come back here. And I think they have a lot of respect for Coalesce. I do think, wasn't it Flexi who talked about, you have to be a bit careful with Coalesce. If you're underestimating them, they might actually come back and just, upset you because they have so many good individual players. But I just don't think that this should be too much of a problem for Victus if Coalesce keeps up the performances they have thus far this season. I just think this will be another Victus showing, another... all the Nordic teams, bar Ambush, have now, after this game, played Victus, and I think Victus is going to be like, if you mention Victus, all the Nordic teams are going to be like,
it's the boogeyman is Victus.
Yep.
Let's have a look at the player highlights as well, just to kind of get more of a grasp at what we can be looking at today. And Oscar, one of those players that you guys mentioned, and Iberos, what are you expecting to see from him today, however, considering, like all the stats that are currently being shown to us?
I guess after today, his opening KD is going to be even more impressive. I'm fully expecting him to keep it rolling. I don't think there was anything yesterday that shows that he has been slowing down.
No.
Just met a team that were slightly better on the day in Ambush on Cafe, but even then he had got some super impactful rounds himself. He got a couple of opening kills and double kills as the openers too. Cracked open a couple of the rounds as was a huge contributing factor why it went to overtime in the first place.
Yeah. Looking at the plans as well, we don't have any plans coming down. Is that more because of the dynamic of the team, or is it just, a bit of an unfortunate scenario coming through here, Snare?
No, that's just him being like at the front. Like Oscar's the entry. He's the guy who leads the charge, and then the planner is the guy who comes behind and plants when he's clear of the territory alongside someone else. So, like the plants are there obviously because they can see like, oh, is this a versatile player? Is this a support player or whatever? But like these stats shows a player that is like the entry fragger. Like he's like if you want an entry fragger example from this league, okay. Oscar, you just look at his stats. High opening KD, high KDR, and we did a little like stats. I was like number crunching, I was gonna say before the broadcast, and we figured out that in 31.4% of all the rounds Victus has played, Oscar has won a opening duel. In 31%, that's ridiculous.
Okay.
And he's won of all the duels, like entry duels that he's joined, like either won or lost, he's won 77.3% of all the entry duels that he's participated in. That is ridiculous. That is almost 8 out of 10 entry duels that he's been in, he's won.
Yeah, that's better than a burger flip for sure. And we kind of have a bit of a burger flip coming through with the map veto because you guys are expecting something a little bit more spicy. You said you don't want to see that Coalesce again, but we're going to be having a look at the map veto to see whether or not your prayers have been answered. We're going to be playing on Villa. So unfortunately, that's not the case for the first game here, but Villa is one of those maps that we actually haven't seen Coalesce play on yet at all. And last time Victus played it, it was against Viperio 86 and they took the win. So how are you feeling about this one, Uberus?
You don't take Victus to Villa. I think that's something we learned on the first play week. At least as Nordic people, we heard it from a lot of people. And I think Coalesce maybe should have done their homework. I can hear Kangaroo Kenny screaming all the way from the UK right now, wherever he is. Like, why? Why? He specifically said 2 maps that you don't bring Victus to. Cafe and Villa. Those are the only 2 maps, bar one, which is Chalet, that Victus has played thus far in the season. And again, it's a Nordic team taking them to Villa. Like, I'm just... like, I hope Coalesce know what they're doing. I hope that Coalesce is just going to show up big time in Villa, because this is a massive gamble from the side of Coalesce.
Yeah, a bit of a scary one to be putting themselves into, but Ollie and Demo are going to be our casters for this game. They're going to be walking us through all the action for the first game that we're going to be looking at very closely. Casters, take it away.
Ginny, thank you very much indeed. We are going to be bringing you through this first game, Victus versus Coalesce, and we are here playing on Villa. Demo, Villa. What do you reckon?
I reckon that you need to give Hap his glasses back. I think that poor man must be walking around Dutchland thinking, where am I? Because you've nicked his spectacles.
I bought my own. I tried Hap's on, and then I bought my own.
I didn't think you'd go for the kind of jam jar, kind of Harry Potter looking ones. I didn't think you would go for that.
Are we still on this? They're not Harry Potter. They're not jam jar. They're very sleek. They're see-through as well, so they sort of blend in a little bit. See, I got really excited because Demo said that he had a new opening today. Call in and tell us what you think of Demo's opening. Get on the phone line. It's actually a fun fact. I was speaking last night to production after the show, and we are actually going to make that a thing. So keep your eyes out on socials and in the Twitch chat and stuff like that, because we are actually going to be making this phone-in thing a reality.
By the way, Ollie, whenever I said I had a new opening, for those who don't know, me and Ollie, we play a bit of chess in the downtime. I was talking about a new chess opening, Ollie. That's what I was referencing, not for the show.
I mean, why would it be for the show?
Why would it be? Of course, chess show. You know what's coming first.
Honestly, goodness. Coalesce versus Victus. Coalesce starting off here on the defense. Now, Victus as a team are fairly formidable on a couple of maps. Villa's one of them. Thatcher ban. Cue the guy stuck in wind meme as we all get blown away. Flores to back things up. Well.
So, seeing hard breaches are going to be opened up. Jackal's made it through as well, Ollie, onto Villa, so that could maybe be a pickup for one of these sides. I think we kind of looked at Victus yesterday, didn't we, Ollie? They are very flexible in terms of the kind of operators that they can take to the party. So I think certainly operators like Jackal you could see being a possibility. There's an Maestro ban. Didn't we see that yesterday as well?
I believe we did.
It was on the... what game was it?
It was Cafe, wasn't it? It was the barn burner.
No. That was the TENSTAR game. On Clubhouse.
It was. It was. Correct.
So second Maestro cam, or second Maestro ban. So I mean, obviously it takes away the information. Cameras are gone. We theory crafted about that last night, didn't we? All about, is Maestro really, a worthy ban? I think obviously since like the nurses went through and how things have changed with his gadget, where the cameras aren't as strong as what they used to be, I just feel as if Bulletproof still just do sometimes a better job. Because you're bringing in other operators with other, at the end of the day, Maestro's main ability is something that everyone can get. Well, not everyone, but most,
a lot
quite
of
a few
people.
operators can get it. You know what I mean? Yeah.
But yeah, Maestro in the early days was unique.
Back before Bulletproof existed, of course, that's where you had a lot of more of the value out of it.
5 seconds to go.
But as you say, now so many operators can bring a Bulletproof that it doesn't really matter. And like you said, you get that benefit of extra utility.
Yeah.
You're going to bring Malusi.
You got the Jaeger there,
Jaeger. There's so many different options. So I don't think that's going to hamstring the defenders too much.
Mira's open, which is always a fun one to see in Villa. I like seeing the Mira. I think it's a good operator. They're not too difficult to get rid of. I think that's one thing you have to remember with these Mira windows is they're all nadeable from below. But because they are quite easy to get, that means that the attackers, they're going to have to go for that. Yeah, it's so easy, they're going to do it. So I think we're probably going to be seeing probably a bit of underneath play with the nades. I know that we've seen Victus before in Villa. They like to bring plenty of nades, and there's no exception here today in this game. 6 nades are going to be on the board. They should have no issues at all with these mirror windows. So you just have to get the drone set up downstairs, get probably Oscar, who's kind of known as that crouch walk sledge. He just does his own thing a lot of the time. So we'll probably be expecting a couple of rotations downstairs. Victus are going to go in straight away, Ollie, with this trophy statuary clear. They've done that successfully. Only a minute gone. Coalesce didn't really want to put up a fight there, Ollie. We've seen a couple of reinforcements, a couple of holes being opened up, but nothing really to scare Victus away.
I mean, if you're going to bring a mirror, you can always extend that mirror and play it inside of Statuary and try and vie for that control a little bit more. But Coalesce seem to know what's coming. They're already getting angles down through the floor so that they can see if there are going to be any up-nades played. We've got Pat solo downstairs as well. Pat, of course, one of the big impact players here for Coalesce that we were looking to have a big day yesterday and didn't. Really struggled on that entry. Could look for a nice little C4 toss up here, but is more than likely just going to get sat down as Oscar from above is going to secure his first opening kill. Everyone keep a keen eye on Oscar in that opening engagement. It was highlighted on the desk as one of the highest opening kills so far in the whole league, and he's going to continue.
Now Coalesce, a man down, that's a C4 off the board as well, Ollie, which we know could be so detrimental for a lot of these attacks as they try and push in towards the final few seconds, and a C4 could just ruin your hopes and dreams. So Victus, I like the way that they've rotated YZN over towards Study. I think you need that Study pressure. It stops anyone swinging onto the Study doorway, onto the Study holes, and try and stop you as you try and move in and plant beside the maps table. There's a nade, as expected. We were waiting for at least one nade kill to come in, and here comes the Flood Smoke Grenade. We'll try and keep them back, but Victus have stormed away through. YZN holding on to Study, will have that flank coverage, and Sky moves in, picks up the final kill. Victus, that is a clear-cut round, Ollie. That's the principle, isn't it? That's what we expect to see from this Victus side on Villa.
It's the baseline standard that they've set so far. Great round from Oscar, picking up 3 kills. Great teamwork. So simple from Victus as well. Look at how they played that. They literally just took in through Statuary side. They were able to gain good control of 90 very quickly. 90 wasn't being contested very well at all. There was not really any presence on main stairs looking down the long corridor. You would have maybe liked to see a rotation up the red stairs. There was nothing really that Coalesce did that gave me any confidence as to why they're going back here. We had Pat playing downstairs on his own again, and he got first blooded. Unfortunate. If he'd have C4'd, he probably had the C4 on his mind there through the hatch, but there wasn't the information there for them. Where was the bulletproof being played? Sure, there was somebody playing on the corridor and on the 90 elbow, but you know, if you know that, you can chance a C4. You know, maybe a little bit more info. Maybe think about where those mirror windows are getting played a little bit deeper. They didn't come into fruition at all. So a bit of a rollover round, I think, from Coalesce. They just sort of stood there and took the battering that Victus had to give them.
So Coalesce are once again extending towards that trophy statuary side. Ollie, we mentioned that they didn't really put up a fight. They had no interest in doing so, but it certainly looks as if they're ready for a fight this time. They've got a mirror window set up looking in towards bedroom. Noah is going to try and rat his way out inside a closet. So Victus, the drone work needs to be done. And look at even Kane sat in that little corner in towards bedroom. They've a triangle of a crossfire being established, and Kane will actually find YZN. So Victus, they get caught flat-footed there, Ollie. Just a little bit of rat play, and it's more than enough. That is great from Coalesce, but woeful from Victus. Where's the drones?
That's a good heavens if ever I've seen one. Oscar finally puts a stop to the bleeding, takes Pat down. Noah, still with a chance of challenging here. Skeptic, fortunately for him, has decided to dip off. His team have seen a little bit more success elsewhere. Oscar already got himself onto those main stairs. It looks as though Flexi is going to try and aid him here. Some very lackluster droning from Victus. I'm not sure that they've given Coalesce sufficient respect there as to just what they were capable of. It was a very ratty play, as you said. It was almost hiding in the bathtub sort of strategies. But that's what you need to do. You need to get in and amongst it and contest these areas of the map early. Victus do still have the potential to throw some up nades, and they're going to do just exactly that. Lurie takes a good chunk of damage, and the area that he can operate now in is severely restricted. He's going to take a huge chunk of damage from those flames as they come back to bite him. Gets himself in a gunfight now. He's going to need to be super, super careful. There's still a nade below from Oscar, and if this lines up correctly, it will be successful in at least destroying that extra Goyo parcel. Lurie has managed to find himself a kill, though. Takes down Flexi. I'm not quite sure how he still managed to stay alive there, but he's done a fantastic job up until this point. Skeptic with the push on through. Oscar going to eventually finish off Lurie. Leveled out roughly into a 3 versus 2 here. Still tons of time for Victus to work with. Only got one drone available for them to use. Oscar
Noah,
gonna get gifted a freebie. Noah rotates out of position. That allows Skeptic to push on through. He's got a deployable that he can work with, and he's going to try and get the plant down in the default spot. Kane with the swing onto Oscar, shutting down that cover and forcing Skeptic to come off that plant. Going to retempt now as well under the cover of the stun grenade, but Kane's pushing it on up. The deployable shield works both ways. In that case, it worked a little bit better for Kane. He is going to pick up that final kill, taking Skeptic down. Much, much better round from Coalesce.
My, oh my. Coalesce start off very well. The wrap position's working for them. Victus, no drone work whatsoever. But then it was... You see Noah, I thought Noah was in a great position over towards the red stairs, all that he can deny them as he try and walk in towards maps. All he has to do is sit and wait for his teammate to tell him to swing. He's very, very lucky Kane had some good shots in that round, or else that very well could have been a Victus round.
I think Kane's shown up in a big way there, hasn't he? He's picked himself up 3-4 kills, and that's been the real big difference there. Certainly can't rely on that sort of solo play every single time, but it's given Coalesce a little bit of confidence. It's put them on the board, and now they can look to switch things up. Over toward trophy stature we go. Cade going to be played. We know that that's not going to be too much of a problem though, given how Victus do like to clear and how they like to play with those up nades, so they will be able to deal with that. It is just going to take a little bit of time.
5 seconds remaining.
So Victus dropping around. See if they can respond now in round number 3. It will be a different bomb site for them to attack. Moving over to the trophy statuary side of things. Mira is not going to make it through to the lineup this time around. Instead, we see Tachanka come in. I mentioned yesterday, Ollie, about... No, certainly not. It's... it's... I hate him. I just do. Like, Smoke's right there. Smoke is literally right there. I know people say, oh, but he does have potential, he does. From the amount of times that I've seen him be brought, have you really seen the value work every single time?
I mean, you're not wrong.
That's the way I judge it. If you look at percentages of him being played to percentages of him actually being a worthy pick, is that a positive percentage over a Smoke? No, of course it's not. I would say I see a Tachanka work 1 out of 10 times.
Is this going to be the 1 out of 10?
No.
Is this going to be the 10%?
No, definitely not.
What happens if we see him 10 times tonight?
Alright, when was the last time you seen Tachanka get a kill with a Molotov?
I don't think I've ever seen it. And, you know, it's worth drawing this into the conversation now as well. You look at what Tachanka does. Goyo does it in a much better way.
Yeah,
now,
at the moment, yeah, certainly, yeah.
It's not exactly the same, but it's fire. And it's area denial, so it's somewhat similar. And yeah, I think that there's strong arguments for other things. You know, it's not even like you can say you're bringing it for the shield, because you could bring anything for a shield. So yeah, it's a very, very niche use case.
Smoke for a shield.
I mean, who would have thought it? You know, who would have thought you could bring a smoke for the job that you're trying to get smoke to do anyway? We'll see how Pat makes it work. It might not be the worst thing in the world that he's playing a little bit more of an anchor position this time. I mean, Pat, I'm so sorry.
Thank you.
The timing on this guy this week has just been dreadful, and it's not even through a fault of his own every single time, but he's consistently that first death. A couple of kills have gone in Victus's favour. SkyT going to fall in process. An effective flank up these Astro stairs is going to be thwarted there as Oscar swings down and picks one up onto Kane. That's a good pre-placed drone underneath providing that information. And look at the flood as it comes into sight. Flexi knocking 2 down there. Solo in the sight. 1 out of trophy, 1 out of statuary. Great stuff from Victus.
Yeah, just opening the wall, starting getting your picks onto the Tachanka. I mean, Ollie, you say that it hasn't, really been Pat's fault. He picked Tachanka. That's his fault. Shame on him.
It was not the fault that he died.
And he's picked it again. It is, because he's Tachanka. If you ever smoke, he'd live there. 100% you'd live.
Smaller hitbox.
Just, you're faster. You're not, fat. You're not running around as a big heavy guy, are you?
To locate and defuse bombs.
Oh, dearie me. Well, Pat's going to give it another go. It did do something to deny the push through bathroom, but it's just not effective enough. I don't think that the tick rate on the tick damage is high enough. The biggest difference this time, though, is going to be Kane playing on the pulse. Now, I would honestly, in this instance, I'd rather see Pat play down there as well with him on the roam and try and be that little duo on the roam, because I think Kane's probably just going to get overrun, especially with Oscar sort of favouring this Nook pick. He's regularly getting himself underneath and helping that clear, and we've already seen how good Victus's drones are. As soon as Skyty died in that previous round and Oscar was on those Astro stairs, bang, a call out came through because Oscar immediately spun around and was able to pick up the kill. So there's good drones being placed in and around the map here that are going to provide a lot of information for Victus as soon as somebody falls.
I'm a fan of Pulse and Villa. I think you can get a lot of information. You can figure out where kind of Victus are stemming their attacks from. Is it going to be the kind of classical over towards bedroom, try and play on the windows and then moving towards Astro, or is it going to be situated towards the study side of things and it's going to be a full clear off? That early information can be so vital, I think, for defenses in terms of how they can rotate utility a lot of the time, you know? The only issue, again, I would have, though, with the Pulse is he needs to make sure that Pat is getting fed information. You know, if Pat's got that launcher out, he's going to be helpless because someone could just run at him, can't shoot back. This information needs to be fed through. You know, if Kane sees somebody creeping up in towards bathroom, Pat needs to know about it.
We can see that information is being gathered right now. Kane is going to be downstairs just below that master bed. Goes for the C4 toss, but isn't successful. Goes for a cheeky repeat on the hole, but doesn't spot anything out. Now, that's a big signal for Victus that they need to deal with the Pulse underneath. Sure, they've not got a C4 anymore, but they're still going to be able to call that information out for the rest of the team. Pat looking to maybe play a little bit more aggressively here, but could actually get caught out. Lexi holding a nice angle onto the window, just waiting to see if Pat is going to overextend any. Oscar coming in from classical hall side under the cover of the Nook. Doesn't need to worry about the default camera too much. Pat is going to find first blood, though, as he is playing a little bit more aggressively now. Skyty getting himself into a gunfight as well. But Oscar is picking his time to strike. Is he going to get caught looking in the wrong direction or not? Takes a little bit of damage on the way through and is eventually finished off. Flexi and Skeptic doing work from the other side, though. Zeus inside of Trophy, getting a couple of shots onto Flexi here. Eventually finished off by Skyty. Some great crossfires and teamwork here as Skyty is just one-man army all the way through. We're in a 1 versus 1. It's Flexi versus Kane. Kane doesn't have a lot of health, and he has got the worst gun in the game. Easy clean up there for Victus.
Kane, very, very close, being able to find the 2 kills, but ran out of ammo in the UMP, unfortunately for him, Ollie. And then he had to pull out the pistol, and you're not winning that engagement against the ARX. So Victus, it was a bit of an all-over-the-place attack, Ollie. They didn't really know what they wanted to go for. We've seen them just kind of lurk around, and they almost waited for somebody to make a play and then try and play off that. That's kind of felt as if that was the go-to plan. And I mean, to be fair, that is kind of what happened, isn't it? Victus, one player being able to find his way into a good position, everyone being able to jump at that opportunity. And it does gift them another round. So 3-1 is where they sit right now. Coalesce, both for the trophy and statuary, is not working out for them. Instead, now they will go back to that original bomb site, the only bomb site that they've won so far. So I am looking forward to seeing how, I would say, Victus are going to adapt. I still want to see them pressure downstairs a lot more, Ollie. I think that they need to try and get downstairs, eliminate the mirror windows, kind of rattle Coalesce a bit, and then go from there.
I think the Victus are going to be a little bit more thorough in their drone usage this time as well. Maybe not just charging straight into master bedroom and closet. We are seeing a bit of a 6-pick come through. Flexi going to be switching off the Nomad onto the Capitao. Probably a good idea, given the sort of lackluster roaming and movement that we've seen from Coalesce. They haven't really been getting out there on the flank too much. And if they have, Victus have certainly been in good position to try and deal with that. They may be feeling like they don't need as much flank protection as they do utility to try and further deal with these mirror windows. Of course, Capitao is going to be great for that as well.
Drone ready. Drone is ready. All set to blow it up. Clear.
So Pat said that he's had a couple of rough games, Ollie, hasn't he? Hasn't started off in the greatest of times. Let's see if he can maybe turn that around. He's playing in that tricky position, the top main stairs. I'm sure nobody wants to be playing there, Ollie. A lot of nades will be coming your way, a lot of flashbangs, and usually you you just kind of die, don't you? There's not much you can really do in that position. You're there just to waste time. It's a suicide position. He is going to be supported by 2 players downstairs. Coalesce looking to try and, I think, deny some of the nade action that Victus are going to try and implement. There's a lot of pressure on YZN. He's by himself. There's 2 roamers starting to edge towards him. See if he's ready for him. Both of them actually going to try and retreat up the Astra stairs. YZN doesn't give himself away. He also lets them get back to the safety of the top floor, but I don't think Victus are worried about that. They look as if they want to try and get in below, use those nades for a change, and that's exactly what they're going to try and go for.
I think it's probably a good play from YZN to let those 2 past. He doesn't really want to be chancing an engagement there, and it gives the bottom floor free entirely over to Victus here, so they can start to use those nades. A couple of shots in there from Pat, but immediately traded off. Flexi might not be playing on the Nomad, but he's still holding those flanks, still holding those crosses. Picks Pat out from those main stairs. Noah taking a little bit of damage now as well as the Goyos are popped. Nades flying up those main stairs as well to ensure that it's still clear. There's still a lot of work that Victus can look to do here. They've got 3 nades, so that's another 3 opportunities they've got at destroying utility or even getting the kill off. But Zeus has changed onto the main stairs. He's going to get shut down instantly by SkyT. YZN flies in with a kill as well. Noah maybe looking to play a little bit more aggressively here, but Flexi and that LMG can pre-fire onto Study Door all day long. Kane left on the 90 corridor. Going to find himself 1. Doesn't manage the second though, and the plant is going to start to go down. Nade's still flying up from below. Kane chooses instead to drop. He's just made this very difficult for himself, as if it wasn't already an extremely large ask. Gonna have to try and push up these main stairs, but he has got a player holding him. Red ping to assist, but it's not going to do anything. Oscar there holding the flank, as Victus clean up yet another round on the attack.
Victus, good strong start, and I think this is what Victus needed to do after their loss yesterday. I think they need to come out in similar fashion as kind of what, whenever TENSTAR, they had a bad game, and then they had to come out, and they had to put up a good performance and put up a very dominant scoreline. I think Victus, they themselves will be out here just wanting to get all 3 points and just kind of throw about wherever they have to play, and, well, they're doing that at the moment. Coalesce, looking a little bit out of their depth at the moment. There's nothing really that we can talk about that give us any hope for Coalesce. I mean, Kane has been there getting some kills, but rest of his team today, Ollie, just not stepping up to the plate. Victus have been able to have these kills. Oscar and Skyty and Flexi all running the show right now. What can you do?
Not a lot that you can do up against that. You've really just got to try and focus on your own siege and figure out where these mistakes are happening. Victus are a very convincing team when they all commit to the push. You rarely see them going 1 by 1, and typically they're going to be going multiple at a time. Another thing that Victus are doing exceptionally well, and something we've spoken about a couple of times, but it's the sheer number of 6-picks that they're rocking. There was 3 6-picks there in that round, and typically you're getting at least 1, maybe 2 every single round, so they're very active in getting that early drone information and then working out their plan in that droning phase and, you know, calling whatever they're going to do. We've got Flexi this time. He's moved off the sort of more flexible role that he's been playing on some of those supporting / flexible operators, and he's instead got himself onto the Nook. Now, is the intel game going to be sufficient?
Oh my!
I mean, that's a blunder. You don't get to see that every day. Maybe, Flexi, you've been doing a great job up until this point on the flex support. Maybe just stick to the flex support.
It's no. Who was at fault? This is like who shot first. Who was it? Who shot first? Because obviously the idea was Sledge open the barricade, throw the nade in, try and get a kill. So you've seen that Oscar had the sledgehammer ready, moved up to it, and then backed away. And then the nade got released, and who was at fault? Was it the player who had the sledge, or was it the player with the nade? Call us up, phone us in, let us know. Who do you think is at blame?
See, that's the sort of stuff we need. And we could maybe get both Flexi and Oscar on to state the case.
God, we're turning into an episode of the blame game, which I'm sure many people will not know what that is, but it's kind of like
Judge Judy, wouldn't it?
It's it's the blame game. It's like a panel show over here in Northern Ireland. Oh my goodness, that's a good trade there. I thought actually Noah there had the flick, but it was actually just Kane, just lying in wait behind him.
Well, Flexi's redeemed himself somewhat. He's picked up a kill for the team kill that he committed earlier on into the round. But it doesn't really matter who you take out on Victus. You're going to be taking out a big hitter, especially with the way that they've all been performing today. Still got a bit more work to do than maybe they would like in this round. They're going to have lost a set of nades there on Oscar, and maybe more importantly, an ability to open up a lot of that flooring. Obviously, they were looking to maybe get in and get some top floor control and then work that sledgehammer. That's no longer as feasible with the kit that is left. Only one nade isn't going to do too much in terms of ripping up that floor, and instead it's going to be thrown in to try and push Lurifax off position. Now has the UMP in hand and knows that somebody is going to be pushing, but Kane has since made a rotation on up to the hatch. What a shot that was from Skeptic. Zeus shuts YZN down, but Skeptic picked himself up a second. A quieter game up until now, but he's skyrocketing in this round, grabbing himself 2 flashy kills. Pat is going to be the next to fall as Skyty just takes a bold challenge. A C4 flies through, but look at Skeptic go. What a round.
Great shots being hit. Victus pulling out a 4v5. Oscar, rightly so. Coalesce were gifted a free kill. Gifted right from the get-go. Oh, see, that's... I think that's Oscar's fault. I think it's Oscar's fault. I think it's Oscar's fault.
Oh no, I think it's Oscar's fault, but it's just exactly where the nade bounced. It just hit Sledge in the chest. It couldn't have bounced any better. It is. That's punishment. Yeah, Oscar bottled the hammer. It's always a tricky one because you don't want to get shot. And there's like a fine art of doing it where you just tap the barricade and still manage to get away.
So whenever you said bottle the hammer, just felt Troy Canadian. Terrible, that. So, 5-1 split for Victus.
By the way, I really enjoy how Skeptic got 3 or 4 of the best kills we've seen all day, and the highlight package was the nade.
That's the question I want to know. Who shot first? That's it. What do you reckon, all right, Victus? 7-1 perhaps, like TENSTAR did yesterday?
It's looking like it could be, isn't it? I mean,
this round here will set the precipice, won't it?
Yeah, this is really going to set a little bit of a tone. We've got Oscar placing a couple of frost mats out there. Now, statistically, Coalesce shouldn't really fall for these sort of ratty plays. They play a lot of frost themselves. They are no stranger to hiding out in master bedroom and inside of the closet to pick themselves up a couple of free kills. So they're going to need to be thorough with this drone work because Victus are more than capable of hiding away as well. See Zeus there, a thorough drone in the art studio, making sure that there is no frostmat under the debris, checking the hatch. Giving easy access here for Kane to move through. He knows that there's going to be a hole there, can look to try and trade a couple of shots through. YZN does get away though.
So Victus now on that defense, see if they can play that aggressive roam game that we know they can certainly do. It's so difficult for me to sometimes escape, kind of classifying Victus as this kind of crouch walk team because I always associate Oscar and players like Skyty just with that. I don't know why. But then again, is that a bad thing? I'd say the same about LFO, for example. I would classify LFO as kind of one of those teams that can crouch walk away. Although, you compare it to kind of Mowgli as well. Is being a crouch walk player a bad thing? Whenever you get the kills to make up for it, it really isn't. That's just your playstyle, isn't it? Catch people by surprise.
It's almost a generational thing. It's almost, the players that grew up playing ranked in that sort of era did become that sort of player.
Look at that!
But that's exactly what we're talking about. Skyty flying himself out of a window and picking up a kill. Now the site is collapsing as Pat is going to start to dish out a little bit of damage here. 2 for 1 in favour of Coalesce. They're going to be sitting fairly happy with that, but they've still got to try and execute this round. And look at how spread Victus are. We've still got Oscar playing downstairs. Not going to be able to get himself back up in one piece, so he's going to look to maybe try and take somebody with him. That is if Coalesce don't try and clear him out first. They're very preoccupied though. Skeptic could find himself a couple here. Picks one, finds the second, finish with the shotgun. The SMG has been drawn and it will be successful. Look at Skeptic go over these last couple of rounds. Zeus finally swings in and puts a stop to it. 20 seconds to go. It's a 1 versus 1. A full health YZN against a full health Zeus. Could look to maybe try and get the plant in default, but instead looks to push through into...
Brilliant!
Here's the flash! What a confident play!
Wow, that is brilliant. Zeus, he knows he can't try and go for the defuse. He just has to take the swing, has to take the challenge, takes the kills. Wow. I mean, Skeptic, if you're Skeptic, you're feeling hard done by, you know, getting a triple kill here on the stairs. He's done his job to perfection, and everyone else around him just was not been able to step up there. Coalesce, still fighting through Zeus. Big old clutch. But we need more, Ollie. We need more.
Give me more. That's what I want to say. One good round from Coalesce. Well, I mean, they've had 2 good rounds, but they've just come off the back of 1, so they're going to be able to chain that together into anything substantial. We will have to see. It's times like this that you start to think, you know, Victus, are they gonna let this one slip away? Are they gonna let another round go, or are they really gonna try and dial in here and get this job done as quickly as possible?
5 seconds left before insertion. Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Victus, take 2. Back over to Trophy Statuary once again. See the Twitch command from Lurie, which you would expect to be a good pickup whenever Mira's going to be brought out here on the Victus lineup. But sometimes getting those Twitch drones into an area like maps, for example, Ollie, it's quite tricky, isn't it? Typically, whenever you think about the entranceways in for a Twitch drone, it's either through study or in through maps, both of which are usually being watched by somebody, so it's not too difficult to see a Twitch drone kind of come in through to study and then be ready for it as it walks into maps, so I think that's probably the only thing. And oh, Skyty again just sits, crouch walks around, just that playstyle has worked out. Coalesce, Kane, the best player so far in this matchup for Coalesce, has been stunned. Oscar just swinging around inside a trophy. We'll find Pat right off the rip, a 3 versus 5, and there's only been a minute gone, Ollie.
Great swing from Oscar as well. I think that was just off the sound of the Banshee going off. Pat was just on the edge of the Banshee and he just activated it briefly for a second, and Oscar more than confident to swing. This extension is going to be working out quite nicely. Coalesce have paid for it dearly. It's cost them 4 nades, the soft destruction, and an Iana. Not going to be left with the most amount of kit to now execute onto this site, especially with how prevalent we've seen those grenades used on both sides. No opportunity for up nades now either. Pre-placed C4 just going to be dealt with there by Lurie on the Twitch. Going to need to do a lot of information gathering here, and it's going to be a relatively flat push if they do just choose to come in from this one side. They've not really got that extra man to send round on a rotation and hit onto that study balcony, and still with Skyty below, this could be a little bit of a choke up.
Zeus trying to take control of 90 alongside Noah. They still have the Habana, could maybe attempt to try and open up that vault wall, but I'm sure the mute jammers will deny that. Or even an impact trick, that'll also do the job, I suppose. Smoke canister hits Zeus right in the face, takes a bit of damage, but Skyty again is going to be that unknown threat that Coalesce have to deal with. All 3 of them stacked up outside of the map's door on towards that zombie window. They're going to try and go for the smokes, go for the flashes, but there's Skyty, almost gets all of them! Almost had the triple with 1 magazine, but only found 2 of them. But it doesn't matter, Ollie. The damage has been done. Zeus walks in to a haze lab. He gets shut down, and my goodness. That's a very strong play from Skyty. My oh my.
Skyty walked around the corner and he didn't know where to look. He didn't know which way to shoot. It's when you're really hungry, you get to the buffet table and everything's there. You got chicken legs, you got vol au vent, you got cheesecake, you just don't know which to grab first. And you're going at it with two hands. And that's exactly what he did there on that flank. Did a fantastic job to pick himself up too. And let his team do the rest. Timeout by Coalesce. For my money, could be a little bit too little too late.
I mean, 6-2 it's not an easy scoreline. I think we know that. 4 rounds in a row.
What's being discussed?
I don't know.
I just think the conversation's going. Maybe if anybody at home has got an idea as to how the conversation's going, you could phone in.
Feels like we're gonna just kill this joke off the way it's going.
It's happening. It is happening.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
On God.
Nope, don't start with that.
Well, a big round for Coalesce. 6-2 is the scoreline. They have just taken a timeout. A little bit of time to compose their thoughts and generate a plan as to how they are going to approach the next 4 rounds. Drag this back into a 6-6. Take it to an overtime. And at least secure themselves some points. Now, it's fairly far-fetched, but they have taken the time out, so you would expect them to come into this round with a little bit of a fresher attitude as to how they want to approach things. That isn't always the case, though. Victus have been very consistent all evening. We've seen big plays from pretty much everybody now. I don't think that I can think of anyone. Maybe YZN. You look at him there, currently sat 2-6. He's not doing all the grunt work, but we all know that there is there's no Hollywood plays without that grunt work that goes on behind the scenes. But everyone else has had their moment in the sun and their moment in the limelight, as it were, with multiple flashy kills. Nice little mirror window being played there. That's going to deny a little bit of access into closet and into master bed straight away. Something that's going to need to be dealt with either through those up nades or... Well, I mean, it's really through the up nades, isn't it? We've not got the Twitch in play this time, so it's a little bit more limiting in how they're going to try and deal with that.
Yeah. So Coalesce, already a minute gone. Not really any map control at the moment. All they're just getting the drone work done, figuring out these positions. A lot of them stacking up, of course, outside of that bedroom, which is expected. I don't know how that's really going to help them, no, Wally. Whenever those mirror windows are still in play, they need to try and eliminate them as best as they can. And, of course, the easy way is go downstairs, go below. Instead, they're actually going to be given access. Nobody playing behind that mirror window, so Pack can walk up, punch it, blurs that vision. There's Sky. There he is. Jack the Ripper. Can we start calling him, Ollie? Just the way he's lurking?
I mean, potentially. Lurie going to be playing on the Astro Repel. We can see if he can bait anybody out there. Coalesce are just waiting and playing for a pick here. They're not really being too active in pushing these defenders around. And if you don't push Victus around, they're not going to move because guess what? Victus they don't need to.
It's really only Sky you would expect to see any kind of movement from him, isn't it? He's the one who has to go for those roams and go for those flanks, but everyone else are happy enough to sit behind their shields and play behind that utility. YZN, he's going to be first up to take these engagements. The foreign gadget will go off and does alert them that Coalesce are thinking about trying to walk in towards Statue. The Ana clone's going to be called out, and Pat somehow survives the C4 blast. He is very, very lucky to be alive. I do not know how he survived that. 30 seconds to go. Coalesce look as if they're going to try and flood in towards Astro Ollie. They need to get these kills. They need to get them quick.
Well, Flexy's been put off for the time being. The Banshee going to go off and alert Flexy to Kane's presence. Flexy spins around, picks one, charges up Astro, finds another in bathroom. He knows someone's on the window, but he's not done in bathroom yet. Picks himself up the second, the third on the round. Is he going to be able to find the fourth here? Flying out of windows left and right. Lurie is gifted to a Claymore to finish YZN off. This is a mess. Skyty puts an end to it. Finally picking up that last flashy pistol kill to close out the game. Victus successful once again on Villa. 7-2 scoreline.
if he's doing the gymnastics there, whoever the guide was, flies himself out, trying to stick the landing, but oh, Victus, they don't care, Ollie. They're a 1v5. They're going to go for that every day of the week, but it's a deserved win. They came out today, played good Siege, I think expected, and a great way to bounce back after yesterday.
Yeah, they've done really well, you know, and you can see that they're having a little bit of fun with it as well. That last round demonstrates that. They're looking very good spirits, and they've certainly changed things around from yesterday. We've probably just seen the highlight of the game there, Flexi killing Oscar with the grenade. I love how that's made it into the final package, but yeah, Victus have done a really good job there. We know that they're a good team on Villa. They've proved it yet again here. That run out from SkyTI. Beautiful stuff, and then, Skeptic on these stairs. You don't expect to get 3 kills there. It was a shame for Victus to end up losing that round. But this is just a highlight reel, isn't it? It's a montage.
It's SkyTI, isn't it? And really played massive on those roams, didn't he? He was able to lurk around and really hit Coalesce where it hurt a lot of the time, but you have to commend Flexi as well. I think he had some good positions. Even Oscar, I think, during those attacks, Ollie, during the opening kind of rounds, I think he had a big part to play. Skeptic had a few moments. Yeah, everyone from Victus stepped up today, which I think is probably the main thing that we have to look at.
Yeah, and I mentioned on the cast, I said, absolutely everybody there could be, credited with a fantastic game. There was no one really that stood out above any of the others that had a better game. YZM maybe the only player that wasn't really there in terms of kills, but obviously that contribution is coming elsewhere on the map. I think it was a great game from Victus. We were expecting it to be a fairly comfortable win for them there today, and Coalesce didn't really come up with too much obstacle.
Yeah, I think Coalesce still yet to really show us anything at the moment, Ollie. Another loss underneath their belt, and I think at this stage, these guys really need to start looking at themselves and thinking, hey, we're going to be fighting for relegation. I think after, six games now, you need to face the facts.
Absolutely. Well, there will be some facts dished out on the desk. We're going to throw it over to Ginny, and they can see what they think of it.
Thank you for that one, Ollie, and I really appreciate it. And what a game. A convincing win coming through from Victus. I think this is something that we have definitely expected. But besides the nade kill, what was your favorite part of the game?
Yeah, I guess Oscar had a couple of really good rounds in the early game. Flexi had a really couple of good rounds in the later parts of the game. Lots of triple kills coming through. We had a one clutch. Zeus got a 1v2 clutch in the end there. That was something for us to look out for. It was more of the same for Coalesce, to be honest. Mostly it's nothing just going their way.
Snurra, what was your favorite part about this game specifically? Anything that maybe we can say that Victus did very well? Was it maybe the information gathering? Maybe in general they just played much better as a team in comparison to Coalesce? But what has given them that edge this time around?
I don't know how to start unwrapping this. I'm grateful to Coalesce that they keep keep the narrative about don't take Victus Sevilla alive. I arguably don't think that had anything to do with it, really, because Victus just outclassed Coalesce, and I think Coalesce outclassed themselves. I think just a difference in terms of how Victus were able to... Victus stumbled as well, don't get me wrong, but it was just the sheer difference in the fact that, for instance, when you're seeing Skeptic playing main stairs, you just feel like Skeptic is going to win this. They're going to have 3 people run up 1v1, and he's actually just going to win this with a shoddy. And when the flanks are coming up red stairs and there's no flank cam, it just highlights the difference between these two teams right now. And to me, it's just Coalesce, the favorite part of this game, it's over from a Nordic perspective. That's the positive from the Nordic perspective. And for Coalesce, I'm speechless, honestly. I know they are themselves as well, but I'm just incredibly disappointed in what is a potentially amazing team just keeps stumbling week in and week out. And it's not that they lose to Victus. I'm fine with them losing to Victus. Victus are an incredibly strong team. It's the manner they do it, which is really disappointing. But they're okay. Sorry. Positive. Victus. Great individual performances by SkyTI, Flexi, and Oscar. There you go. That's the favorite part.
No, thank you so much for that. And we have the coach from Victus actually ready for the interview. Jack is available here. First of all, congratulations on the win. You guys took that in a very convincing fashion. So I kind of want to throw it back to yesterday's game, specifically on Cafe. You guys lost that versus Ambush. Did that happen to influence your mental going into the game today, or were you guys already very confident and comfortable?
We were pretty confident, but our sort of main focus was honestly just bouncing back. You know, we thought we could have won yesterday. We didn't really play like we wanted to, so focus was really just bounce back today.
And what did you guys do behind the scenes to make sure that you're able to do that in such a short period of time?
We honestly just mainly focused on today. We did a little bit of, we spent about maybe half an hour focusing on ourselves and what went wrong, and then straight away we just watched their game yesterday, and then we're just we'll talk about Ambush after, and just basically straight on focus on the next game.
Okay, but that's actually quite a solid mindset to have. And coming into the game that you guys have today, what was would you say, 2 things specifically that you felt you really had to focus on based on the feedback from yesterday?
Doing what we know we can. So yesterday we didn't really have enough people working for other players. We had a lot of solo stuff. We were at our best when we're playing off each other and setting things up for each other, and we didn't really do that yesterday. And then the other thing is just cleaning up the comms a little bit. We were missing comms and we were struggling to adapt in between the rounds.
And something you guys definitely had much more control over this game around. How are you feeling about the future games, your future opponents, now that it feels like you guys have a bit of a better grasp on everything?
Pretty confident. I think we've got two games that they'll be difficult games, but they're ones that we can win if we show up. I think honestly, I'm quite lucky with all the players that I've got are pretty ambitious and they're pretty hard working. And so really it's just a case of hoping we sort of perform to the level we want to perform and don't beat ourselves up too much if we fall short.
Yeah, well, thank you so much for taking the time for the interview. And once again, congratulations on the win. I hope you enjoy the rest of your evening, and we'll be seeing more shortly.
Thank you very much.
Well, that is the coach himself explaining that, yesterday wasn't really the best of their performance. It wasn't where they wanted to be. They feel like they're comfortable. They feel confident coming into the future matches here. And Eurus, have you individually really seen that switch between how they played yesterday and how they play today? Were you able to notice that in their style, maybe in how they were executing?
I think they looked a bit sharper today. They were really taking no risks and making sure they do everything correctly. They were playing really disciplined in some of the man advantage situations that they had going for them. If you just count out that one oopsie with the nade on the balcony of study. Outside of that, they just crossed their T's and dot their I's and stuff like that. They really had it the whole package today going for them.
Would you say that there are no weaknesses at the moment for Victus, or is there maybe 1 or 2 points that you're still a little unsure about?
Their greatest weakness is ambush. No, obviously there are weaknesses in Victus, and I think Jake touched on it himself. Sometimes they could potentially just fall for that sort of temptation to play off a little bit of themselves, individual plays, trying to it's the great thing about ambitious players is that they're willing to take the grind a lot of the times, but sometimes you can also get a little bit in over your head. You can think I'll swing this, I'll be able to make a kill here, and you lose that sort of discipline. And especially when you're nervous, when you're winning, it's easier to yeah guys, let's just chill and whatever. And maybe even when you're seeing you're 6-1 up, you will take those ridiculous plays. But what we saw last night was that they do sometimes struggle when they are put up against some real opposition, and that they actually have to play together as a team and be able to I think their adaptations sometimes can be a bit slow, relatively speaking. I do think Ubros raised an important point backstage that Victus seem they play as if they have a lot of intel, they're playing the intel game very well, and he's got an eye for that as opposed to me, because he's been in that scenario when he's looking out for where are those enemies hiding their pesky drones, as a coach. But I think the weakness is potentially that themselves. Right now, there's not too much in the way that they play, but themselves is the greatest weakness. And if they, I can't really say if they fall behind, because they were many rounds behind Ambush last night, and they were able to dig themselves back into the game. But judging on some of the ways that they respond sometimes, the mental.
Yeah.
That's it. The mental.
Well, we're going to be heading into a break ourselves, and we're going to be coming back with game number 2. That's going to be NAVI versus Ambush, to see whether or not Ambush is going to be able to take away that win, because all of us voted for Ambush. We got that hopium coming through. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly.
With the merge of the UK and Ireland Nationals and the Nordic Championships into the new Northern Premier League, we get to see the best teams from both regions clash together. Now let's take a look down on Nordic teams and get to know them a bit more. First on the block we've got a Coalesce, who spent the last year in the Benelux region playing under KVM, but a couple of roster changes later, the team had a Swedish trio, and so they ended up in the Nordic Promotion Tournament, where a flawless run earned them a spot in the Northern Premier League. Sharp on their entry and lethal in the clutch, Coalesce like to get a bit funky and break away from the default operator picks. It's Fuses, Capitaos and Yings galore, and they are on the attack. Now Ambush, these titans of the north need no introduction. Runners-up in the Nordic Championships and 2-time Finnish champions, Ambush are the team to look out for in the race for the Challenger League spots. Ruthless in their executes and fearsomely efficient even when down a man, you can never count them out. Recent additions of Rastin and Nick have added young firepower to the experienced core, and the explosive mix has lifted Ambush to new heights. They are sure to turn some heads and take off a couple others during the season. The perennial little brothers RCTIC are chomping at the heels of Ambush and have been trading blows constantly for the past year. Now finally arriving at the nationals level after fighting their way through the Nordic Promotion Tournament, RCTIC are looking to get one over their local rivals. Years of hard work has brought the team up through the ranks to fight among the best the region has to offer. Picking up South Park at the start of the year to round out their roster, RCTIC are not going to play nice. Like a wolf, they wait for their chance to dethrone the king. Hailing from Norway, RIDDLE picked up a team who blitzed through the Norwegian Championships without dropping a map. Play under their license in the new Northern Premier League. Snatching the talented Ket from their local rivals to prepare for the competition, RIDDLE presents their opponents with a conundrum. Underestimate them at your peril, but you can't give them too much respect either, or you'll run down the clock. What they lack in experience they make up for in raw potential, and their volatile playstyle can catch teams off guard. And that wraps it up for our Nordic competitors, who you can catch in action battling it out against their UK hopefuls during the Northern Premier League season.
In 3 quick kills, 4 quick kills come in.
And Slothar just picks them apart.
Let's try and put some shots on in and managing to find the last 2.
Oh, but Blur just decimates.
Prince steps up huge for Ambush. 3 kills. All E1Ds use that. What?
Welcome back, everyone. We're now going to be heading into game number 2. We got Ambush versus NAVI that are going to be battling it out for a couple of those points on the standings. This time, once again, the casters are the analysts, and the analysts are going to be the casters, as we have Demo and Ollie joining me here on the desk. So let's just get right into it here, Demo. How are you feeling about this game specifically? I saw, on the predictions, some people going Ambush, some people going NAVI. What are you leaning towards?
This is a tricky one, I think this evening. I think Ambush has certainly impressed a lot of us, me included, me and Ollie included as well, which, if you're not British, I think that's very difficult to do sometimes, Ollie, for a lot of these teams, a lot of these players. So, yeah, I think you have to give credit to Ambush. NAVI, we didn't see them last night because of the tricky circumstances with not being able to field the roster because of internet issues. So it's difficult to know how NAVI is feeling at the moment because we didn't see them yesterday. Yeah. But it's still NAVI. I think that's the main precipice. This is still UL side. This is still the same team that we've seen competing week in, week out against some of the best teams in Europe. You still have to give that side the credit. I still... It's really difficult because if you look at the table, you look at the standings, you'd probably say, oh, look how well Ambush has done. Look at NAVI. Now he's only been able to get 2 wins this competition, which, yeah, that is true. But you still have to give NAVI that respect. I think you still have to treat them with they're still going to be the better side. I don't think you can really argue against that.
Ollie, are you more leaning towards that NAVI side as well yourself, or are you happy to be pleasantly surprised?
I'm leaning to the Navi side, but what I will say is that I wouldn't be surprised if Ambush come out and give a really good fight tonight. We know that Ambush are capable of wins. We know them to be a very good team. The main reason why I'm going for the Navi, I'm going for Navi is one, because we didn't see them play very well last week. And that's going to be, potentially playing on the back of their mind in terms of we need to go out and do better. We're better than that performance. And then secondly, what happened last night with them being unable to play because of internet issues, that's also going to be adding more fuel to the fire. And if you continually poke this team of Navi with, oh, you didn't play well last week, you need to redeem yourself, oh, like, luck wasn't on your side last night, and you had, electrical storm and you weren't able to play, like, that's surely just going to fire them up, right? And yeah. I think that we could be about to see the full wrath of Navi tonight. They can concentrate on playing this game. EUL's finished. They can really give it their all here now, and they're going to be well into that sort of let's grind mode. We're approaching a little bit of off season almost. We've got a bit of time between stage 1 and stage 2. We can really start to focus on our siege. So I'm expecting them to come out quite strong here tonight.
Yeah, and it's Ambush. They're going to be the team that is poking the bear tonight as they're going to be heading up against Navi. But any players in particular, Demo, that you think have that opportunity to really make the difference in terms of securing those rounds for their team?
I mean, we kind of mentioned this about the Ambush team. We can't pick the best player. It's very, very tricky. Yeah. We kind of speculate and say, who is the one to watch. So I really don't know. I think it's just the entire team to step up again. Who knows? There could be, a knight in shining armor tonight. If you're looking at the Navi side, I think that you have to give Nathan that respect. I think you have to give Blur that respect. Those are really the two main pillars that I can see, Navi playing off the back of. We know both those players can be the most rattiest, scummiest players that you'll ever see in this game with some of the stuff they get up to. But it works so well, and whenever you have players who can do that and can consistently find new openings and can create those plays, it's just about being able to adapt to them and being able to assist them and have those follow-ups whenever they make those plays.
Yeah, I guess we're going to have to wait and see. So for Navi particularly, you kind of mentioned that last week wasn't really their strong suit. We also didn't get to see them play yesterday at all, unfortunately. What are you expecting to see from them in terms of strategies, Ollie? Do you think there are a couple of clear-cut points that we need to be looking at? Or is it just, we're just going to have to wait and see because we haven't really seen a solid performance from them so far?
I think in terms of strategy, it's going to be difficult, obviously very map dependent, very situational, but I think speaking on to that, I would really look at Secretly tonight. I think that Secretly didn't have the greatest of weeks last week, and we know just how disciplined this player can be and how disciplined this person is. We've had him on previous interviews where he's been talking about, we are not coming in here to throw games. We are not letting advantages slip. We are going to take this as seriously as we possibly can. We are here to win. So we know that Secretly is the real deal. We know that he puts the work in. We know that he's experienced as well, which really plays into this Navi side. So I'm confident that tonight we are going to see a night and day performance than we did on that Oregon last week. And I'm confident that they're going to try and really steady that ship and steer it into the right direction tonight. They've got that ability to just flick a switch and turn things around. They've got some great players on the team, and I'm sure that they're going to be able to get their heads together here and recognize, yeah, we've been unlucky, but now we're going to start making a little bit of our own luck.
Yeah, let's have a look at the players head-to-head specifically. We got Nathan versus Nick coming through. Any player that really does stand out here or something that they've been doing? So we got the plans coming through from Nick. We got them from Nathan as well. What are you highlighting at the moment here, Demo?
I think Nathan, you have to give that edge. I know that Nick has been consistent. I think that's probably the best way we describe Nick, isn't it, Ollie? Is the consistency that he's able to do this week in, week out in almost every game he plays. But I just think Nathan has that catalyst, doesn't he? Just that unknown factor where he can appear and he can pull a quad kill out of thin air. I think, remember, it was Secretly was talking about it in one of the interviews whenever they went up against RIDDLE. Nathan's just able just to pull a 4K out of thin air and win them the round. I think that's the kind of the element that Nathan has, I would say, over Nick, is Nathan can create those plays.
Yeah, Nathan is that player. He's that impact player, and like we've said, we could have picked anybody from Ambush realistically, And I think that it would have been very easy to put anybody up there. So yeah, it was very difficult to find the best player in Ambush. We still don't know who that best player is. Maybe we're going to find out tonight. I think that Nath, putting it on the next, Nath putting on the other side. What can you say about Nathan? He has that ability to flick around on its head. He's a horrible lurker on the defense. It can be very difficult to try and work through and figure out where he's out there on the roam and on the attack, playing on that sledge role, a really pivotal part of the team. We're going to have a look at the veto now and just see exactly where we're going. We're going to be ending up on a cafe. It's an ambush map demo.
Well,
we know this to be true. We know this to be true. It's not a map that Ambush is scared of. I mean, I'm not saying it's a map that NAVI is scared of, but NAVI should be aware and going into this with their eyes wide open.
Historically, a good map for NAVI. I think if you look at the history of that side, Cafe has been a strong one for them. And to see them have the choice, of course, between Chalet and Cafe. Chalet, again, another historical map for NAVI that we associate them to be very, very good on. I mean, NAVI must have some confidence, going in towards Cafe, knowing that Ambush, they're fancying that map. If they can go there, they'll happily play that. So I think NAVI, they have they've something planned. So I'm excited to see what NAVI are going to bring to the table here.
Well, I'm actually quite glad that we're not casting this one demo because we get to kick back and listen to our casters. We're going to throw this one over to Snurlave and Ubros, and I know that they are going to have a lot of fun on Cafe.
Thank you so much to the desk, and there's just so many things to unwrap. I mean, the desk has already started doing it. We're going to Cafe. We love us some Cafe in the Nordic, but some very good points coming up here from Ollie and Demo Uberos. It's not, are they going to try and shake our conviction in Ambush here with some good points about Navi trying to step back up, and of course Navi knowing exactly what Ambush is going to bring to Cafe?
Yeah, I think one of the positives that Navi have going into this is that their game yesterday got cancelled, so I guess they had some time to maybe work on some of the stuff to look at through the WOD straight away after the game had ended on when their game supposedly ended, so they could look at the earlier games and see Cafe played by Ambush just last night, so it's fresh on their minds. I think something interesting I want to point out under the map bans is that Ambush, their last ban actually was Clubhouse, that they have been to on this season already and won there against TENSTAR, and they fancied the Cafe over it still. They wanted to leave the Cafe in and take the Clubhouse out. It shows that maybe they are not entirely happy with their defensive performance just last night here, so maybe they have something more to show too.
That is the question, as Navi are going to start on the defense here, and they're straight up just going to ban away the Finka, and we've seen Finka increase in terms of being banned here overall in like tier 3 and above because of her annoying LMG, and Ambush are actually going to ban away the Ying, and why not? Because it is a potentially very oppressive operator here on Cafe with all those windows, very relatively easy access here with the Candelas, and also going to ban away the Wamai.
Yeah, the Ying is something we have seen Navi actually play a bit.
Yeah,
I think that's a smart ban.
And yeah, especially since I do believe Ambush last night didn't have the greatest of success themselves with the Ying, so I do think that they're not really taking too much away from themselves. And with the Valkyrie ban, I do think that is a clever ban coming through from Navi, because you just get so much intel here on this map with Valkyrie. Yes, the change has come through, so you can't really just toss the cameras outside and have them there forever anymore, but still a map where like an intel operator such as Valkyrie can just give you so much value in terms of free intel.
Seems like we are going to the upstairs bar side first for Navi here on the defense. I'm bringing both the Maestro and Oryx, so they are gonna have some chunky boys out there.
Yeah.
So, Oryx is at 2-speed anyways, but it's an interesting lineup to have. Oryx is of course great on this side prep. They can real quickly, as you see, clear out the whole long desk.
Yep.
They've got a couple of those secondary shotguns too. They can make a lot of small ecos, vertical holes, rotations. Smoke also helping with those. It's like they're doing a lot of reconstruction here.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you ever need any reconstruction or remodeling, you just bring in Navi, and there you go. Like, the setup is almost Almost done already with 10 seconds left to go, so it's nice to be able to have those rotations and potential sightlines, of course. And of course, some might be thinking, why do you remove the cover there on the bar? And this, of course, as a defender, if the attackers are going to try and plant somewhere behind this bar desk, all of a sudden you don't really have the safety of hiding behind anymore. The defenders will be able to see you from all these angles that Medish, our lovely observer, are highlighting here. Makes it a lot harder for the attackers to plant in that area. So all of a sudden, perhaps Cocktail is more of a pick for a potential plant position, but we'll see, as Blur is currently on the prowl downstairs here by the main door.
Yeah, he's got something naughty on his mind. So where there is a rotation actually being made, or a breach made on the small garage there, but actually decides to go back upstairs, doesn't stick around to find out if ambush are gonna drone it out.
Oh, there's a drone, and the timing is just there. Nick still takes a little bit of damage, though, so that's the importance of droning your friends in, ladies and gentlemen, because Blur is spotted out. So if he hadn't been spotted out there, it didn't seem like Nick was ready to face him. Oh, just behind the engine there, and Blur is looking away. The drone's coming in, though, so that should be able to give away his position. Are we seeing a nade from below here, though, with Rustin getting the pings through? No, actually, Nick's going to be the one to be injured, but Rody will be there, and that's great teamwork from Ambush in order to punish Blur. Is wasting a little bit of time, and Nick, of course, is going to be able to be picked up here potentially by the attackers and will get a little bit of health. But I mean, again, great effort there by Ambush to work together as a team to snuff out Blur, but close one.
Yep, still got some time to work with. Rustin gets another one. It's a 5v3 and they still have 1.5 minutes left to go for this round. Starting to look a bit bad for Navi this first round. They're really gonna have to pull it together here and try and close it out. So far, Ambush are looking good. Good still on Cafe.
But we'll take the hopium. It's not even been 2 minutes, but they're looking good. But it definitely does spell that you can't be roaming on your own lonesome. And Ambush's attacks last night did look strong, much stronger than the defenses. And even now today, I think like the way that they were working to declare roamers here might be even better than what we saw last night. But let's see if a little bit of fishing from below here. Keep in mind that the Wamai or Jaeger won't really, I mean, the Wamai is bad, but it won't really do much if the nades are coming from below, which is why this site can be notoriously difficult now that the nades are back in style here. And Nick, you're real low HP, so I don't know if you want to be anywhere near that explosion, but of course he wants to be able to nade or fall up there, but it will avail to nothing. They do have intel that someone is inside a freezer, or at least just trying to flush him or her out of the freezer. And Thunder is starting to smoke down here in White Stairs, and more nades will rain, but the ADS is there and secretly holding the Elda. And Nick, unfortunately, is going to nade himself, and that was, I'm not going to say I was worried about him nading himself, but he is a bit low HP, and if you do mistime that nade, that's going to happen. Look at the time running down though, so the Execute's going to have to come through here, and secretly is sitting there with the Elda, and look at the sightline that he does have because of what we spoke of earlier. Rustin will be able to take him down though, so Thunder's still alive. 3 seconds left. They're going to have to get the plant, which is on the ground. They're going to have to find Thunder, get the kill, and Rustin will! At this last possible moment, Rody will just add the Elmao and the Nook. The Danish operator for the Danish organization for the Finnish team will make sure that what was certainly an ambush round was saved by the narrowest of margins.
Yeah, they cut a bit close, but they've got it done in the end there. They really took a long time.
No style points.
Yeah, they took like a minute to try and clear out the guy in freezer with nading from below, and it eventually ended up killing one of themselves. Nick there had a bit of an unfortunate bounce with a nade and ended up taking himself out of the round. He was really low on HP after the early altercation with Blur, but that's a bit close. That's got my heart rate pumping already. It's only the first round.
Yeah, but it's like see, this is where it's great for you to be like a bit more of a color caster. You can just sit there and be like in the background, and I'm like, oh, I'm actually gonna have to sit here and cast this. Like, look, we're Nordic shows. Everyone who's been following the NPL know that we stand ambush all the way. So yes, bias casters. I'm not gonna hide it, but still gonna give you the greatest entertainment that we can. And Navi, again, the thing is, it's actually difficult for me because if I had to pick another like one player or one person that I really do appreciate in the scene, it's actually the guy that we're looking at right now, secretly. Such an amazing guy who's been around in the scene for ages, and he's actually younger than some of the Ambush players. You'd think that Ambush, like, if you haven't seen them, oh, you know, this young team or whatever. No. Ambush have tons of like R6 boomers on their team, so secretly is actually among his peers in this game. Not in terms of experience, of course, but in terms of age. So, there you have it.
Yeah. Funny how it goes like that.
Isn't Rody like 27?
27, 28?
Yeah, there you go. Look at him
just
go.
had a birthday a couple of weeks ago in the first week, I guess.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. Again, with the shenanigans down here on the ground floor, this time though it's going to be secretly on the room here. That's not, I mean, we did talk about him earlier, but didn't really pay attention to where he was. And look at that pixel though. If he sees a slight little pixel change there, he's going to pull the trigger and hopefully land an instant headshot. He's going to do a little bit of a pre-fire there. He's just going to try waste a little bit of time. Hasn't a Rooney Gate to help him out, but they've been able to stall it out here, and the fella will just get rid of the bulletproof as well. The Rustin will go down. Actually, it's going to be a trade. So technically, oh, and the timing secretly just a little bit off there. And so the trade comes through in the first gunfight and secretly being taken down with the nades as well. This roam game hasn't been the best. I say roam game, but it's more an extended hold because we have to keep in mind that the site is downstairs here. Still someone inside of VIP here though, or Christmas, whatever you want to call it. And Nick has his sights set on it. It's going to try and cross the road here and do the pre-fire, and Thunder's going to be injured and go down. And again, a great opener here for Ambush.
Yeah, they're looking really good here. They had solid info on a lot of the positions and they were able to get it. Nath actually brings one back here. I don't know why Rody was there all on his lonesome trying to clear out the top floor roamers, but they had solid info on the guys on the bottom floor. They played it smart there. Kind of giving one back for no reason, really.
And the thing is, though, I think it's just trying to clear out because I think they have the vertical, because like, why would one be upstairs? Might be the thinking, right? Like you just don't expect him to be there. But now I'm curious about how they're going to solve this, because if you know one is upstairs and he's most likely been holding freezer, hatch, or whatever, why don't you just rotate Bakery and try and push from Bakery? But it does look like Helios is actually going to be pushing from Freezer here, and that's where we saw Nafe sitting last, and Nick is up there just trying to apply a little pressure, but look at the time. Time's running down, and Yuck has also got a decent good position here inside of Prep Room, and watching this. So the rotate from Ambush, I do fear that this is from the wrong angle from them, considering the vertical here, but 15 seconds left, and we saw this the previous time. Chaos did assume, but actually, they are going to get themselves onto safe. Yuck is going to give his position away, but he's going to get a kill. Nick's gonna drop though, and this collapse is what I was a bit concerned about. So Nick's gonna have to clutch a 1v2 with one player on each of his side, but Nath will close it out. And honestly, with the Elmao, they deserve that one because what they did for the first round number 1, and I just fear that this was a wrong play coming through from Ambush considering the advantage they had.
Yeah, it seems like they didn't really have a solid info there about the guy playing in the kitchen prep, or the guy still being above. It seems like kind of what they were going for early on, or like halfway there, was they thought that the guy upstairs had dropped the hatch because they were trying to like pre-fire the angles on site and didn't really like pay that much attention anymore to the freezer hatch. So I think there might have been some maybe miscommunication about maybe the player dropping the site immediately after killing Brody upstairs, and it ended up biting them on the butts, and it's a 1-to-1 now. Now we bring it back there nicely.
I think it would have been like if you had 2 rounds in a row for Ambush, you're starting to really feel it. It's like, yes, okay, let's go. And I mean, as someone who's, if you've followed Ambush for a while, you know that Ambush can sometimes struggle a little bit in the first couple of rounds anyway. So like 1-1 scoreline against NAVI after 2 rounds, you're like, yeah, that's good. It's just Ambush things. But the way that round played out, I think Ambush will be looking at the Vaz and be kicking them a little bit, because, like you said, I do think it was perhaps a little bit of an information miscall. Could have been a little bit of an assumption coming through as well. But this just goes to show how crucial intel is and capitalizing on that intel when you first have it. So again, but of course, all credit to NAVI there for being able to salvage that round, and Nath and Yak, of course, playing that to perfection, knowing that, okay, well, no one's coming Bakery, so let's just peel our eyes on Freezer and Double Door, and guess what? Oh, everyone's coming Double Door, you say? Okay, let's just let them do a conga line inside to site, and let's just gun them down. No worries.
Yeah.
These are the things that might not punish you against other tier 3 teams, but against a team of this caliber, 9 out of 10 times you're gonna get punished for that.
Yeah, even in a 4v2. Though we have known Ambush to not always being the best in a man advantage situations. You can sometimes throw those away a bit, and we saw some of that there, where they really played it unoptimally. Brody actually finds an opening kill yet again. So it's again Ambush in a man advantage. This time they're trying to maybe take it a bit easier and trying to use all of the time they have available for them to get the info, not make a misplay like they did last round.
I do think they showed that well in the first two previous rounds as well, especially the first one, where they really weren't afraid to take the time to really clear out the potential roams there. And we do see Rustin is just really fallen for this Nook pick and just like, no, I'm just good. Look at me, I'm a ghost, Finnish ghost, Rustin. And he's just like running around. And Rhodey, he's the greatest ghost. I mean, Rustin talked about it in an interview. He said like Rhodey, like if sometimes he will just decide to do something and it will happen. And right now, Rhodey seems determined to carry his Finnish mates towards a win against NAVI here, and 2 opening picks, and of course 2 kills in a row as well. Again though, like you said, we saw it in the previous round, ambush with a man advantage. It's not, like, it might not go the way that you'd think.
Yeah, Rhodey's just like decided to do it all in himself. He's just going from window to window on the Sophia. Trying to find picks.
Every single window. It's like, said someone call for window cleaner, and there we go, there he is. And it's just cleaning windows, cleaning heads right now, but we have to see Ambush take a little bit more map control here. The clearing is, I mean, the clearance has started, I was going to say. Someone playing aside of Raining, though, and we'll have those sightlines, and White Stairs is still under Navi control. 2 power positions that are crucial if you want to try and plant in dining. We did see Navi attempt to plant on dining and did it successfully, if memory serves me correctly, last night against Victus, so they will be able to, but this is what I'm a bit worried about. They're piling up again here, and Yak is just holding this from inside of Laundry Room. All the timing here, it does hear the drone, so he's been droned out, that's good, but the time is ticking down, and there's still 1 player inside of White Stairs. The Zofia charge is coming through, that is the pressure that you need to see in a numbers advantage, and there we go, he's been cleared out, and all of a sudden, the kill feed explodes in blue names, and Ambush, I was gonna say, Ambush pulls the trigger. They might not have gone for the plant, they just got the kills instead. You know what? Win's a win.
Yeah, this time they spent a lot more time in a 5v3 to actually go for like what's the best game plan here, what do we do? They took it really disciplined there. It didn't just conga line anyway, even though for a moment I would think we both were a bit worried when they were congregating on the train and the engine door there, 3 of the players, but they ended up getting all the kills that they needed in a brief moment. They had solid information gathering there. Able to take the fights like at the same time, denying every possible trade for the defenders. They were kind of spread thin anyways, you know, 3v5, but it's just well executed by Ambush. 2v1, 2-1 rather, the round count.
And it could have easily, well, not easily, but it could have potentially been 3-0 as well. Like, they've had the numbers advantage more often than not on the side of Ambush thus far. And we do have to stress again, though, that last night compared to, looks like it's going to be a rehost potentially. Let's see if the admin's going to call that one. There's a crash on the side of Nick, apparently, so we're just going to have to see if we get an admin call on that one. And we certainly are. There is going to be a rehost, and you'll get to see our lovely smug Nordic faces in just a second. There we go, smug. Now, I was gonna say though, like if we zoom back, I was gonna say if we rewind to last night's game for Ambush, we're gonna have to talk a lot about Ambush in terms of the previous games because Navi didn't play last night. Apologies, but. Their attacks were far better than the defenses. So even though, let's say in the best case scenario, whatever, that Ambush gets a 4 2.5, for instance, or something like that. Considering how they lost 4 defenses in a row without a timeout last night, like, do you think that could happen again, knowing what we know now?
With Ambush, anything can happen. It's less likely when they have been getting better year by year, but like. Anything could happen. They can have a bit of a collapse in the middle of a game and they can still bring it back. They can get far behind right off the bat and still bring it back, and they can similarly get really far ahead and then just lose it straight, not win a single round from there. So I wish we don't see that tonight. They are looking good still. They have been doing some smart stuff. They're a bit different than yesterday, perhaps. They're playing a more slowly. Yesterday they had some really explosive attacks, and now they are using their time to the fullest extent. Really leaving it to the last moment.
And that's a bit nice to see, though, as someone who stands Ambush, of course, that they are able to sort of change the pace on their attacks. Like, you don't want to only be able to be slow, because, like, I can't remember who was RCTIC played against last night. It was, I should remember this, Viperio. Like, they took their time, like the coach said in the interview, like, we didn't really have to do much. Like, RCTIC just took forever to do their attacks. I do believe that's the reference, but anyway, my point is still that sometimes your attacks can be too slow, and it just gives the defenders all the time in the world to do whatever they want. There we go, Rustin, look at this. 5-0 KD thus far in the game with a 75% cost. Like, only 3 rounds, of course, but there's a reason why you specifically talked about Rustin to me before the season started. It's like, it's so cool to see such a young, talented gunner come into the side of Ambush. And sure, he didn't he didn't pop out in the first 2 weeks, but has that arguably been a good thing for Rustin?
I think, yeah, he's been having a bit of an easier time in the team, as everybody else has been really carrying the weight, and he hasn't had to be putting in like monstrous performances to get the W's on the board. So he's been like slowly getting eased into the tier 3 world and the national league scene, and I think it's really good for him. He's been under not that much pressure, but he can like really take his time and get the experience going. That's something he has been lacking before, as it's his first season. He just got 18 end of last year, so
yeah. And then what a time to be alive when you get to debut on tier 3 and play against Navi and Heroic in your first season.
Yeah. Get around winning kill in the first round, though.
Yeah, well, I mean, you won. I wouldn't say it's not a clutch, really. I mean, it was a 2v1, so if anything, Ambush had the advantage there. So it was a nice attempt. But we've been talking, obviously, for obvious reasons. We talked a lot about Ambush right now. We're Nordic Shells, and we know the team better. But Navi, okay, I'm gonna ask you, the coach, the analyst, the former player, and all that stuff. Navi, what do they have to do to stem what we've been seeing from Ambush thus far?
I think they're giving a bit too much respect. They are playing a bit like too careful, I think. I think they could really spread their legs here, show that they are a tier 1 team, and try and leverage the amount of experience that they have compared to Ambush and try and catch them off guard a bit. But I think they are playing a bit passive now. They are like and doing some careless stuff, like having just solo roams without any utility. We see Ambush are good at clearing roamers. They are not like the team that gets tripped up instantly when you have somebody just crouch walking around. They are really good at clearing it. They are really good at doing it as a team. They are really good at trading. We see that all of the players on Ambush are really like close to each other in terms of stats. They are trading a lot. Their costs is high, so they are not to be like left in the dust by somebody just solo roaming around the map and getting a triple kill throughout the round. That's something that usually doesn't happen to them that much, as maybe some other teams in the NPL. And I think Navi should really try and refrain from that kind of playstyle.
We'll see if they will do just that, as Blur has swapped over to the Alibi here, and of course bringing in the shield and bringing the Alibi clone, so just to have a little bit of extra util, and of course shooting through the windows with an Alibi clone next to it will ping away your position to the defenders, and can be a little bit of a nuisance. You might not even have to swing on that intel, it just is enough to make the attackers be a little bit more careful when they are in that window play. So Defoe's just going to yeet that drone through, and it's like, okay, yeah, there's definitely someone here, because my drone just instantly got swallowed up in a big black hole. Let's see if that nade's going to land through. No, trying to clear a little bit of a... Oh, that was potential... Oh, I mean, it was a nice setup there, but secretly does have the moves. He might be an experienced old man, but he still got the dance moves from the 80s. You know, disco time. That's probably when he grew up, right? When you're 26? Oh.
Yeah, he's got the lover buddy of somebody 5 years junior.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I hope please tell me someone droned out Yak there. It didn't just like drive through his feet and think that he was a chair or something, but they have pinged him out, so they are aware that exactly where he is, and if he doesn't move, this could be potentially... Yeah, I'm just waiting for the setup. Kilius is gonna look this up. He's still like, is he still there? At some point you have to shoot Kilius. It's like he's playing pool or golf, and there he goes, finally coming through. He's just waiting for the fellow. That's what he was. Okay, but Oryx is also quite fast, like running legs. He will just dash away, and there we go. Rody with the LMG will just spray, and even with someone potentially close to Pixel, that was Blur, but I think it was just a little bit too late to back up his teammate there. Good setup. Took a long while though, and the time is ticking here. But look at Nick repelling in. He's gonna try to push towards. Secretly, he's gonna take down Thunder. He's gonna get a second. No, it's not. Lion's still on the window. Perhaps they could have done something there together, but Navi gonna get a couple of kills back here, so 3-on-3 with 30 seconds left.
Yeah, this time it took a lot longer for Ambush to clear out the roamer and the piano. They were playing a little less wide on Navi, and it seems to be paying off, as Ambush are really having to nail their execute in the last 20 seconds.
Oh,
was the grappling in, gets instantly taken down. Same happens to the guy jumping down Skylight, and now it's all on DFLA. He gets one, but it's instantly traded. That's good positioning from Navi and really good read on the situation. They had it under wraps there pretty much when it's 20 seconds left in a 3v3. You have no execute, utility for the side execute, no smokes. That's just, we're done for.
I was just gonna say, like, that kill by Nate there is the sightline that he had to back up to help up secretly is just, that really just cemented the round there, because it was, the setup was there. He was going to get a stun nade down from Skylight, and then Rustin, I do believe it was playing the Lion, could just swing in and get the kill potentially on a blind secretly. But Nath was there playing with his teammate, getting himself that kill and securing the round for Navi. So there was potential there for an ambush, and you saw as well with Nikin on the rappel there. Could have arguably seen a little bit more perhaps from the window play, but again, it's difficult to do that setup. You don't want to swing everything in, but sometimes you just have to toss the coin and see which side it lands on. You sometimes committing to a play such as that with the extra manpower might be enough, but also, of course, you can be a bit worried about the crossfire, having Rustin in one end and then having Nick, you know, shooting from the opposite end, and all of a sudden, whoops, you shoot each other. You know, we've seen some creative team kills already tonight. We don't need any more, apparently, on the side of an ambush.
Yeah.
I mean, I say that, and Nick killed himself earlier, so, you know.
Yeah. It happens.
It happens.
Nades are such a big part of today's games that you're just bound to have a couple of oopsies during the season.
Yeah.
There's still like some fun siege physics going on when you throw them at doorways and like windowsills. Just bounce right back at you.
Yep. It can happen. Secretly, playing inside a coat check, and very important position here, holding inside of, when you're holding kitchen as a site, of course, because you want someone in that area to be able to cut off any potential rotations and hold that ground floor. And if someone's going in trying to contest, if you got someone inside of Christmas or whatever, just someone who are able to swing out and help you. And the ping is coming through in Brody. They know that someone is on the opposite side here. That's going to be Nath, who's going to be barricading. You're should be able to hear that barricade noise as well, but sometimes noise can be a bit risky. And there you go, Rody is just standing on top of the garage, getting himself an easy peasy kill. And that will be, if I remember correctly, his third opening kill thus far. He's got a number on Navi, and as I say, that Blur just swings, and this is probably more to the Blur that we were used to seeing in terms of getting himself some kills on the board. And the fact that he's able to get back inside there alive is a little bit of an oopsie on the side of ambush, knowing that they had a player on the opposite side. But of course, that's what you get sometimes. Players occupied with different jobs, and all of a sudden someone just does, like you said, plays without respect, just swings, was a swing and a hit, and this time.
Yeah, that's what Navi should do a bit more, because Ambush clearly went ready for it. And I think that's something you can, like, as a tier 1 team, spot those opportunities to do some sneaky plays, so to speak, runouts and stuff like that. It's easier to do when you have a lot of experience. You can read the situations and the opportunities to do so a lot better than your average tier 3 team. It's good to see them exercising some of that here.
I certainly do hope that Ambush has got as strong heads as you talked about earlier, because right now they're being very strong-headed. Rodius scores is going to try to apply a little bit of pressure from Red Stairs, but secretly is going to win that gunfight, and then all of a sudden it's looking worse already for Ambush. And the reason why I'm saying this is because we've been seeing these 3 Ambush players trying to sort of bang their heads against the wall and door staircases here, and Coalesce is going to try and walk in as Nick is being injured, and on the opposite side, so it's a 2v4 advantage for Navi. We're going to see the swing, though. Coalesce is deep, but somehow they do have the intel that he's on site, and it must be called in from Yak or some other intel that they have here, and it means that the fella's going to have to clutch a 1v4. He will be able to injure one, but Blur started the ball for Navi, and he will finish it as well. And all of a sudden, Navi are up 3-2, and this Navi, much more what we expected, like, for them to look like. There we go.
Yeah, that's starting to look more like what they need to do to keep Ambush in check here. Just don't give them any respect. Blur running around with the alibi, getting a triple kill on that round. Really showing up slowly here. Ambush got a couple of rounds now. They just needed to tie it to 3-3, and we got ourselves a match. But if Navi are starting to get comfortable in this match, I fear that there's a chance that they're just gonna run away with it.
Yep. That's the thing. It's just night and day in round 5 here from what we saw in the first 2 rounds from Navi. Even though they did win round number 2, it was more of a botched opportunity from Ambush than a well-played round by Navi, arguably. Of course, no disrespect to the clutch that we saw from Yak and Nath in that relevant round. But Back up to reading this time around, and the great thing about reading is that you can have a little bit of presence here at the top floor. It does seem like NAVI do have a preference for defending up at bar whenever the opportunity presents itself, and reading allows you to do that somewhat. And even if you do lose the top floor, if you're able to stall a lot of time here contesting from bar, contesting into piano, you can still just potentially rotate back to site if you're lucky, unless you do an ambush whoopsie from the previous Nordic Championship. I do believe it was either ambush or a 6-pick, and not open the rotation for your teammates, because then you're kind of stuck up there and you have 5 players just waiting to gun you down. But don't think that ambush will be NAVI will be making such a mistake.
Yeah, you'd count on the UL team not to do that kind of mistake.
Let's see the Rody. It's been really playing on the windows here, and Yak is playing with fire here. Almost literally I was going to send a fireplace. Luckily for him it's not lit, but if he's not aware of his positioning there, he could be poking a little bit too close to the window. And the thing is, like, if this is someone else who's been in this position before previously in this matchup, like Blur, for instance, he will be more aware of it. But there you go, Nick is just going to swing him and take him down. And Rody still got window control there, though. And a really good start yet again here from Ambush. Been getting the first blood in the majority of this rounds. But like you said, sometimes the number advantage for Ambush isn't an advantage at all.
Yeah. It's quickly gone in the wind, as we've seen way too many times before. Even a couple of the NAVI rounds on this game have been started out as an ambush 5v4 or even a 5v3. Taking some time here, they are getting the clear done slowly but surely. Opting to leave the top floor pretty much to NAVI, not really contesting it that much, as they had success here earlier with this middle floor push and ambush. Seems like they're planning on doing something similar. And Rastin is actually taking a page out of Blur's book on the Nuck Roam, walking around the map.
Yeah, he's been playing a lot of Nuck thus far in the game, and he might just be trying to do a clear here up Brown Stairs from all we know, and just to see if they can get a little bit of a foot inside of Brown Stairs to apply some pressure to reading. Because the thing is, do you really need, arguably, the up top floor? Oh, a little bit of a pretty nasty little pre-fire there coming through from beneath, but almost. But this is the thing, though, okay? You have a smoke on Dining, and he's just going to have to shoot away that canister just to be able to throw out a new one, because the first one did miss. So that is a wasted canister, and I do believe he still has one, though, so he'll be able to waste another 10 seconds. But my point was, if you're going for a Dining push, that is arguably the one that is easiest, considering that you don't need all the vertical control. You do have the mid control here, though, and Rasen, if he can apply some pressure to the white stairs as soon as the execute comes in here, if he wins that gunfight, that's the final smoke canister coming out, though, and secretly he's going to be the one to open the show. Rody takes down Blur. Rasen's going to be able to push up white. Even if he takes the clone, he will still get it. Still numbers advantage here, but look at the time. Time's ticking down, and Plant is nowhere near, and it's secretly, he's just playing on the top floor here, but where's the Kid? Secretly pistol whipping to white. Kid is going to go down, but Rody has the cover on white stairs, and Ambush will equal it and give us a 3 and 3/2 on Cafe Dostoyevsky.
Oh, close one here again. I'm gonna have to get my paper back out. I'm starting to hyperventilate again. And you see the Nok running out, sprinting out with a pistol in hand and getting instantly domed on those stairs there in the end, white stairs. You're starting to think, oh no, this is how it starts. This is how you lose a 3v1.
I mean, I was just waiting to see, like, on the side of Ambush there. I was like, okay, so when's that yellow bar gonna show up? Yellow bar? Yellow bar, hello? But, you know, and because secretly, obviously, doesn't know there, it seems like, with the plant, he knows he has to contest. Like, okay, they're just going to plant, and in a post-plant situation, it's going to be much worse. I'm going to have to try and risk it here, swing, and see if I can spot the planter or whatever, and get a kill on him. Unfortunately for him, Rody was disciplined, holding the white stairs there, because he knew he just lost a teammate in the white stairs area, and that secretly would most likely come down white stairs if he was going to come down at all, especially with only 2 seconds left on the clock. So well played there by Rody. Rody has been playing quite well, I would say, this far in the matchup.
He's having a really good game. He has a lot of opening kills. He's been terror on the windows, an old console player, of course.
There you go. There you have it. That's why. But again, though, let's point out Blur and Secretly as well. After the rehost there, Blur was 4-0 before this previous round after the rehost, and it seemed like they got like themselves a little bit of a mini timeout there to do a little bit of reset. But this is where I get a little bit concerned for Ambush, as NAVI is an EOL team on the attack here in Cafe Dostoyevsky, and the weakest point for Ambush last night, arguably, was their defense.
Yep. They're also having the castle here being instantly taken down by the sledge. Seems like there's a lot of soft destruction. You have both the sledge and Sophia, and then a couple of nades rounded out on the Iana to take down the sledge barricades. So maybe that's something that Ambush will look at the next round. Maybe swap that operator out. It's not gonna be the highest impact operator on their defense here.
Guess we'll see, as Thunder was doing his best Brody impression by playing Sophia at the windows, but of course it makes sense to play the LMG at the windows now because you have such a massive clip that you can just hold left click and spray and create yourself a little bit, just give yourself a massive advantage, as Rody has actually prepped the window here, it seems like. I don't think he's going to be doing any shenanigans anytime soon, but might be able to catch an attacker off guard. Sometimes if you're going to punch a window and all of a sudden the entire window is gone, it's like, whoop, it might be a little millisecond of, okay.
I'm just gonna say, Rody and Cafe Windows, there are gonna be some shenanigans. There are a clip just recently from the Finnish Championship Finals 2 years ago, where he jumped out the same window like 3 times during the round, the white window.
Would you do that against NAVI, though?
No. Maybe that's something that catches them off guard. I bet they haven't had that happen to them many times.
I hope they haven't gone so deep that they're going to go down into the Finnish Championship to get some intel here on Rody. I certainly hope not for the side of NAVI. I think they've had far more important things to do. But we did see a setup here, potentially trying to take out Kilius, I do believe it was, inside the train. But Thunder and NAVI were not able to capitalize on that. Kilius actually get away. He's actually chipping a little bit of damage away from Thunder instead. And with less than a minute left here, all players are still left alive for both teams here. And that could make it a little bit of a messy execute here. Of course, you would give the advantage over to NAVI because of their head-to-head play, I would say, with EOL players. And the C4 narrowly missing out on Nath there, but at least it's going to help him with the castle barricade. But of course, on bar is the defense. If you have these angles and you have the positions up there, though, that's crucial. Thunder getting the opening kill here to remove the numbers. Yak is going to be injured, though. No, the Dakaebi calls are going to come through as well, so they're going to be able to see Nick inside the smoke. Is just going to spray through the smoke and see him secretly. Will trade one back, though. The default kit is, of course, down. The diffuser kit even. Not everyone's inside, and with Nath blinding himself, going to lose a little bit of time as well, but Blur is going to do massive here for his team as he's just going to run into sight, take down every single player, I was going to say. Only Rody left alive. I say Rody, but he's going to get jabbed out. They're going to know exactly where he is. He's going to go into 2 jabs, and Blur, well, he has been a little bit of a guardian angel for his team this round, and he just walked in, found himself 3 kills, and salvaged that round for NAVI.
Really back and forth around there. Went down to the wire.
Oh yeah.
But Blur able to win some of those really important fights in the end there. It was a really good read from Nick, who probably heard the plant going down in the smoke and got the pre-fire in place nicely. But it wasn't enough. He got picked off instantly from the guy rappelling into the balcony. So
yeah, that's also
a bit unfortunate.
Yeah, but that's also an example of why it could be clever to, if you see the opportunity to do so, fast forward your executes. I was going to say, don't wait until like the final 10 seconds, because if that had happened with like 10 seconds of whatever, and the kid is on the floor all of a sudden, and you have to, as Navi, scramble, and you're gonna have to make split-second decisions. Okay, are we just gonna commit to the kills here, or are we actually gonna try and find this kit and go for the kit? Because it's like I said, it's a little bit of a Wild West scenario going on right there, and because they had a little bit of extra couple of seconds, that were able to find those crucial kills. You know, Thunder got the opening. Sure, Nick even that went out by killing the planter, and Yak were injured, but Blur, it just thrived in the chaos that just, you know, opened up here on top of bar, and just were able to get that round in place for NAVI.
Yep. Still bringing the same amount of self-destruction. They're actually bringing the Thatcher too, something that Ambush didn't really bring.
Nope.
It's useful to deal with some of the stuff that Ambush has. They have the guide on mute, both. that are really slowing down the attack on some of the sites on this map quite a lot. They can be really disturbing to deal with if you want to clear the top floor, for example, attacking the middle floor. And having the Thatcher is just gonna be really nice for them. They can speed it up the process a bit.
Yep. Brody is being naded at, I was gonna say. It's gonna take a little bit of chip damage here, playing in the infamous Maestro spot here inside of Cocktail, even though it is a second floor defense on reading. And I like this already from Ambush, that they just, you know, last night they were trying to defend the same site over and over again for a couple of times until, like, they finally got their way, I was going to say. But this time they're much quicker on the rotating in terms of sites, just trying to not give Navi too much here. We heard the Thatcher go off earlier so that the Selma charges could be able to open up. Freezer here, and opening up, talking of that, Nath is going to be able to open the show here, and the trades are coming through left and right, but it is going to be to the benefit of Navi. And speaking of it, Nath, yet again, 4-2 advantage here for Navi, and this is what we were talking about. Navi on the attack is just a completely different beast compared to what we saw from Ambush. That's a good C4 from Kilius. Got a little bit of intel there, a little bit of help, of course. It's not the worst case scenario here, but keeping in mind who they're playing against, 3v2 means that one of them is going to have to get 2 kills on the side of Navi, and Blur is still alive. And secretly, 6 kills.
Yeah, it's a really important round to try and clutch out through Ambush, but it seems like at the moment it's heavily Navi favored. I'd say they have all the positions that they need, and it's really down to the plays that Ambush can make. They can pretty much get the plant down without any contest here. If Fella actually finds a kill, and now it's a 2-2. Now it's actually really dangerous for Navi. They get the first one though.
Get the first one, and Kilius saw them both running for their lives. Gonna be able to ping here, and it's just unfortunate with the red ping coming through there. He's probably just gonna try and stick this because he heard the repel. Now that he hears someone coming back up, is he gonna be able to kill? No, a little bit of quick wiggle peek there. Is he gonna be able to follow up and try and get the kill? He's gonna have to try and commit to this one. Still not dead, but there we go. Blur is just gonna go back, and Blur has just been phenomenal for Navi these last couple of rounds. He's even gonna give him the hip fire send-off, I was gonna say. And Blur, when he feels as confident as he does, it does not bode well for Ambush.
Yeah, he's been having a super solid game. He woke up at like the 3rd, 4th round on their defensive half, and after that it's been multiple rounds. Every other round it feels like for him. And Ambush are starting to struggle a bit. We see some of the similar issues that we saw yesterday from them on the defensive side, where Nick and Rustin are unable to find each other on the roam upstairs, and they are just getting picked off one by one. And that's something that is going to be exploited by a team like Navi every time. Give them a chance for that. So really wish we see that remedied here soon. Maybe switching up the site helps, because the bottom floor was actually one of the sites that they managed to win it out on yesterday with a strong performance from Diffella. So far been a bit quiet this game.
Yeah, but it is more of a team, I was gonna say, for Ambush though. I mean, Brody has been able to really put in the load here, I was gonna say, for Ambush thus far today, like Diffella had last night. And it's just down to the fact that, well, Navi, sure, looking a little bit shaky on that first couple of rounds, but all of a sudden been able to pick up some rounds, win 2 rounds in a row. And that's the thing for Ambush. They have yet to win 2 rounds in a row, whereas Navi has done just that. Getting those rounds back to back is crucial to have that momentum. And tackling attack, to come back to the point, like I said, well, okay, Navi on attack is just a completely different pace, that's usually where you see the difference between, oh, Rody takes a lot of damage there.
Yep, he's lucky to get away with his life.
Yep, very lucky to get away. And someone isn't down by Garage there, potentially. Secret is going to be droning it out, but it doesn't seem like there's anyone there. So he is incredibly lucky. Oh, okay. To get away with his life. But yeah, like, you see the class difference between teams usually on the attack, because the attacks require so much more in terms of coordination and discipline when it comes to executing together and trying to clear out the map rather than being a defender waiting for the attackers to come to you.
Yeah, and that's funny that you say that, as you'd imagine that a team like Ambush then would shine more on the defense. Instead, their attacks have been way more dangerous on Cafe.
Yeah, like I'm not saying like they're necessarily better on attack than defense. I'm just saying that the attacks of Navi are better than the attacks of Ambush. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Well, I mean that was probably the most self-explanatory statement today. It's like, well, yeah, definitely. I certainly hope Navi's attacks are better than a tier 3 team. But here we go, Blur just opening the ball again after the reset. He's had 10 kills. And it's just looking really sharp here. And they didn't get to play last night because of that unfortunate disconnect for Thunder and had to forfeit a game. But right now they are just really looking to play here and just take the matches away because they need those kids. And Rody! I mean, if there was one player on Ambush you would expect to do that, I would say it would be Rody. Just does a little bit of a meep, and he just swings. There you go. Rody Roadrunner.
1 HP and still manages to find a kill there. That's really big for his team. That alleviates a lot of the pressure on the side. They're still under a lot of pressure from the vertical being made by Navi, and they're gonna have a tough job ahead of them to try and stop the execute from going through. Yak has already dropped actually into the freezer. The kid still smokes. Still a smoke to go for, but that's the last one. We still have echo cams actually. This is gonna be really interesting. You should have the info.
Yeah, there you go. But the echo cams are visible now. Those should be able to shoot them out. Oh no, he's actually going to whip those shots, and Thunder's going hunting to try and go Rody. Rody was already really low though. He's going to be able to get another charge. No kill. He's going to have to charge this, and secretly he's just going to be able to clean it up here. Watching this, he might be one of the oldest guys in the game, but he still knows how to hold the line. And with the echo in an unfortunate position there, the drone finally secretly was better at shooting at people than he was at shooting an echo drone, but he got it in the end. And that positioning by that drone was really unfortunate because it was still alive, and if that cursed air duct wasn't in the way, they could actually have canceled that final one. But that round has to go down to a great cover by Secretly. Yes, Ambush players are lining up, but Secretly still have to win those gunfights, and he did. And guess what? We actually get a timeout from Ambush tonight.
Yep, once they gave up the match point, they were like, yep, now we use it. It's going to be a rough awakening for them when they realize they didn't save their one from last time. You can't use that one, too.
Yeah, that's, I made that joke earlier as well. It's like, yeah, guys, these are not cumulative. Like, you have to, like, you only get one per day. It's not like you can have, like, 3 timeouts in one day if you haven't used them the 2 previous game days, but, you know. I just wish I wish they had used it before Kitchen, because Navi has won 2 rounds in a row, and they know that, well, if we lose one more round, we're not going to get all 3 points. Like, I get that, like, maybe you want to save the overtime, the timeout for the overtime to be able to get the win, but arguably avoiding Navi getting that 6th round to deny you 3 points is also very crucial, especially considering the ambition of Ambush, which is to secure that coveted CL spot.
Yes. Their defenses are still looking quite suspect on Cafe.
Yep.
Of course, there wasn't much time to remedy those things, as just finished their game here last time and yesterday. Yeah. They had some of those similar issues, and they have not had that much time to work on it realistically, being the second game of the evening today.
Very
Probably
true.
just got off of work. But one warm-up scrim in and back to the game.
I'm just hoping though, for the sake of there you go, look at Blur. It's 67% cost so far of this game, and 2.20 KD, opening KD 2 and 1. Rody is still ahead of him, I think, in terms of opening kills, but Blur has certainly had a major impact for his team here, and Secretly as well, getting those crucial cover kills, backing up his teammates here. And Nath and the rest are going to try and clear out Rody here as the C4. Quick on the finger there. Nath just repel himself away. Got a drone there, Rody, and you yeeted the C4. But how much time are you going to be able to waste here on the top floor? This is a reading defense. Remember what we talked about just a couple of rounds ago? Like, how much time you can stall here on the top floor. Rody is going to be droned out here, and keep in mind that Nath and some Navi are ready to pounce. Nick, though, playing very close here with the Vigil on towards Blur, and that would be a great pickup, but Blur is just impossible to beat right now, and with Thunder waiting on the red stairs as well, it's just going to secure that kill, but the credit will go to Blur as he got the injure, so the kill feed is lying a little bit, and there we go, Rhodey got a little bit antsy there as well, and it looks like it's the beginning of the end here for Ambush, as Yak is just going to drop here with the Monty, with the kit. Now they have such a massive number advantage. Yes, it's a reading defense, but now you have such a numbers advantage, and I guess Navi got tired of playing. This is the Navi that we needed to see after a scrappy start to the NPL. This is the Navi that everyone else except for me, you, Engineer, were expecting to see tonight, and secretly just waiting in the white stairs. This is exactly the dismantling that we wanted to see. Coalesce will get a second C4 kill of the night, and a little bit of a fadeaway, but I do fear that someone else is going to give him a nice farewell. Well, I say that.
It's still doable,
1v2.
actually.
Yeah, it is doable. It is a Monty. He's going to have to plant, but now they didn't know where he is, and Coalesce is struggling a little bit here. We'll see the Monty, and now they have full intel, and you would, of course, expect secretly to win this gunfight, but, of course, a good placement here for Coalesce would give him the kill. He's just going to try and stall a little bit of time here now, but there we go. Secretly, it's just waiting, and a strong, convincing 7-3 for Navi, and this is the Navi that we have been waiting for oh so long.
Yeah, they really turned up today. Blur had a really good game there, just tearing ambushes under, and you just kind of have to think, with the defenses being as weak as they were today, what if they took them to Clubhouse? That's a map you want to go to kill the Giants, so unfortunate. They had a good showing yesterday, but it wasn't enough today. Navi were on a different level to Ambush today, and it really showed in the attacking half they had. Really no contest on any of the rounds. It wasn't even that close that many of the times.
No. And the thing is, I mean, this isn't the worst case scenario for Ambush, because if you look before the season start and you'll see who is in the league, you know, with Heroic and Navi, this is a game where you kind of expect to drop 3 points. So obviously, it's in terms of how the points go and the match go, this isn't like such a massive shock in terms of the results here. But again, Ambush would be perhaps kicking themselves a little bit with how easily they were dismantling the defense there. But could it be a viable strategy here, knowing that you're going to play a team that is that much stronger than you, to go back to the same map that you played last time and just not give away too much more intel to the other teams that you should be beating, or that you should beat if you want to see outspot?
Yeah, I think it's gonna be something that they look back on when the season draws closer to an end, that the top points here, as some of the other teams have been able to pick up points from Navi, and it's gonna be such a tight race to the end that I think this is gonna be something that Ambush guys are not happy with.
So again, though, looking for the next week, we're gonna see Ambush will be playing against RCTIC, you know, which could be a potential stumble here. But this is arguably the hardest lineup, like, it's just out of the way now for Ambush. They played their toughest competitors, if you look at the table, with the exception of Viperio, but they're not going to face Viperio until like June, after the break, which is going to give them tons of time to prepare, but could also be difficult, because who knows what Viperio are going to look like after the break. But speaking of breaks, me and Uberos is going to take a small little break here, as we're going to throw you right back to the analyst desk, because they probably want to dissect this one as well.
Thank you so much, Snare and Arvid. You guys did absolutely incredible with the cast, but Navi really came in swinging. We said how last week we didn't really show exactly what we were expecting of them. Yesterday, we didn't even get to see them play, but today they defeated Ambush on this map, and they just looked incredibly strong doing so. So I'm going to be starting off with you, Demo, here. What were the highlight points for you on this match specifically?
Oh, I think Blur stepping up. I think that's what he does. You know, that's just where he can come into his element and can just start ripping teams apart like that. You know, I think he made it very, very easy. As soon as he kind of got into that attack, as soon as Iana fell into his hands, he was so comfortable in so many of those situations. I think you have to give Secretly a commendation as well. Ollie, you know what? That's somebody that you wanted to see step up today, and I think he did so.
Yeah, it was a really full, well-rounded performance from Navi. And that was kind of what we theorized on the desk. You know, we sort of said, look, we might be about to see Ambush face the full wrath of Navi here. Poor performance last week, unfortunate circumstance yesterday, and bang, bounce back in a big way. It's a big statement to take a team to a map that they are very well known for. Ambush, of course, have already seen success on Cafe here this week, but they weren't seeing any success there on Cafe tonight.
And maybe pushing their luck just a little, but Ambush also on the defensive side of things wasn't looking as strong as we might have expected them to. And Ollie, what would you put this down to specifically?
I think, Navi are going to be that coordinated team, aren't they? They have that ability to attack. Cafe can be a map that can be very tricky to attack if you're an inexperienced or an uncoordinated team, but Navi were using the time very well. They were very efficient in the early part of the round. There was a big focus on getting the plant down there. We saw the plant go down in a couple of rounds, and it was attempted in more than that. We saw great presence on the map from players like Nathan and Blur, really getting in amongst the action on those entries. And I think that's something that, again, it really comes down to time and experience. You've got people that are going to be droning these guys in. You've got a very full idea of how you want to, look to try and clear the map. And if you can work quickly on attack, you can put a lot of pressure on the defenders. And we certainly saw a lot of pressure being applied to Ambush. There was a number of rounds where Kilius was left as the last alive in a 1 versus 3, 1 versus 2. And that tells you all you need to know. It tells you that you roamers, the people that are getting out there and getting into that first engagement, aren't being successful.
Yeah, and they didn't really get those picks up. But speaking of Nathan, we actually have him lined up for an interview as well from the NAVI side of things. So congratulations on your first win here of the week. I kind of want to start off by talking about the momentum leading up to this. So we kind of mentioned it on the desk before. Last week, not really what we expected to see. Yesterday, incredibly unfortunate circumstances. How was the mental and emotional state of the team coming into this game? How was it?
I think from a perspective of my mental, obviously we're all professional players. We get paid to play the game, so whether obviously Thunder was unlucky to not play the game yesterday, but it is what it is. And today we just came in and did the business.
Yeah, did the business indeed. And you guys did it on Cafe as well, one of those maps that you guys are very much known for. And Ambush feeling really comfortable leaving that open. Was it a bit of a surprise for you guys that was the case, or was it something you expected?
I don't know. I think it was just we didn't not expect it to play that map. So I don't know. I think it's quite a popular map in T3. So yeah, I think it was just one of them. Expected maps.
Yeah, and are you guys happy with the performance today? Because you guys did really come out swinging, or do you feel that there are a couple of points that maybe you want to highlight and focus on leading up to your future matches?
I mean, the defense is going to be a bit better, but they said Lamau first round after they won it, and then they proceeded to get 7-3. So I'm happy with the game.
Maybe don't say Lamau after the first round, I guess. Doesn't really seem to work out there. But in talking specifically about, the defensive side of things, and maybe something that you guys notice is a bit of a crack in the armor coming through, what are you guys going to be doing specifically to ensure that that's one of those things that you target?
Well, we have an off season now with EU will finish, so a lot of changes to be made strat wise. So yeah, I think that'll be our focus from now on.
Okay, well, I do want to ask you if you happen to have any final shout outs. You guys really didn't get any screen time yesterday, so anything you want to share with the viewers?
Nothing much. Thanks for the support as always. Honestly, much love goes out to NAVI and Ukraine.
Well, thank you so much for taking the time for the interview, and once again, congratulations on your performance. I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you. Well, that was quite interesting, the fact that, Nathan felt comfortable pointing out what they weren't comfortable on. I don't think so far we've kind of seen a player do so, and it was that defensive side come through. Yes, they did really well today, but they still feel like it's something they need to be focusing on. Demo, what do you think? Is there anything besides that defensive side of things that Navi really has to kind of dot the I and cross the T's, or are you saying, yes, it's a defensive side and that's just what they need to be focusing on going forward?
No, I think that NAVI they know what they need to do. I don't think there's if they look. I think if you look at that game, that was a comfortable game. You seen the way Nathan kind of was in that interview. They were happy with that. They knew that they were going to win that. They knew going into that matchup that the map fancied them. They were up for it today, and they stepped up. I think that was proven. Everyone stepped up to that. I don't think you can really pinpoint anyone who didn't really get in the mix. I suppose maybe you could look at Kayak, who maybe didn't have much kills, but you think about one of the rounds, Ollie, where he was trying to get those plants down, which was crucial. Kayak, whenever he sees an opportunity to get that diffuser down, he's going for it.
Yeah, absolutely. We've actually got a clip to demonstrate that if we could throw it up on screen right now. This is something that we wanted to really highlight here. The way that NAVI are approaching this. 30 seconds left on the clock. Last smoke canister used by Coalesce. No C4s remaining. We've got a couple of impacts on Defele, but you're mainly going to be looking toward that yokai drone. So much time here is burnt up by that yokai drone, but again, it still isn't going to be enough. There's pressure still flying in. NAVI have already got that man count advantage, and then boom, secretly comes out of nowhere. Well, wanted to highlight this clip for a couple of reasons. One, because it's a nice plant that's going down under the cover of a lot of teamwork, but two, look at secretly on that swing. Finds himself 2 kills. He's on the polar opposite of the look that he was seeing last week. He's landing those shots. He's able to be a big impact player. And that's the sort of level of teamwork that you're expecting from NAVI. They can get a plant down inside a kitchen. They know how this game works inside and out. And it was just a good example of the teamwork. And even the fact that there was a lot of utility available on ambush, it still wasn't really enough. I think NAVI are going to be really happy with tonight. They're going to expect to lose a couple of rounds here and there. But ultimately, it's all about who gets that dub and who gets that 3 points. And that's what they're walking away with.
Yeah, NAVI securing their first points of this week on Playday 6, and I think they did it incredibly strong and incredibly well. We are going to be heading to game number 3 after the break, and that's going to be TENSTAR versus Heroic. One of these matches that we kind of highlighted in the pre-show as to how important that's going to be on impacting the standings and where the teams are going to be located. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back shortly.
My name's Nikki, I am Chase's mum, and we first met Special Effect at EGX some years ago when both me and my husband went up for the day, and we found a stand called Special Effect. Never heard of it before, didn't realise there was such a thing as a gaming charity for the disabled. So before we visited Special Effect, I mean, we've always been a huge gaming family, and gaming is something I wanted all my children to be able to have the opportunity to do. Chase has got a severe form of cerebral palsy, and he has dystonia, which means he can't fully control his body very well. Even trying to get Chase to push a button is really difficult to do because he just doesn't have the fine motor skills to do it. But he really loved gaming, and you could see that he wanted to do more. So we went up to the gaming room in Oxford, and so throughout the day we trialled lots of different pieces of equipment, lots of different games, until we found out what worked best for Chase. As a parent, it's made so much difference to Chase being able to access video games. I was really sad that I thought that he was never really going to be able to join in and do those things on his own. Particularly to disabled people, I think games are really important because, someone who's able-bodied can go out, they can play golf, they can go and drive a car, they can do almost anything in real life. Chase isn't going to have those same opportunities. So being able to sit down and put on a game means that it creates a level playing field. He can do an activity that he probably wouldn't be able to do in normal day-to-day life. But even better, with gaming, he can play alongside someone who's able-bodied, and it gives a real boost to his self-confidence, I think.
That was good, wasn't it? That's pretty fixable.
quick kills. 4 quick kills come in.
And Sloth just picks them apart.
Let's try and put some shots on in and managing to find the last 2.
Oh, but Blur just decimates.
Prince steps up huge for Ambush.
3 kills. All E1DCs. What?
Welcome back, everyone, to game number 3 of Playday 6 here at the Northern Premier League. We just saw an absolute convincing win coming through from NAVI against Ambush, and although all of us on the desk right now are wrong, I want to say welcome back, Yuburos. Welcome back, Snurra. I know you guys are currently hurt. We're gonna focus on game number 3. We've got TENSTAR versus Heroic, and let's start by discussing Heroic's roster specifically, because they've been doing quite heroic things here, Snurra.
They've been doing some heroic stuff because they are the heroic team of the Europe of the EUL, because they're the best team in Europe right now. And there's no denying that. We're just gonna wait to see the roster coming up here so we can get a confirmation on who Mr. Officer actually is stepping in for. I've heard a little bit of a contradictory messages going back and forth here on the timelines and stuff, but Officer will be stepping in, so they won't be playing with like their number 5 from the EUL. There we go. No, that's TENSTAR 1, but might as well talk about TENSTAR.
Let's talk about TENSTAR.
So there we go. Again, a team that really has been stepping up and really bounced back from the last week's performance that they had on Clubhouse against Ambush, which they lost, and just came back in dominating fashion yesterday. And with Leader picking up the last night's MVP as well, deservedly so, from a support role, was able to just absolutely run rampant against the opposition. And Jags is, of course, impossible to not mention here. He's been running consistently throughout the tournament, regardless of what the results were. Incredible player, playing on the entry here as well. And whenever there's something being created on the side of TENSTAR, usually Jags is not that far away. But Savage also been playing consistently here. So TENSTAR, again, there's a reason why I've gone for a cheeky, like, I have to try and catch up with everyone else in terms of predictions. And, I have to go for these, like, upsetting spaghettis. And I do think, like, this is one of the closest opportunities I'll get at an upset. So, okay. Go on, TENSTAR, please. I need my predictions up again. And I'm sorry if I ever doubted you.
TENSTAR, they did come out swinging last night. They were really strong, and you said it yourself. It's like what you expected to see from them at the start of the season, but they haven't really shown it just yet. But yesterday, it just seemed to click. So, Yuburos, is there any player specifically that you think we should be focusing on today in this matchup against Heroic that might be the reason that this potential upset would occur?
I think Jax has so far, for me, been the best player in the whole season here in the Northern Premier League.
Okay.
He has been incredibly consistent, even though his team hasn't been doing that well. They've lost a game against Ambush, and they had a loss against NAVI, did they?
I'm gonna look.
They lost against Ambush and Viperio.
Ambush and Viperio.
Yeah, Viperio.
Yep.
So they have had 2 losses, and still Jax is statistically one of the best players in the league, despite all that.
Yeah.
And I think he has been really solid. He has been always there for his team. He has had pretty much no games without dropping double-digit kills. And Savage, of course, someone to look out for, because when Jax and Savage both are online, that's when TENSTAR are scary. They are super scary. There's there are only a few players in the whole league who can come toe-to-toe with those two. And it's when they're both online, it's it's lights out.
Okay, let's look at Heroic specifically, Snurra, and their players coming through. Is there anyone that is standing out to you that it could be potentially just as scary as the TENSTAR roster, or do you think that it's more of a team effort coming through rather than individual players really showing up on the day and causing these wins to come through, securing those rounds?
I mean, in a head-to-head, I don't think there's really that many players on Team Heroic that would lose to any player on the side of TENSTAR, It's just now with the current lineup, there we go, Officer confirmed coming in for Sloth, yes, so they're going to lose one of their gunners, but remember that Gorgona had a ridiculous, streak here just before the NPL and during the NPL, so it's not like they're losing much, really, in that sense, and with Gorgona, Uno, Benji, Benja. Sorry, I looked at Grizzly at the same time. So it was Benji. There you go. Benja, Grizzly, and Officer stepping up. Like, this is just there's more than enough talent here to be able to win individual gunfights and everything. And I think the only thing is, what kind of heroic will we see tonight? Will we see a heroic that tries to like win with this lineup, or are they just gonna come into this game with the same mentality that we saw them against RIDDLE last night? If they do, they're going to be punished much harder by TENSTAR, I predict, than they were by RIDDLE, because RIDDLE just struggled with really punishing Heroic as a team, exploiting those weaknesses that we saw last night in terms of the meme play, I was going to say, that we saw from Heroic, and of course Benja dropping an ace. So, but to single out a player, now that Sloth is off the team, I would probably say, not off the team, that sounded dramatic, but he's not playing tonight.
Yeah.
I was like, oops, sorry, I spilled the beans. No, I would probably say Benja, just because he got an ace last night, and he's a Nordic boy, and I've been following him for so long. I've watched him grow up into a great EUL player.
You gotta support the Nordics right there. You two are the representatives. But I want to talk about the map picks as well that are going to be coming through. So Heroic so far, they've won on Chalet, they've won on Cafe, Bank, Clubhouse. They've really been able to secure these wins on whatever map it gets thrown at them. Then when we're looking at TENSTAR, they lost on Clubhouse against Ambush. Wasn't really something that we were expecting, but as we're going to be playing on Bank, how are you guys thinking this is going to be playing out? Because TENSTAR, they lost to Viperio 86 on Bank before. So Iberus, how are you feeling about this one?
I was hoping for something a bit spicier, but I'll take Bank. It's not Clubhouse. I'll take Bank. Let's see if like TENSTAR can bounce back on Bank. For Heroic, I think you could pick any map and they'd be competitive against any team in this league.
Yeah,
they are just that quality of a team. But Bank is,
I do want to say that Benja is like, whenever I see Benja get to play Bank, I'm getting flashbacks to like the previous Nordic formats when I casted Benja on Bank, and he's had some really good performances, I do think, in the EUL as well on Bank. So, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if we see Benja running around on SlideShare on Bank, just taking like everyone's number. But again, it entirely depends. It depends entirely on what kind of Heroic we're going to see showing up here tonight.
Okay, so do you think the confirmation of the fact that we're going to be playing on Bank here is going to potentially be swaying your prediction a bit more? I know you went for a 10-star scenario. Are you still comfortable with that, or do you think maybe Heroic has, you know, they had, now that Bank's come through, they've won on it twice already, it's kind of in the bag?
I don't know. It's just it's just heroic be heroic. Like, what am I gonna say? Like, it's just I think that TENSTAR, I mean, Kenny never goes to a map veto without a plan. I would think he doesn't strike me as the guy who just goes in and think like he said, the biggest challenge for him was like, okay, am I prepping for meme heroic or for like decent heroic? And I think he will be pleased to go to Bank because he knows that his players will know Bank. And if you're gonna play against a team such as heroic, I argue that it's better to just go to a map where you have your designated roles and you can just stick to what you know works. And potentially, I mean, because I don't think VOD analyzing heroic in this league is really going to have anything to say, because you never know what heroic's going to throw at you.
It's just one of those teams, but we're currently facing some tech issues, so we're going to be throwing it to a very quick break to sort it out, and then we'll be back with the game as we're going to be watching TENSTAR versus Heroic.
3 quick kills, 4 quick kills come in.
And Sloth just picks them apart.
Let's try and put some shots on in and managing to find the last 2.
Oh, but Blur just decimates. Prince steps up huge for Ambush. 3 kills. All E1DCs. What?
Hello everybody and welcome back. Thanks for bearing with us during that short technical break, but we are ready to get underway with our 3rd game of the night. I cannot wait to get stuck into this one. I know there's going to be a lot of people at home eagerly anticipating what we have to come here in RCTIC versus M&M. And we're headed to Bank Demo.
Well, we are. I think you look at this matchup on paper and you probably think, yeah, Heroic should be the side that goes in and wins that just based off the league standings. But TENSTAR are a team that you have to respect, Ollie. We know the potential and, you know, this team is only going to get better. I think we know that. This team is just going to keep on churning out results and getting better with every single victory they take. But this is probably their biggest task and challenge that they've had yet in their campaign. So this could be this is their chance to be Titan Slayers. It could be.
Yeah, I apologize. I got way ahead of myself there. I was calling out the 4th game of the night. TENSTAR versus Heroic. I'm going to blame the pause. The pause threw me off, honestly.
You know, whenever you describe, what a huge, massive matchup. RCTIC versus M&M. I don't know if that has the same ring to TENSTAR Heroic, I'll be honest.
Well, I mean, I think that's where the confusion lies, because I knew that it was a big game, and I read the thing, I was like,
I see. Well, this isn't the match of the night. It's RCTIC versus M&M. Is that the match of the night?
This is definitely the match of the night.
So one thing we have to talk about is no Sloth tonight. I really thought that Heroic were to come in with a full 5. I thought they were going to come in here and just try and pummel TENSTAR, but Murat's in, Officer's here. No discredit to Murat, but he's not Sloth.
No, and there are a few people that are. Sloth is Sloth, and he's irreplaceable. So it's a consideration. Is it going to be decisive? Potentially. Does it make it even more difficult for TENSTAR to prepare? Absolutely.
It is Bank. This is a map that TENSTAR have favoured. This is, I believe, their 3rd time that they're going to be going here, so it's certainly not a map that they're going to shy away from anytime soon. TENSTAR need to play, I think, very, very safe this evening, Ollie. We know Heroic. Whenever you see Officer come in, you know it's not going to be the structure. It's not going to be, the full 5 with the strats and all. I'm sure most people have probably seen Benj's POV last night whenever he got that ace. Did you hear some of the comms, by the way? Heroic was sitting there saying, do I rotate here? Oh, go on then. Yeah, I'll take a route. Like, it's not even prepped. They're making up stuff there and then. And I think TENSTAR, they're going to know that. They're going to have to approach this, be ready for everything. Because Heroic are going to play that playstyle. We're going to run around. Benjes and Capcan, for goodness sake. So you know what you're getting yourself into. So TENSTAR need to play safe siege. That is it.
Capcan on Bank as well is just the ultimate time sink, because it just makes droning that much more difficult. You've really got to be very thorough in the way that you try and drone out the map and make sure that you're just not giving anything away, especially if some of those Capcans are stacked up like we saw last night. It'd be quite timely for TENSTAR to work with. The bans, Hibana ban, Cade ban. So the hatches
ban is good.
Yeah, the Finker ban, it's to be expected. You don't want to give Benja that LMG. And we've already seen Jegs is more than capable on the Zafir. Good to see that those Capcan traps are getting searched out in the early part of the round as well. Very swiftly dealt with.
I like this from TENSTAR, Ollie. They're taking their time. They're not trying to rush things. They're making sure everything is secured. We know that TENSTAR, they can drill those strategies in very, very well. They can set up these great attacks. The only issue that we see with TENSTAR, Ollie, is whenever they start losing some players, and that, great attack doesn't actually come, to blossom. So if they just, again, take it nice and slow, check everything, make sure not a single stone is unturned, they should have no issues. So, Heroic, what can they do to have a bit of aggression? They have some C4s that are starting to be dispersed. Savage is not in the way of that one, and he's still alive, has that sledgehammer, can start opening up these vertical angles onto that small office, and you maybe try and pick some people off from the hatch that will get opened up. Remember last time we seen TENSTAR on Bank Ollie, Savage was key for this attack for TENSTAR, dropping that hatch and being able to get a lot of kills.
Savage has had a good season so far, and you'd be looking to him tonight to be a bit of a leading light along with Jegs. Big undertaking for TENSTAR. They'll have been not only preparing to bounce back from last week, but preparing for this game specifically as well. And to have had such a convincing win yesterday, it only puts them in a better place now, really, to be approaching this one. Heroic, they've given up quite a lot of map control.
Yep.
Now they are going to be susceptible to this vertical barrage that's going to be coming on through. We see Savage taking a little bit of damage there. Gorgona recognizes someone, just rotates over into Tellers. Another nade coming through. A great throw. It's going to chip Gorgona down, and it got the jammer, allowing the wall to be opened and the mirror window rendered useless, as they're going to finish it off with a beautiful kill there through onto Gorgona. That leaves only Mr. Officer playing inside a staff. Of course, there is the opportunity for a rotation here. TENSTAR, they have a lot of information in their hands. They've not overcommitted to the site. They're still working this vert, and it's paying dividends for them. That is less than ideal, though. Leader going for a little bit of a hop-in, greeted by the Frostmat, and Benja pops up out of nowhere. How has nobody checked? Blue picks himself up 3. That is the impact that this player can have. You might have site control, Savage, but you haven't got the diffuser, and you haven't got enough time.
What do you say about Benja? Can we say any more? It's just Benja, isn't it?
Benja things.
That's it.
The disappointing thing about that round is everything was under control.
Yeah.
Aside from Blue.
And
and the hop-in. Leaders hop-in.
Who did Heroic play on Bank, where we seen Benja pretty much do the exact same thing again? It was against Coalesce, wasn't it? He's just walking up and just killing people. That attack is, you know, picturesque from TENSTAR, the way they operated that. I did like the change up from Heroic. They added in the mirror windows to try and slow them down, opening up that quad wall. We've seen that TENSTAR had to use a couple of nades, had to work a little bit more to get rid of that. So I like the fact that Heroic were trying to put in a couple of obstacles in the way. You've seen how boxed in. Heroic were trapped. They were all clogged up on top of each other. The zero cams were great at keeping that information, making sure nobody's escaping. And then you don't have any information on a blue flank?
5 seconds left before insertion.
And the information is the key. You know, it doesn't necessarily need to be watched. It just needs to be, you know, it doesn't need to be watched by an active player. It can be watched by a camera, like you say. There just needs to be some consideration given there. Especially when you're doing your droning and you're doing your man count and you see, oh, we've got one player off-site here. We know that somebody's off-site. And 9 times out of 10, that's going to be Benja. Fortunately for TENSTAR, they've bounced back. Grizzly getting himself picked off there on the Goyo. Not sure if he was going for a cheeky little spawn peek. We did see Uno attempting a spawn peek as well, but he will be punished for it.
That's the area that I think TENSTAR needed to have a good game plan for, is, you know, these cheeky peeks, you know, these little bit of aggression that Heroic are trying to throw their way. And Grizzly, well, he's been caught out. So some of my worries and concerns have kind of been put to bed there, Ollie, just how TENSTAR dealt with that. So Heroic, a man down. Keep in mind, this is a basement defense, Ollie. We're seeing a lot of pressure upstairs, and Uno's going to try and go for a bit of a loose roam game at the moment. Isn't the Vigil, but the Vigil cannot stop being tracked by the Jackal, of course, so all it takes is one footprint, and Uno is going to be in for a world of hurt. We know how well TENSTAR can capitalize on information and get those picks. They have that capability of the fragging department. And they're going to start to try and get the drone work in. Savage will spot out the Vigil so they know where he is. There is a man in lobby windows, and that's a freebie for Rolo. That's a position we've seen Rolo play quite a few times, Ollie, isn't it? He's great at just patrolling those windows. Benja, how are you alive? You almost just matrix those shots there, Ollie, somehow.
Patience from TENSTAR really paying off here. It's about the halfway point in the round.
Dear.
Mr. Officer hidden in the elevator.
Dear.
This is what Mr. Officer is capable of. This is exactly where you want him to be playing. In a ratty corner, hiding out and just letting this attack develop, letting that confidence build. Jegs is going to be pushing down those main stairs as well. Mr. Officer pre-fires his way through, but doesn't manage to land the kill. He's now one of 2 players alive, the other being Benja. Benja on a flank. Mr. Officer finds one before being immediately traded. Benja, you did it last round. Can you do it again? You've got a much further way to go here. Finds himself a kill. gets himself killed. We switch POVs there at the last second, and he does actually get taken on out. The pistol of Rolo going to be doing the business there. It would have been a tall order, but a good round for TENSTAR. Patience, patience, patience. They were so patient on those repels. They managed to pick up the opening kill onto Grizzly, and they didn't rush themselves in the round. Using the full 3-minute timer that you have here is very important, and pacing out what you are doing throughout it.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs.
Just a bit of a question mark round, isn't it, from Heroic? Starts off with the opening death from Grizzly, gives himself up, and then Uno gets caught out, and then we've seen Benja survive somehow. Murat goes undroned, Murat misses a freebie, Benja climbs back up the hatch, Rolo had no idea, but yeah, go on then. Yeah, go on. Just feels as if we're back in Helios time. That's what it feels like.
Yeah, it really does.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Don't like it.
Back in Silly Siege.
Just, yeah. I mean, I'm not surprised. This is how Heroic, they're going to try their luck, try their hand at a lot of things, Ollie. They'll take that gamble. TENSTAR not here to gamble. TENSTAR know that they have a good opportunity. This matchup isn't, I think, a make or break for TENSTAR season. Mostly because Heroic, if they just beat everyone, then nobody gains points from beating Heroic. It's not going to affect the standings in any way. But if TENSTAR managed to get a win against Heroic, which, again, like I said, isn't needed, that could really give them a massive boost and a massive kind of one-up against other teams. If you look at who they've lost to, 86, for example, they lost to 86. They've lost to Ambush. Heroic, they've already beaten Ambush. Heroic still have to play 86. Again, you'd fancy Heroic up against Viperio 86, wouldn't you? Same way you'd fancy Heroic against any team. That could be where TENSTAR make back their points from the kind of missteps that they made earlier in the season.
Yeah, Heroic are going to lose a game at some point in the season. It's inevitable. To go entirely clean, I think to go entirely clean is going to be...
NAVI did it.
But NAVI did it playing a solid 5. If Heroic do it playing a rolling roster, then it would be very impressive indeed. But there's potential for them to lose a game, and I think that it is more likely than not that they will at some point. I'm not saying they're terrible. I'm not saying they're bad. They are just likely going to lose. It's statistically possible and probable. So at that point, you've got to ask yourself, well, who's going to be the team to do it? And the team that does is going to get a huge edge over anybody else.
TENSTAR taking their time with their approach. It's going to be a bit of a classical clear out in towards that blue stairs, Ollie. We're used to seeing this quite a bit, so Benja, all down to him. It's up to himself how he wants to try and survive this mess. A few nades being tossed at him, tries to smoke off both entrances onto his staircase, but TENSTAR are happy to do so. They know they still have plenty of time, Ollie, and that's all 3 smoke canisters gone. Benja goes for the swing, but Azar is ready for him, and this is clinical from TENSTAR. It's exactly how you want to set up. There's no smoke grenades to worry about. There's no C4s to worry about. TENSTAR have everything going for them right now.
And again, look at the time. They've still got a minute to be playing with here.
Yep.
Gorgona going to get challenged on the hatch there by Leader. Leader just taking a bit of damage and then backing off. Maybe going to throw another Samcam down there just to gather a little bit more info. Savage on a rotation as well. He's going to be looking to get himself in through Garage. Now, we do know Uno is playing in Garage, but is Uno's attention being drawn? It looks as though he's looking toward A and into the server, and that will allow Savage to push on through for free. Leader eventually wins the challenge on the hatch, and Savage picks up a freebie onto Uno. He can now pre-fire down into red corridor and really start to restrict the movement of these Heroic players. The plant going down, Mr. Officer just narrowly misses his chance and is left in a 1 versus 5. The plant will be confirmed. Mr. Officer now in the clutch. He's got a long way to go here. He is known to be inside of lockers. And TENSTAR, this is where the patience comes in. They could push this. They've got a man count advantage, but they don't need to. Savage gets himself downed on the cross. Unfortunate, but it isn't likely to mean anything. Leader upstairs on the hatch. Look at that for a disgusting angle. That's how much TENSTAR want to win tonight, Demo.
They're up for it. And like I said, they know that they can get points here. They definitely can. Heroic. We kind of mentioned this, didn't we, yesterday, Ollie, whenever we looked at Heroic versus Riddle, is Heroic... They will leave holes, they will leave chances for teams to get rounds, to kind of expose them for leaving these mistakes. Teams like Riddle couldn't really adapt to it. No team was really able to adapt to it. if Heroic are going to keep giving TENSTAR these chances, these opportunities, you know, you think about how that round went down. You know, Benja being unsupported, wasting all of his smokes by about the minute mark. Nobody there for refrags. I think both C4s being wasted before a plant was even attempted. Those mistakes is what's going to give TENSTAR the edge.
And TENSTAR will capitalise. They are that team that will capitalise on the mistakes. You've got to play good Siege. You can play a little bit of silly Siege, and it's all fun and games having Mr. Officer hiding in elevators and stuff like that, and, you know, sometimes it maybe works. But with the way that TENSTAR are approaching this, they're playing the game that's in front of them. They've got an exceptional drone game. Look at how they're utilising the 6th pick. Everybody apart from one person there hitting a 6th pick. Now, it might be into the... You know, they might just be switching roles in between them, but they are making good use of that. Now, you can bring a fairly standard 5 onto Bank. It isn't, you know, that specific unless you're going to be rocking like a bit of a pocket pick, like Capitao or a Ying or something along those lines. But they're making very good use of this new tool for the attackers. We've mentioned already the drone work, and then the last thing is the timing. And these are the basics that we keep sort of hammering home and saying, you do the basics well, and, you know, you will see rounds. Now, they are going to be attacking downstairs. It's a site that they've attacked previously, and it was a site where Benja had a field day. Now, Benja is this round inside of CEO, playing very tight and close to one of the windows.
Grizzly. Looks as if he's ready for somebody going towards the staircase. Drones go past, but Heroic, happy enough to play this roam game again. Just TENSTAR, if they can get the drones in. Make sure things are working for them. They should have no issues later. Oh, Mozzie Pest will catch the camera. Does that mean Benja will perhaps get a freebie, or will TENSTAR just play it safe again? I mean, if you're TENSTAR, you have to play it safe, don't you? You can't risk it. Benja with a jump out! Will find Savage. He's outside. Will he be traded off? He should be traded off. You would expect it to happen, but I don't know. Benja's just going to try and play his life volley.
I mean, Benja could realistically just sit outside. What a great nade from Azza. Picks up the kill onto Officer. You could realistically ignore Benja here to a degree. You have a technical advantage if you do. It looks as though Rolo might go for the challenge. Of course, he can just pre-fire onto this, and Benja could be caught looking the wrong way.
There we go.
Accurate shots from Rolo. A pre-fire. You know where he is. He's being pinged out by the game, for goodness sake. It was an aggressive play by Benja, and maybe one that wasn't too necessary.
Wasted a bit
it
of
has
time.
eaten a little bit of time, though, and it is going to leave an advantage here for TENSTAR in man count. They've still got around a minute, but they're not going to be able to dish out as much vertical destruction as they would maybe like, given that it was Savage that got taken down on the sledge.
Yeah, and we know how big of a part Savage plays inside of this attack for TENSTAR. Gorgona, he's got the impact ready to try and trick out, and he's done so very, very well there from Gorgona. One thing that I'm surprised is, I mean, that wall, you know, half of it is left soft. Why doesn't Jegs rotate down with an impact all and get that opened up and try and create a crossfire and try and eliminate Gorgona? The mirror window will be opened up, but Gorgona with a swing from the bomb chassis leader, and Jegs, though, and Jegs with a double kill. They drop, they collapse, and it works for them. My goodness, the role of Savage was certainly filled there, wasn't it, Ollie? But it was Jegs this time around.
Well, we know Jegs can step it up when it matters the most. He was touted as one of the most consistent players inside of the NPL earlier in our pre-show. We're going to get a view of the beginning of the end almost for that round for Heroic. Great nade from Azza. Off the back of some good information, no doubt. And an unfortunate sort of run out there onto Savage, which really only generated one kill for Benja. Maybe just trying a little bit too hard to make it happen, hoping he'd perhaps get swung off the back of it a little bit quicker. And then when it didn't happen immediately, when TENSTAR didn't immediately panic and try to change something, Rolo was able to just stroll around and pick Benja off. The longer you're outside, the more dangerous it gets. It really is a difficult place to play, and again, a very unorthodox thing to do. It's not every day that you're getting people jumping out of windows with that much time left remaining, and it does just go to show the sort of attitude that Heroic are taking toward this one.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
Wonder when Heroic, they're going to realize, hey, you know what? Let's try, I suppose, is probably the best way to put it onto it. We know Heroic, this is, you know, it's a walk in the park for them. It's NPL. It's nothing compared to what they have to go through in a couple of weeks, Ollie. We know that. So Are they gonna just keep playing this same siege that TENSTAR look as if they have under wraps, Ollie? You know, TENSTAR haven't really been surprised by anything. Of course, yeah, you can probably say Benji with a jump out, but Benji knows he's trading his life, and TENSTAR are happy enough to take that trade if they need to. So Heroic, pressure's on. Need the next few rounds here, Ollie. They cannot allow TENSTAR to have a healthy lead going into those defensive rounds. Jegs on that Sophia, you know, we've kind of mentioned about the Finkaban. It was done by TENSTAR, and that's just because Jegs, he's able to adapt onto that. Sophia plays a similar role, has an LMG. Grizzly caught out again. He tries his hand, and he's going to get punished. Benja looking for the refrag. Savage almost catches Benja out, but this is a difficult challenge here, I think, for Savage to take up against them, but he has support Azers there. Heroic just throwing themselves at TENSTAR, and TENSTAR, they're waiting for them. Ollie saying, thank you for the free kills, guys.
And they are gifted as freebies at this point with the way that TENSTAR are playing together. They have in each other's backs, and they've got that sort of dual approach into a lot of these attacks. They're not leaving too much up to chance. Still, plenty of time to further drone out this top floor. We've got Leader on the Ossa this time. That's going to give so much value. You can actually push in through that double door now a little bit easier. That's hilarious. All you hear is an LMG and then one tap back from Uno, and it's a headshot over onto Jegs. Jegs must have dumped nearly a full mag there of the LMG into the general vicinity and direction of Uno, and Uno's just swung around and gone, nah, you only need one bullet in this game.
Yep.
Bang.
C4 miss from Gorgona. Leader will find Uno. Savage actually drops below, hunting for said bandit, but Gorgona gets the better off of a 2 versus 3. Still a minute to go. TENSTAR are happy now to slow down the pace. They have the Ossa shields in position only to create those long angles and give Azure a bit of cover, of course. That's going to be a down onto Gorgona. Leader will find the wall bang, and Officer, here he is again, stuck in a position where he has to try and clutch. He's on his belly. Nowhere is safe for him. Tries to go for the pickup. Will he be successful? Yes, he will be, but surely this is going to be a double kill for Leader. Oh, yes, it will be. There it is, the swing. TENSTAR, another free round for them. Don't really look pushed at all, Ollie. It's just Heroic. They're just running at them.
TENSTAR are going through the motions here. They are really just trucking along like a train leaving the station, and there's nothing standing in their way. Heroic, on the other hand, things aren't looking great. Things are looking a little bit dicey. How many times have we seen the opening pick go to TENSTAR, and how well do they do off the back of it? When they can apply a buddy system, when they can come to one another's aid to deal with people like Benja playing very aggressively and almost out of position in an easy place to pick off, it's very difficult to start to come back from that. And it doesn't really matter how good you are. If you're in consistent 2 versus 1s, or 1 versus 2, should I say, it's going to be really difficult to try and work with that. Now, there's a little bit of a switch up gone in the lineup this time. Instead of Benja playing the smoke, he's switched over onto the mute. So I would doubt we're going to see him play on those blue stairs as heavily. Instead, it looks as though a bit of a roam could be on the cards as hatches are being opened. Grizzly playing on the vigil this time. They could be looking to try and restrict some of that time that TENSTAR have to really operate and burn out any of that utility.
Another roam game from Heroic, of course. No surprises here. Oh, look at him. Just that's him and his environment, isn't it? It's like we're on the nature channel. You know, it's a documentary of what it's like to find an officer in the wild.
I mean,
that's him.
It's all he's missing there is the Azami.
The trap him in.
The trap him in, and yeah.
I've used you as a guinea pig a couple of times for those, haven't I?
We have. We've done some extensive testing.
It's worked.
Ooh, was that good droning? Yes.
Yeah. So again, that's for TENSTAR. This is exactly what we want them to do. Ollie was, don't take any chances. Make sure everything is fair. It's a map like Bank. There's going to be a lot of those rat positions that Murat and Benja can get themselves into. I do like the way Grizzly's rotated into beside Rolo now. Rolo has kind of been secluded for the most part throughout this entire game. He's been the kind of lone soldier towards that lobby side who tries and cuts off a flank, gets a pick if he can, and trying to target that lone ranger could be a big play here from Grizzly, who, let's be honest, hasn't had the greatest of times so far in Bank today. And there it is. I say that, and he's been picked off again.
That's some fantastic teamwork. You know, Rolo just knowing I don't need to push this.
Safe. Yeah.
I am caught. You know, something's not right here. I've seen a flicker of the Vigil cloak on my hood, and I'm not taking any chances. As they're going to pick up his second, his teammates lining him up and doing the drone work, and he's just strolling on through and taking these kills for free. It hasn't come at no cost. It's come at the cost of quite a bit of time. Benja has used the only real denial that Heroic could bring in this round in form of a C4. He threw that out of stock window quite early on. So time is an issue and it isn't an issue at the same time, but if these kills keep coming in, it is just going to not become a factor at all. Benja finds himself one onto Jegs, removes the Iana. How much is that really going to do though? Savage already looking to aggressively challenge onto that and picks him up on the wall bang. Everything now relies in Mr. Officer's hands. 44 seconds is more than enough time for TENSTAR to execute this, and even now, they aren't rushing things. Rolo still in a drone, just hopped off there momentarily. Officer, good luck to try and take some vertical back. Obviously anticipating TENSTAR to drop the hatch and look to get the plant down. He could attempt to try and thwart that, but he's going to come up against some stiff opposition in the form of Savage. Swinging around, picking up that kill onto those main stairs. The plank going down at the very same time. Another very good round from TENSTAR.
Worrying signs for Heroic. Heroic just are trying to force this roam game, just running around like headless chickens, Ollie, and it's not going to work against TENSTAR. If you think about who Heroic have played, they're off the back of playing against RCTIC, Coalesce, and RIDDLE. Those are the three worst sides in the league that we have right now, Ollie. Running around is going to work against them. We know that the gun skill is going to be, you know, a massive, massive gap, isn't it? Yeah. Not against these up-and-coming teams. Heroic have a difficult run. They're up against TENSTAR here tonight, which we're seeing Heroic can be exposed. Then they have 86. Then they have Victus. Then they have Eminem. You know, these are all the kind of up-and-coming sides that we expected to be challenging for these CL positions. Heroic need to go into a better mindset right now because they have to give these younger sides a bit of respect. And the thing is as well, Heroic should know that. Sloth and Grizzly and Gorgona, they were all in these positions only, you know, a few years ago, Ollie, whenever we seen them coming up, you know, as likes of Kwan, and whenever they're, I think, Burning Foxes as well. You know, there's a lot of different things that kind of go into showing that respect to these younger sides, and right now Heroic aren't doing that, and look what it's giving TENSTAR.
Just for clarification to anyone unfamiliar, Burning Foxes was a org, it was a team. Demo isn't just randomly spouting words there. But yeah, that's you're exactly right. And what's that going to be like? 18 months ago, 2 years ago at the most.
At least 4 seasons of nationals, at least.
But it really isn't a long time in the grand scheme of things. And these players are in a very similar position now, and I mean in TENSTAR. So you have to give them respect. And we know that Heroic have got things going on outside of NPL. We know that they're going to be going to Charlotte and looking to prep for that. But winning is a habit, and you know, secretly they said that in an interview, and I really like it. But I think that it is important, and I think to keep that winning mentality, you've got to be going out there and giving it your all and giving it your best. And so far, TENSTAR are doing just exactly that tonight, playing fantastically. First time in a long time though they've lost that opening engagement.
Yeah. It's going to be Benja on the Jackal, and you can see how aggressive this lineup from Heroic is. They've brought in the Monty to almost be a bit of a human drone, and of course that Jackal's going to be there to try and get some scans as best as they can. And Heroic, I mean, they went for a very minute clear, haven't they, Ollie? They've kind of taken in towards Skylight, they've taken in towards the server, and they're going to try and plant just straight behind a Monty. They're going to use the Capital bolts to cover off the more default positions in towards Red. That's going to be a great smoke grenade. Can Uno stick it? No, he cannot. He's going to get picked off. Gorgona takes a lot of damage also. He's down to a sliver of HP. What a smoke grenade from Rolo.
I'm not sure how Gorgona lives that at all. Benja is going to be covering the cross, looking to challenge in aggressively, grabs one onto Rolo, hits the turn and burn onto Leader. 3 kills on the round, eventually shut down by Savage. Savage, 1 versus 3, the diffuser now being planted, and Grizzly swoops in from lockers, making use of the handy little rotates the defenders had previously set up.
Yeah, attack from Heroic there. They just tried to ignore that roam game that TENSTAR tried to set up. They just thought, yeah, let's take the Monty, take early server control, have Benja lurk in and around Skylight, and just try and walk your way in. I mean, the plant was almost successful, but you have to commend Rolo. What a smoke grenade from him, but it just wasn't enough. Benja got himself into a good position to hit them from behind, and that's just the Benja effect, isn't it? We know that how much Heroic rely on that young man. You know, he really does pull out the business time after time. You know, you look at the scoreboard, Ollie. 7 kills for Benja, and look at the rest of them. And realistically, the only 2 rounds that Heroic have won is because of Benja.
It really is, you know, 9 kills with the rest of the team and 7 for Benja. It speaks volumes as to his impact as a player. Is it going to be enough, though? The rest of his team really needs to get themselves online if they want to try and contest TENSTAR here. It's only 1 round. TENSTAR do not need many. A couple of rounds here is going to see the game closed out. They don't need to be able to repeat, you know, chain different sites together and go upstairs to CEO and then win a round. They just need to win a couple of rounds here. There's nothing fancy about this. How many times, Demo, have we seen Heroic run the Monty? It is just such a staple of the way that they play inside of National League. You'd surely just be looking to try and restrict that at all costs.
Is it going to be the same game plan from Heroic? It looks as if just a crouch walk in, and of course that Monty, who we know is going to try and round out these roamers as best as they can, but it's just Benja once again, isn't it, Ollie? And he's going to try and find Savage, and he will find Savage. Questionable there, I think, from the Vigil. Not aware that, you know, his teammates just died, and just but oh, what do you say, Ollie? What do you say? Look at him go! A quad kill for Benja, 1 more for the ace. If he gets this will be his 3rd ace in the competition. It looks to be it, and there it is, the 3rd ace for Benja. What a statement, what a case he's making for himself.
Sometimes you watch players and it just looks as though they've got a sort of shield of invulnerability around them. And Benja is one of those players. Benja is one of those players that, regardless of where he is on the map, you just feel like he's safe because it's Benja. I don't know, it's very difficult to sort of articulate and put into words. But is there anything that he can do that like puts him in danger? Because he's in the Viper's Nest. He is in the heart of the map. And he's able to pick up an ace there from 2 rooms, 3 rooms at a push, if you're going to count the stairs.
Yeah.
Just unbelievable stuff. We saw him do it yesterday on Clubhouse inside of the kitchen, and we've seen him do it here on Bank. Now, the difference is that TENSTAR have been incredibly well composed all evening. Their attacks were flawless. They are struggling since getting on the defense. They've lost downstairs in lockers, and they've just lost there to one person, to Benja, to the ace. Now, that isn't ideal. It's probably a good time to take your time out because this could very quickly start to slip away from them. They had a very handsome lead coming into these defending rounds, and that has since diminished and dwindled away to a lead of only 2 rounds.
Yeah, good time, I think, from TENSTAR to try and settle the nerves a bit. Whenever you get aced by just 1 guy, it's not going to feel good. Again, just we mentioned about Benja, Ollie, and what he's been able to do. There's the 3rd round, just won because of Benja. Just, again, it's just him, isn't it? TENSTAR on the defense. Here's the thing that I think is going to cause issues for them is on the attack, they were able to keep that control, weren't they? They were able to dictate at the pace of how the round was going to be played out. They were able to get the kills onto Heroic as Heroic just ran at them. Heroic, they can just flood into one area of the map and just create a massive hole. That's kind of how they're playing, isn't it? They see an opportunity and they're just going to walk into it. TENSTAR need to try and, I think, play a little bit more together. I think a little bit more anchored would do them well, because right now, 2 roam games has not worked for them. They've been picked off with barely any refrag potential. That's where they're struggling.
Yeah, I would look to really forcing Heroic into getting a plant down here and forcing them to open walls, clear, you know, do some good clearing, and really start to play the more utility side of Siege. Because if you just try and take gunfights, it's going to be very difficult. You know, we've seen what people like Benja can do. We've seen some of the little picks, and you know, everybody knows the timing can be very big inside of Siege as well, and that can often fall on the side of your opponent. So don't give yourself away for freebies. Much better to see the opening pick this time going to TENSTAR. Gogona. Going to be falling off there on that Ossa. Not ideal. If you're going to bring the Ossa, you know, and you're not bringing the Monty, you're going to be looking for those shields and you're looking to try and get a bit of impact off them. Benja, though, as if he needed any more assistance, he's gone for the Jackal, and he is going to be hunting onto the Legion. Pre-fires, but Savage gets there first, shuts Benja down. There's a big blow in this round. Savage is going to get yinged out here, but does manage to remove one of them. Azza finds a kill onto Uno as well, as I think Uno may have just aggressively dropped onto the hatch. Officer and Grizzly now split up. Not going to be able to regroup here as Grizzly is inside of the garage and look for some feet or a bit of a indication as to where somebody might be. But with all of this barricaded off, he's going to have to give a little bit of a signal that he is here, and that signal is going to be to remove the double barricade that has telegrammed his location and his position. Officer getting caught out on the bottom of square stairs as Savage picks up his second. And everybody knows where Grizzly is hiding now. A minute on the clock. TENSTAR, show us the discipline that you have exhibited all game long. What a shot onto Jegs. That's just one of those unfortunate ones. Nice little one tap from Grizzly. Now that should be it from TENSTAR. They don't really want to re-peek onto this if they can help it. Assistance coming from the top of the stairs as well as player rotates on down and makes the switch. Savage chalks it up to 3 after picking up 2 previously.
Good work there from TENSTAR. Gets him at least a point against Heroic. That'll be big, I'm sure, as we start counting up the tallies at the end of the day. But certainly on course now to get all 3 points. That attack from Heroic, very, very similar to how they attacked that bottom floor on Bank against Coalesce. You remember last week, Ollie, where it was I think a round 1 by Heroic. But we had criticized and said that against a good team that will get punished because that was 5 players playing that round rather than a team playing that round.
Yeah. And it's been the story of Heroic season, right? They play in a rather individual way. And it's in an attempt to not give anything away, but against good teams it's going to get punished and it will get found out. And that's exactly what's happening here tonight. This game could very easily have been, you know, a lot closer. It could have very easily been a lot more one-sided toward TENSTAR. It's really been about those individual plays. Benja doesn't get an ace a couple of rounds ago. It's an entirely different landscape.
Here's the thing, though, that I'm going to go a bit off topic here, and that is the whole perception of saving strats. You have a major to play, all this. Does that give you an excuse to not play basic Siege and not do refrags correctly? What would a team that they'll be playing at the major, what are they going to gain from watching an NPL game and seeing that you've refragged somebody well? What do you gain from that?
There is a good argument to be made there. It's obviously sufficient enough that Heroic think that it's worthwhile not doing that. I believe there's other teams that have a school of thought of we want to practice good Siege and we want to be in a winning mentality, so we're going to go out there to win, and we're going to play. And that's not to say that Heroic aren't going out here to win, but that we're going to play good basic Siege and show that level of coordination. You must be really worried about giving something away to not want to play, as you mentioned, you know, good basic Siege.
You know, on the fuse. Great shot, Azzer. Wrong time to peek that, my friend, and down he goes. Bulletproof also is going to be destroyed there by Uno, so a 4 versus 5. A good start from Heroic once again. TENSTAR, they've had that heavy extension in towards that Archives and Tellers, and there's Bench who just crouch walks his way up the spiral stairs into a position to catch out Jegs. And again, this roam game from TENSTAR is going to be picked apart once more. This is a worry that we had about this side, and Heroic, they can just walk in and try and find these picks, and if those gunfights go in favor of Heroic, then TENSTAR are just going to be headlocked, really, aren't they? And a 3 versus 5, it's not a good look for them. Murat, he's downstairs, Officer just waiting for somebody maybe to take a plunge downstairs into the server, but right now, TENSTAR not wanting to move. All eyes on Benja again, of course. He's the man that we're looking to make those plays for Heroic. He's just going to try and walk into sight, isn't he? Of course he is!
And what else does Benja do? It's what he does best. He's been drawn to Tellers like a magnet throughout the course of the game. And this round is no different. Nade coming up here from Mr. Officer. Going to bounce around very nicely. Deals a good chunk of damage over onto Rolo. I'm not sure that Savage knows where Benja is playing right now. Officer's actually been downed. I'm not sure if that was from a fuse charge coming through the floor.
Fuse charge, surely not.
Uno's fusing above, and I think it may have come on through the hatch. Benja picks his time to strike beautifully. Takes Savage down. Leader now looking to get aggressive onto this as well. Sees somebody in electrical, but can't get the spray down. Gorgona shuts him down, and Rolo left in the clutch. Takes Benja. Oh, he's rocking the SMG. It's not the gun for multiple long-range engagements, and Gorgona proves it. The ARX far superior at range. That is going to close out the round.
Yeah, strong stuff there, it has to be said. From Heroic again, just finding those individual picks, and that puts TENSTAR in a very tricky position. I can't believe Officer's been down by a fuse charge. Just, you know, poor guy.
Can't catch a break.
6-4.
Doing the grunt work downstairs as well, on the drones, throwing the nades up. Just trying to be a team player. Bless him.
Doesn't get you far, does it?
6-4. Things do start to creep back into being very possible here for Heroic. I think one of the things we've not discussed yet, Demo, is given how sort of I don't want to use the word easy, but how easily Heroic have dealt with the games that they've played up until this point. We haven't seen them pushed. We haven't seen them pressured. Is there a point where they really turn it on? You know, they've got a match point up against them. We've not seen them in this spot yet in NPL.
Yeah.
How do they respond? How are they going to approach this now? Are they going to, you know, start to pull out some air quotes, as you put it, you know, just good old siege, some proper siege, some good coordinated pushes? Or are we still going to see 5 solo players on the map?
You look at the ops, you'd expect that, wouldn't you? Again, Benja on that nuke. He's trying to get an early pick from the windows. Takes a bit of damage for his troubles. Doesn't deal anything back to TENSTAR. See, Officer, he's crouch walking in towards Garage, so, well, there's your question answer, I suppose, Ollie, isn't it? Just 5 players trying to find their own picks.
Well, let's see if it works for them. A little bit of info being gathered here. Uno able to, I think he did remove the mute jammer there.
He got something there, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Good shot from the Twitch drone. That Twitch change is pretty fantastic. It allows Grizzly to open up a very long line of sight. And Benja does Benja things. Already on Banana? How's he managed to walk his way all the way on up? Does get shut down there by Jeg, so he's only going to find one this round, which is credit enough. You know, if everyone's getting a kill, you're doing well as a team, and to say that Benja only finds one when he's 15-9 sounds like we're doing him a disservice, but he has provided a lion's share of the kills so far for Heroic.
After on the go still, Heroic haven't really got a foothold, Ollie, onto anything at the moment. They're still very spread out. We mentioned Officer came in from Garage earlier in the round, and now he's only starting to make an approach up towards the blue stairs. Rolo is going to be lurking downstairs, and he could be pinched, or could be sandwiched between Officer and Gorgona. Maybe he tries to flee now, and it would be a good rotation. Gorgona, he's downstairs, has 2 nades. He's looking for some yellow pings, trying to see if he can find somebody. Jeg's in the hot seat and will be downed from that nade. Uno finds Rolo as he tried to go for a jump bow. That is great stuff from Uno, trying to hold on to that pressure. Gorgona will finish off the down player, now 2 versus 4. TENSTAR in the hot seat.
A jump out is looking very costly indeed at this point. 50 seconds is more than enough time here, Mr. Officer. Look to try and remove a little bit more utility. Has got a ping to be working with. The nade does get sent on up, but it isn't successful. Just on the other side of the reinforced wall and the floor. Leader coming up here, got some pings to work with, but is immediately taken down. Azza now left in quite the clutch indeed. Goes for the Toxic Babe, but is shut down. Officer flies up the main stairs. He's got a ping to work with. Pre-fires the angle onto Janitor's door. We are seeing a little bit of a comeback here from Heroic. We've certainly got a game on our hands.
Yeah, certainly. That was good information from Heroic, Ollie. We've seen a lot of yellow pings. They look as if they knew exactly where those remaining players were on the bomb site. In Janitors, for example, they had everything going for them. So, yeah, you have to commend the information gathering from Heroic. Work to treat TENSTAR. Man the hatches. You have to get ready for battle here, because this is a big one, Ollie, isn't it? I mean, 6-3 up now to a 6-5. Momentum certainly in favor of Heroic. Keep in mind, TENSTAR, they've used their timeout, Ollie. They just have to go into this next round. They have to play it.
Action stations. All hands on deck.
Mm-hmm.
I enjoyed Man the Hatches.
Man the Hatches, is that it? There was a batten down the hatches. It was a batten down the hatches.
No, I don't know. I think it's batten down the hatches.
Is it?
Yeah, as if there's a storm coming and you've got like hatches on your window, you need to batten it down.
Batten down the
wood.
hatches. Man the battle stations.
Man the battle station. All hands on deck.
Yep. Prepare to submerge if you're in the sub. You know, all that goes into an effect. That's a tough job, that being in a submarine.
I mean, that's a bit off topic, isn't it, for match point for TENSTAR?
Honestly, if you're claustrophobic, probably not the best line of work.
I would advise against it.
Yes. There we go. 6-5. This is it. TENSTAR. Can they secure all 3 points? Would be a massive boost for this side if they were to do so. Heroic. Not done yet. Shaky throughout that first half, but both teams, we can see clear as day, all they're just struggling to get their head around defending this map. The defense has not been good on either side, and the attacks have certainly been good. Both very different approaches from attacks. We have to make that to be known. We've seen how structured TENSTAR were, and see how crazy Heroic have been. But both attacks, both strategies working for both sides.
Both sides taking advantage of the other's mistakes as well, so all in all a very good game of Siege, but it really does all come down to this. There's some great information available for Heroic. They've got some super nice drones spotted out there. Benja doing what he does best. Finds an entry in his favourite part of the map. Ellis and Archives. Picks himself up a second onto leader. Oh dearie me. Uno was already flooded on into the side. Finds one onto Rolo and can start to get the plant down. TENSTAR, they've been taken apart here. Azza maybe looking for a rotation up, but he knows what's going to meet him if he does. Jegs picks one and Azza finds Uno. Does something to try and level things out, but with the plant down and Gorgona taking Jegs out, it leaves a lot of work to do here for Azza. Planted directly underneath the hatch as well. Player inside a garage is sat down as Grizzly takes a seat. C4 goes out through the hatch, but it is unsuccessful. Azza can look to try and bait things out here, but who other than Benja? He started the round and he will finish it. Beautiful nade thrown on into the plant spot. And that is going to confirm an overtime.
TENSTAR are falling into that same trap, that roam game, Ollie. I'm not a fan of it. I'm not. I just think that it leaves you too crippled.
Just play the
on site.
Yeah.
It really does, and you can see Heroic. Heroic, they're not going to sit there and be structured. They're not going to drone. They're not going to do this. We've seen that. Heroic just going to run around. They see, oh yeah, let's go for this. They're just going to run at it. Everyone's going to run at it. Yeah. And TENSTAR have not caught on to that. And it is a shame. It is a real shame. TENSTAR, they've bottled it. They will not get the full 3 points. They had 3 rounds to do so, but it has not worked out for them. Can they still get a win at least? Can they get 2 points, or will Heroic pull off a great comeback sweep?
Attackers have located a bomb.
You think about what's available as a defender as well. If you're going to go downstairs, you could have the run of your teeth. You could bring Echo, you could bring a Mirror, you could bring a Maestro, you could bring all of these tools. You could bring a Pulse if you needed to. You could hold blue stairs. There is so many things that you could do aside from roam into Heroic's best strength at the moment. Heroic's main strength in this game is a player going 18-9. Let's limit what he's able to do, shall we?
Yeah, that is a bit of a statement, isn't it? You know, just seeing him there, 2KD, Ollie. Unspeakable sometimes, and here he goes again. He's just going to walk through. I mean, the Legion was obviously brought in to try and stop this from happening, but how do you stop it, Ollie? Azzer gets caught out again! We're just hitting ourselves against a brick wall here, Ollie, saying the same thing over and over again, just on repeat. I'm pretty sure we've seen Benji get the same kill about 5 times already this game.
The difficult thing about this is that all these kills are nearly identical. They are all coming in the same places. It's all coming inside of Tellers and Archives. Benja is popping off at the moment. I'm not sure what the kill record is, by the way, for a Yukin or an NPL game, but we're going to see close to it now. We're certainly going to see an NPL record.
Oh my goodness. This is it right now. For TENSTAR, backs up against the wall. How well can they hold their bottle? I mean, apart from really that first 1.5 where we praised Jegs and Savage, there hasn't been really any big kill leaders. It's just been, I say that, I talk about leaders, double kill finds Benja as well. But TENSTAR, you can see that drop off in terms of the players we're expecting to see from Savage and Jags, but there they are, they're appearing almost like a caster has cursed Heroic by mentioning something that's went wrong. TENSTAR, that was not looking good for them early, but all of a sudden they swung momentum back in their favor. What a game! Tell Fort Park to get this ride, sort of get the licensing. This is one hell of a journey.
It is a journey indeed. It's not over yet either. There's still a minute here for Grizzly and Gorgona to try and work with. TENSTAR are playing much more reserved in this round as well. They've been able to get themselves an advantage, and now they can start to sit still. That's really where your strength lies here on Bank. You're not giving yourself away to some of these really long angles that can be held. Grizzly on the Amaru, not the greatest pick for this site. Not working off any information at all, as you can see him pre-firing everything. Gorgona sat watching the flank. He knows what is about to become him. He knows that this is more than likely going to be a 10-star round. 30 seconds left on the clock. 10-star, do not move your feet. Hold that quad crossfire for all you're worth. Savage swings on and picks up the last kill. 10-star put themselves onto an overtime match point.
Well, 10-star. Match point again. They've been in this position. And they do get to go onto the attack, although we've kind of seen a bit of the deadlock was broken there with 10-star getting a defense after quite a few rounds of attempting one. So 10-star back on the attack. 10-star were so dominant, weren't they, Ollie? Whenever we seen them have these attacking rounds, Heroic just kind of ran at them. We're giving away free kills. Yeah, this is good now. If you're 10-star, you're feeling confident.
Let's see if 10-star can close this out. Well, the second time, as you say. I think that switch could be good for them, the switch onto the attack. They were seemingly a much better attacking side on Bank. I'm not sure if that's a typical stat line for them, if that's something that they do often achieve, or if it's more to say about the way that Heroic were defending things. Could be a combination of the two. They certainly saw a lot more success on the attack, where they can dictate a little bit more of the pace and structure of the round, and they can use cameras and drones to really zone out players like Benja and look to get them dealt with, as opposed to Benja walking in on a nook where he can run havoc the way that he has been doing.
Here we go. 10-star. Match point. This is it. And they do it. Savage trying to put a bit of pressure upstairs. It's going to be that typical clear out that we're used to seeing. But look who's on the prowl. Look who's up, ready to go first. I mean, honestly, Ollie, it feels as if it's one of these matchups where if Savage kills Benja, 10-star will win, but if Benja kills Savage, then Heroic will win. That's how it feels.
You could easily say the same for if Jegs falls or if Azza falls as well, because the performance has been a little bit more well-rounded on the side of 10-star. The kills are a lot more equally spread than over on the side of Heroic. I suppose
Very much so.
A 3 to 6 spread for 4 players, but then 19 for 1. It's it is a little bit.
Benja has the same amount of kills as his entire team. But
yeah, it's the
what
Benja
does that
effect.
say? That's incredible. So Heroic. Again, this passive playstyle, they have those mirror windows that we know cause just some slight issues with 10-star. Trying to get that wall open, have to use a bit more utility, a couple of nades, and there's Benja, Ollie. This is what I'm worried about. This is where I think the Heroic could just slip in now to a very commanding lead in this round.
Great opening pick. You mentioned that battle that was sort of teetering on the edge of breaking out there.
20 kills!
Broken the magical 20. How many more is he yet to find? If he gets a couple more this round, then it ends up going all the way to 15. He could see a good deal more yet.
Paulie and Onigiri sweating it right now.
Was that 27?
I think so, yeah. 10-star. You've lost Savage. I mean, we've seen it before where Savage was picked off, wasn't he, Ollie? And they were still able to carry out a successful attack onto the open area. They're going to need to recreate that. They have all the pieces of the puzzle ready to go. That hatch is open that we know they like to try and pressure point into and get players dropping down that. Benja, Ollie, look at his positioning. If he goes undroned, unannounced, he could be in for, yet again, more kills onto his tally. Leader, this is where he kind of likes to lurk beside that windows. I think he's seen a frost mat was placed there before and he jumped in and got down, but no frost on the side of Heroic this time around. But Ollie, I worry because Benja is not being checked again. He's ready to swing an easy one onto Azar, looking for the second, but Jegs is there to shut him down. But the damage has been done. Leader has jumped in, finds one, but cannot find the second. Gorgona stands firm, and Jegs all by himself will not be able to win this round. And we go all the way. Maybe, yes it should be. There we go. Heroic will take round number 14. Round number 15 is where we head to. What a game, what a series.
We're going to all 15, Demo.
All 15, Des.
We're going to all 15 rounds, Des.
I can't believe it, Des. They've got everything right now. Look at the laser gates that were placed.
It's iconic at this point.
How do you think he feels that laser gates is like his catchphrase? You know, out of everything, you think some of the great catchphrases, you know, nice to see you, nice, you know, all, you know, the famous people of all these, his is laser gate. Like, how does Tim feel?
I'm sure
you think, you know, you think about Intero, they're often known as the best team. Or what's the other one he says that you like to take the mick out of him for? The one where he did the ad. The one where he did the ad.
Oh, what's it take?
Yeah, that's his catchphrase, yeah.
Yeah, what's it take to go next?
Pengu with Newt Newt, you know. But Tim, Lasergate, that's it.
All the way. We've finally seen Heroic pushed, and we've seen them respond as well. And that, you know, Benja's got 21 kills. That is a standout performance. Without that, this is not possible. So
you say Heroic have responded. We still, it's one person. We cannot get over that.
It is. Benja's pulling the trigger, but there's going to be a lot of information for him. He's not just walking around corners and stumbling into these people. You know, there's drones out there. He's being fed information by his team.
A few times, Ollie.
I mean, well, right, Demo, if you get 21 kills in a game, you are going to stumble into one or two people, right?
Yeah.
Granted, but you're not going to stumble into 21 of them. He's had assistance. He's got a team around him. They're supporting him. He's playing the Nook.
I worry again here for Ollie, because we've criticised the roam game has just been ignored entirely by Heroic. They've just decided to walk into the bomb site. They're roaming again. They're extending again. They're leaving site very, very thin. Heroic have got early control of Gary's, that mirror window on that reinforced wall. That's a good angle, I think, for Heroic to open up. And Grizzly's going to be looking at this setup and say, it's exactly the same again. It's absolutely free for Heroic. If they just take in towards server, they can flood the bomb site. This is where I worry for TENSTAR. These roamers need to do something. They need to change up.
I think the biggest worry in this round is that there's no smoke on the side of TENSTAR. I love the fact they're bringing the mirror. I like the 2 C4s, but I'd love a smoke in there as well, just to give you that little bit extra to work with. Dokkaebi is an inspired choice from Heroic here. Mr. Officer able to ping out there and send out the phone call. Makes the roamers think twice, and they know that they're going to be getting pressured. They know that there is a Benja on the prowl. Benja has played not all game long, and he's not going to stop now. So you've got to be really cautious as to how you choose to make these rotations. There's a bit of a line of sight open and available for him. Grizzly's long-armed all the way through. He'll be able to totally disable that mirror window. The Dokkaebi call coming in at the perfect time as well. The plant is definitely on now, and if Gorgona can place one of those Ossa shields, it's going to be very difficult for TENSTAR to do anything to stop it.
Savage upstairs, though. This is where he can play a crucial part, but he can't see it. That's a blind spot, and the diffuser's going to be stuck. No smoke, no nothing right now for TENSTAR. The diffuser has been planted once again. Heroic, they've done exactly the same thing. They've seen that it's absolutely free to go for a plant inside a server, and TENSTAR have folded under the pressure. That door is slamming shut for TENSTAR. They had so many opportunities to win this game, but they gave Heroic too much space, and Heroic have just ran away with it. They've capitalized. They've been able to dig in and dig through everything that TENSTAR has thrown at them. And they have got that comeback, Ollie. Heroic, they've taken the win. TENSTAR didn't make it easy, but you have to feel, Ollie, that was TENSTAR's game to win, and they've thrown it away.
TENSTAR are going to be a little bit disappointed there with that one, I think, and rightly so. They've maybe done themselves a little bit of a disservice toward the end of that game. You would have expected them to close that one out fairly strongly, especially with the crazy advantage that they had at the start. Their attacking phase was nigh on flawless. It was an exceptional attack, and it was a 5-1 split. We can see that. We know that they had a good attacking phase, but then the problem started on the defense, and that inability to adapt, the insistence on doing the same things over and over again, rolling into Benja. I mean, we've probably got 15 minutes of just Benja kills coming at you in the highlights because he just dominated the central part of the map and the heart of the bank. His team rallied around him when he needed them the most. Huge standout performance from Benja, but you've really got to credit the whole team there. I think that last round in particular, we saw some exceptional teamwork from Heroic, and they finally turned it on, which was nice to see.
They see the opportunities and they were able to expose TENSTAR. Just that roam game, that basement, Ollie, how many times they get caught out and there's just no adaptation. Heroic, we've seen the drone work go in. They were able to spot out and say, hey, it's the exact same thing again. We can do the exact same plant, the exact same push. And TENSTAR just never caught on to that. I think it was more of a case of they thought something went wrong and they could change it. But they just couldn't. It wasn't a case of you need to change something. It was just a case of you need to change your entire strategy. I think they needed to play that more slow play style, play that anchor. They didn't attempt an anchor hold at all during that basement whatsoever.
No. And the big thing was Benja's ace. You think about that as a round, and that immediately prompted the timeout. And the timeout came quite early in terms of when things started going wrong, and things seemed to go from bad to worse from that point onwards. But that was Bank. That was our match of the day, or the match of the night, should we say. There's plenty more games coming up, though, and we're going to throw it over to the desk for them to break that one down for you. I'm sure they've got some stunning analysis over there. Ginny, Snurry, and Ubros, take it away.
Thank you so much for that one. What an absolute banger of a game, if I do say so myself. I know the expectations we had coming into this. We're like, yeah, this is the match of the evening. This is really the game that everybody needs to be looking out for. And it really was. It did not disappoint at all. It was almost, as you like to call it, Snurry, an upsetty spaghetti, but that wasn't the case. So, Russ, how do you feel about being correct with your prediction?
It was looking really bad there for a moment. I was like, I was already like getting ready to get back on the panel when it was 5-1 after the attacking half of TENSTAR.
Not me.
Yeah, but sometimes the games just like swing from one end to one end, and it was one of those tonight. It just went so many rounds in a row by both sides, like one after the other. Crazy game. What can you say? Benja going absolutely nuts too. Like,
Yep.
Snurry, TENSTAR, they were so incredibly close. They were on match point a couple too many times, unfortunately, for their own good. So what went wrong for them? Why were they, do you think, were they not able to close out the game?
Benja. I mean, I'm sorry, but I mean, he's got like what 23 kills. I mean, I hate to sound like a broken record here, but like, I've casted Benja on Bank so many times in a tier 3 like setting, and I just get flashbacks to Benja just absolutely popping off a map such as Bank and Villa, and he just brought out his inner ranked star, and it's one thing that was really exciting for me to see. It's just like seeing the Benja that was back in tier 3 then, and then comparing him to like playing against a tier 3 team now and Bank. Like after like a year or so in Pro League is like, or EUL, sorry. It's like, yeah, I mean, he's picked up a couple of tricks on the way. Like he's really just decimating the team here of TENSTAR, and it's just like he just rose to the occasion and be like, guys, just give me my Danish operator and I'll go around on the map and I'll just pop some guys in the head. You know, it's not okay. It's all good. Danish accent, you know. But but on all seriousness, I think TENSTAR will be really kicking themselves, allowing it to be just this one player be able to just crouch walk around and kill them. I think that will be something that TENSTAR could have, not easily, because if you're playing against someone who gets 23 kills, it's not easy, but it should have been able to have been shut down by a team such as TENSTAR.
Yeah, and we actually have Anarchic ready for the interview just so that we can get a bit more of an insight on the strategies that you guys used. First of all, again, congratulations on another win secured by you guys, and welcome back for another interview for this week. Let's start off kind of with the beginning of this game where TENSTAR was really able to build up that lead. What were you guys feeling? What was it like in the comms maybe? What was the idea to kind of cut back on that and just really get back into the game?
Yeah, I think on our defense half, the one thing we was trying to do was just play for kills and play for frags and play like a really heavy, just run around and kill them style. And, TENSTAR isn't a bad team, so it was struggling to work, and we just didn't really adapt and do anything else. We just continued trying to do that, which hurt us a lot. But then once it got to the attacks, we managed to bring it back from that.
So were you guys expecting such an incredible fight coming out of TENSTAR, or does it catch you guys a bit by surprise?
No, TENSTAR is a good team. We've scrimmed them a few times, so we kind of knew what to expect. But I think it's more that their attacks were fine, but we didn't really adapt to what they was doing, We could have probably sat 5 people on site and it would have been a lot more difficult for them to deal with, but we just kept playing aggressive. So I think it was on their attacks, they played well, but we also didn't play as good as we could have, or actually play for the win on that side.
Talking about these adaptations that you keep mentioning, is it something that you feel you guys have to focus on a bit more? Is it causing you guys any concern, or do you think after this game specifically, because you guys brought it back incredibly well, that you're feeling much more confident in these adaptations going forward?
Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing as yesterday. We're going to a LAN, we're not showing anything new or showing any strats, it's just what we can do in the moment. So it's more about, we wasn't really following a specific game plan, so it's more difficult for us to be able to, on the fly, be able to adapt. But, I mean, it's always a good learning experience and to be, humbled a little bit, After us being at the top for a while now, it's at least we finally lose a couple of rounds or get a close game as it is.
Yeah, and talking about these adapting on the fly kind of things that you are forced into now that you're not actually wanting to show any strategies as you have a line coming up, as you mentioned, is this one of the strengths that we can expect from Heroics, or do you think that maybe in general, adapting on the fly is much more difficult in this game and just much more difficult with the competition that you're facing?
Yeah, I think adaption's the key thing in the game at the moment, especially for attackers. Just because of attacker repick now as well, there's so many more things you can do. So if you're a really static team, you're going to struggle because teams will just counter you and you'll get rolled over.
Yeah, well, thank you so much for taking the time for the interview. And once again, congratulations on the win. I hope you enjoy the rest of your evening, and we'll see more of you guys in the future.
Thank you. Bye.
Well, adaptations on the fly, something that has been brought up a couple of times in the interview here specifically. And Euros, with your coaching background, how are teams able to kind of hone in on that ability? How can players develop that and execute that in games when there's a lot of pressure on them?
It takes a lot of time. It's one of those things that I think there's no shortcut to, because it's a lot about the communication within the team, the trust within teammates. That you're able to call things out quickly and efficiently. You are able to clear the comms in the moment, and somebody can take the lead and pull it through. And it's something that a lot of the lower tier teams struggle with. We see it constantly being struggled with by in our league, for example, RIDDLE and RCTIC. The least experienced teams here, they are having trouble to adapt to the situation when they have a man disadvantage. So it's time. I think it's the best thing. Or the most necessary thing. It doesn't come overnight for anyone. And the longer the team has been playing together, we see that the better they are usually at adapting.
Okay, and Snur, the fact that the Heroics specifically, they want to adapt on the fly. They don't want to show any strategies. They have that land coming up. They're trying to keep their cards close to their chest. Is this something that is a little worrying for you coming from Heroics in the future? I mean, they just beat TENSTAR, an incredibly good team, but they still have a couple of matches to go. Are you worried, or you, after seeing this performance, you're like, I might have lost my prediction, but I think Heroic got this?
Nah, I'm not concerned about Heroic. I think if we recall back to what I said before we went into the game, it's just I think I was thinking that TENSTAR could beat Heroic if they were playing the same way that they did last night. Obviously, I didn't take Benja into account, even though I'd mentioned him. But what I said was, they have such a winning mentality that even if it's just like the NPL or whatever, like they will say, oh, you know, we're just having a little bit of fun, moving around, but they still want to win. And as long as they can just be able to like just compare the final overtime defense with a lot of the other defenses they had when they were on the defensive like half, like there was actually as many defensive wins on the overtime alone as there was in the entire regular play. So that just, I you know, at some point Heroic just said, guys, okay, we've had our fun. Can we just win, or should we just like take this a little bit seriously or whatever? Yeah. So, I don't want to read too much into this, like they're struggling or anything, because they're also playing with Officer, who's like the coach, and like Ubedal said, this is a team that trusts each other. They communicate well, and they have shown before that they're able to adapt on the fly. So I'm not really that concerned about Heroic, to be honest with you.
Yeah, just remember to win, guys. That's exactly what Heroic did. They remembered to win. They won the game. They took away a couple of points, but we're now going to be heading to game number 4. It's going to be RCTIC versus M&M Academy. That's what's up next, but we're going to be doing a very quick little break, and we'll be back shortly.
Nobody likes being left out. That's why Special Effect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalised, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create more magical gaming moments. Because it's everyone's turn to play.
In 3 quick kills, 4 quick kills come in.
And Slaughter just picks them apart.
To try and put some shots on in and managing to find the last 2.
Oh, but Blur just decimates.
Prince steps up huge for ambush.
3 kills. All E1DCs. What?
Welcome back, everyone, to the 4th game of Playday number 6 here at the Northern Premier League. We got RCTIC versus M&M coming up, and joining me on the desk are Ollie and Demo. So, guys, let's jump right into this. RCTIC against M&M Academy. Ollie, if we're being completely honest here, what are you expecting?
I would expect M&M to win. I think that's a good baseline sort of expectation to set. We haven't really seen fantastic things from RCTIC so far. They really struggled yesterday against Viperio. And yeah, it's one of those games that you look at on paper and you go, yeah, this should be fairly comfortable.
Yeah, and then we're looking at RCTIC specifically, their roster coming up as well, and just the fact that they've been struggling a lot throughout the season so far. Is there anyone, any player in particular that is maybe going to secure them a couple of rounds? They really, at this point, need as many points as they can get, so even getting to overtime would be an achievement for them.
Yeah, they need points. I think that's the main thing about this side is they want to try and stay out of that relegation zone. Thankfully, for this side, they're not the worst in the league statistically at the moment. You know, RIDDLE and Coalesce haven't got their wins yet. So thankfully for RCTIC, they're still above them. And that's probably where they want to stay. I think for RCTIC, the whole process should be survive. That should be the whole objective, I think, for this side this season is just to stay up. Don't go down and just take every game as it is. I would say for RCTIC, RIDDLE, and Coalesce, their season is going to be determined on who beats who between those three. Thankfully for RCTIC, they've already beat RIDDLE, so that gives them a good edge, gives them a good stand up, and again, just a single point in overtime would do this team very, very nicely tonight. But this M&M side, on the other hand, I've been very, very impressed. I would have been a little bit more confident if we'd seen them yesterday, see how they matched up against NAVI, but because of what happened, it's very, very tricky. But from what we've seen of M&M, even though the results haven't necessarily got them a lot of points, I still think that they've shown that they can play good Siege. They just haven't been able to refine it to where it needs to be.
Yeah, and Ollie, looking at M&M, specifically the roster showing up at the moment, is there a player that you really want to highlight this evening? As, you know, Demo mentioned, we unfortunately didn't get to see them in action yesterday. So today would kind of be the first time this week, Playday number 6, where we get to see them live.
Yeah, I mean, M&M's, again, one of those teams where everyone plays a very crucial role and everyone has that sort of job that they're particularly good at. So I think it'd be very difficult. We could maybe look to highlight Skiddy. I think that's somebody that we've often gone to, and I think currently at the moment he's probably one of the better rated players statistically. We have actually got a nice little graphic here of Skiddy's numbers at the moment. 1.47 KDR kills death ratio, opening KD of 9-7 as well. So pretty successful in the opening part of the round, and a reasonable cost there as well. Could be a little bit higher, but we're not going to criticize that all too much. But again, it's one of those that it could be any number of the players on the side of M&M. They all play a very crucial and important role.
Yeah, and we also, M&M specifically, they have, their main team, they have the academy team coming through. Does that speak volumes about the individuals that they have scouting for talent, maybe the setup that they have in terms of coaching, Demer? Or is it just the fact that these players are just incredibly great and talented at what they do?
So, Jenny, I know that you're very new, of course, to the Siege scene. This M&M organization has produced some of the best players in the world at the moment. 2 of them currently residing on G2 that have came up from this academy. You've got the likes of NAVI roster, you've got Blur, you've got Nathan, you've got Kendra over in Secret. There's a multitude of players who have came in and out throughout this organization, and they've went on to do magnificent things in this game. So I think Cal and Dan, the 2 owners, they know what team, what to look out for in a good team, and they've been able, obviously, to do that with their main roster at the moment. As much as we kind of talked about M&M and they had a very poor first half of EUL, what they've been able to do in the second half, I don't think anyone would have expected, and I think that's kind of went under the radar and been talked about just how well the M&M side actually has done in their first split, all things considering. So yeah, I think M&M, they know what it takes to win. They know good players whenever they see them, and there certainly is a good number of them right now in this academy side.
Yeah, and we're going to be looking at the map features as well, just to see what we can be expecting tonight from these players, from these teams specifically. We know that looking at the Bank is going to be coming Bank. Is this one of the maps that you expect to be seeing, Ollie, or is it more like, okay, this is a new one coming through?
I mean, any map is certainly playable at this sort of a level. It's not going to be too much of a surprise, really, depending on who's playing. But M&M are going to be capable of playing a Bank. I wouldn't really be too concerned about that. They've played it already. Coalesce, on the other hand, RCTIC. I do always worry when you start to look toward those sort of teams, because do RCTIC have that deeper map pool? Bank isn't sort of necessarily a staple. It only recently came back into the pool. Your staples are going to be things like your Clubhouse, your Chalet, your Oregon, your Cafe,
which they banned,
which they've gotten rid of. And now you're looking at a Bank and you're going, well, RCTIC better be pretty confident here.
Yeah, and M&M, they lost Bank to TENSTAR, but, we can't comparing, RCTIC with TENSTAR would be a bit different, considering they positions on the standings here, but are you still confident, Demo, that this is one of those maps where we can expect M&M to kind of just come out swinging?
Yeah, they'll have a good grasp. I think M&M are a good structured team. I think they've shown that. I think some of their defensive holds that they can play, Ollie, we've praised them. Their defenses are very, very strong. It's just some of those attacks, I think, is really where they've let themselves down and have gotten a few rounds that just gotten ahead of them. I think RCTIC, they've taken a big risk here tonight. I think Bank, that's a map where you need to make sure your basics are correct. And we kind of questioned these bottom three Nordic teams about you need to do your basics right, play these safe maps. Don't be trying to go to these maps that you need a lot of practice on, where you need to have these strategies set up. So yeah, it's a big risk, I think, for RCTIC tonight going to Bank.
Is there anything from the side of M&M that RCTIC can be exploiting this evening, Ollie, or is it pretty much dead set?
I mean, it's never dead set. You know, every team comes in with an equal opportunity. And I think that, you know, RCTIC just needs to focus on playing their own game more than anything else. Do the basics well. Bank is all about time. It's all about drone work. They're the things that we praised TENSTAR for in their previous game. We praise them for that teamwork on attack and that droning and that ability to single out those roamers and get a good advantage and not spend forever doing so. So I think that's something that's really important. If you can translate a little bit of that into the gameplay, I think RCTIC will see some rounds there. But again, they're coming up against M&M, and M&M are going to be very, very good at dealing with those things themselves. So you've got to look at, well, what's the next thing that they can try and do?
Yeah, and the next thing that's going to be coming up will be the game. We have casters, Snurry and Uberos to take you guys through the action. Take it away.
Thank you to the entirety of that desk. And Uberos, this is going to be our final matchup for the night, for the two of us to cast anyway, between RCTIC and M&M, and I've been really looking forward to this because, like they pointed out on the desk, M&M has looked strong on the defenses. They've had a couple of games where it's been a little bit rough back and forth, but some of the defenses that we saw, for instance, on Shell A, they look really, really sharp. And RCTIC, as you pointed out time and time again, are going to perhaps struggle a little bit to getting a synergy in place there with the new sub just coming in Faro.
Yeah, even though my stockpile is running dangerously low, I'm gonna take a slight sip of the Nordic Copium.
Yes!
And say that RCTIC are actually Bank is one of the maps that they have played a lot. They played it in the Nordic Promotion Tournament. They played it in the Finnish League. So it's not like a brand new map for them. It is one of their more comfortable picks.
Yep.
So I'd say M&M Academy also like put up one of the best fights that they have put up so far against TENSTAR on this very map. So it's a dangerous place to go and try your luck. But I think most of the maps don't look that favorable to RCTIC against a side like an M&MA. So
no,
might just as well roll the dice on Bank. We've seen a lot of Bank today, haven't we?
It's a second, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is 200% more than I've seen recently, I was going to say. So yeah, fair enough. Osa and Kaid bands coming through here by M&M, and do forgive me if I do not say M&MA, because at some point I'll just end up saying Mana Mana, and I'm not going to do that to myself, so I'm just going to call them M&A. But there we go. I did it. I'm just going to call them M&M. It's the Academy team. It's not the main team, so do forgive us if we do use the org's name. But as I was going to... There we go. Can you tell that the Nordic casters haven't had any sleep lately, by the way? It's we're an hour ahead of our UK friends, so please do forgive us if we seem to get a little bit more loony as the night progresses. But nothing loony about Open. Open is a site that was practically never picked for the longest of times on Bank, but now, as it has returned to the competitive pool, we have certainly seen more and more of Open area. Now, Uberos, can I pick your brains as to why this site is all of a sudden viable, or why people have sort of, let's say, reinvented it, or brought it back into their strat book?
I think one of the things is hatches change location a little bit. I'm really having struggle trying to remember the old Bank right now. It's been a long time since I've been on old Bank.
Yeah.
It just seems to suit teams nowadays way more than like the old stable that was the downstairs.
Yep.
Downstairs they changed up the server area a bit, and it made it so that like everybody knows how to attack downstairs on Bank.
Yep.
It was just such a lot played site, so just sometimes it's not even that the map changes so much. It's just that teams figure out something so well that like trying a site that is not as much played with small changes is gonna be a lot more impactful than playing the site that everybody knows how to play on one side or another.
And of course, with the addition of the new uppers as well, Osa being one of them who has been banned on Bank, and that is because we obviously saw it in the game, previous game here between TENSTAR and Heroic, just how strong this operator can be on, for instance, Bank. There you go, RCTIC. It's just you need to slim down a little bit, buddy, before you start moving in the door there. But he did get through in the end, and they're pinging out South Park here, who is playing on an island. We have seen this before. South Park trying to play here at Bias Lansam with this shotgun, and RCTIC, fellow countryman, is going to try and look for South Park just here. If South Park can get this opener for RCTIC, it would have been amazing. With the rotation coming out here towards Kantoraketti, but RCTIC will be able to shut him down. Monks is now all of a sudden in a pincer move here, so he's going to have to be very careful. Look at this, 3 players all of a sudden gonna look to try and surround him here as he's playing just outside of stock. Kusik is playing inside of meeting, but RCTIC just responds to that intel immediately, and RCTIC has really stepped up. Monks is actually gonna be able to get himself a kill, but relaxing will trade him out, and all of a sudden, just like that, top floor cleared out here for the side of M&M, and only 2 players left alive on the side of RCTIC.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate there on the timings. They pretty much just walked straight into the crosshair of RCTIC. They had some good drones there in front of him, driving and forced the defenders to kind of make a move first or get pre-fired. I guess that's why South Park started to peek up to the hallway there. Now it's a really tall ask from the new guy on Farao and Nikke to hide this back in their favor. You get the impact trick on the breach there. It's not that big of a hole. I don't need to prone to get through, realistically.
Yeah, but it's just getting that sideline though and make him dance a little bit, and there's an Alda trying to chip away at the feet of the M&M players as well. And the Alda, Faro had a good game last night as well in terms of individual stats, and right now he is going to try and refuse entry here from M&M as far as he can, but there it goes down. It's only Nikki left here, and it's going to have to rotate from main stairs. Do they have any intel element? Pings are coming through here, but it might be from the side of RCTIC, and Nick is actually going to go all the way up and rather do a top-down take or retake here. I was going to say it's going to be difficult for him, but the hatch is open down from Janitor. If he gets that one, oh, if he hadn't given away his position there, he might have put himself in a good position. He's not even going to get the injure there, so a little bit too quick on that trigger finger there, Nick. And now that know exactly where he is, they just have to keep an eye out here and open. Drop's going to come through, and with Skitty sitting right next to the breach, this is going to be very difficult for Nick. He's going to go fishing a little bit with the C4, not going to find anything, but here we go. Skitty on the before-mentioned breach is going to get the final kill, and first round going to go to M&M.
Very well cleared the map on M&A there. They had a solid roam clear. Kari pushing as the arrowhead and taking down a couple of the roamers there, and RCTIC were in trouble after that. It's really starting to come apart at the seams when you lose all of your upstairs presence without really getting that many kills. They had 3 players there, and all 3 were lost, and they only get 1 back. And that's never a situation where you want to be in. 2v4, and with the attacker still having more than a minute to play for, it's gonna always be a tough ask, and so it was this time too.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Tough ask indeed, but keep in mind that we just got from a bank game where we saw only 4 defensive rounds, which could arguably point to a difficult map to play for the defenders at this current level. But we just don't know. Every game can change wildly here, and of course, like the desk pointed out earlier, the M&M defenses have also looked incredibly strong at certain points. Their position on the table does not really tell how good their defenses have been, and keep in mind that last night they were awarded with a forfeit victory as NAVI did not have the internet to play the game, and sadly had to forfeit since they could not find a substitute in the time that was given. But M&M wants to prove today, especially against a team that has only gotten themselves 3 points thus far in the table, or in the league, that they don't need the help of Swiss neutral internet. They can win these games all by themselves.
Oh, nice play there. Shooting the thermocharge from the soft wall, denying that angle being opened up.
Yep.
Well played by Farao. Getting that Twitch turn also on the Master Cam, that's nice for him.
That is good
Able to-
considering. Yeah.
Forcing the attack to use some more utility. They still have nades and stuff so that they can get rid of it when they want, but that's like more stuff that they have to use dedicated to the camera. They can't just go for the blunt in the smokes. There's gonna be intel for that unless they spend the nades. They only have one set of nades also, so it's gonna be one nade.
Yeah, question here now is whether or not, sorry for interrupting there, but it's whether or not Skitty actually heard Kusik there shooting inside of CEO. But look at this, the plant's going to go down because you have the shields here. Imagine if you had a C4 or a smoke here. You have an ult, you're going to be able to spray one of the covers. You're going to be able to perhaps get both. Far well, Skitty will get one kill there. This is C4, far too late though. Nerf doesn't have a lot of HP, but it is a Monty and a post plant. 2 guns versus 4 here, but if you can keep 2 players on the side alive here, but you won't, because Skitty and the card will start cleaning up. The final 2 remaining players will be pinged up by the Monty here. Backup will have to come here for the side of M&M. And look at that. Adkari will just keep gunning down his fellow Fens and will be able to close this one out as well, as the Monty is just going to push it. And yes, indeed, he will just pistol whip it. And Adkari is really starting off with a blast here on bank.
Yeah, that was a good read actually from MNMA, and then like reading that they could go for the early plant there. There wasn't really anything to deny it if you just plant behind the Monty there, and that's something that RCTIC surely have to like take into consideration going forward. They had like no Nitro that could respond to that, nothing of the sort of that threat that they could deploy there, and it really cost them dearly. They even got 2 of the kills after the plant, but still were unable to close it out on the retake. It's a really hard retake, that one on bank, trying to get the server's control back from the attackers, because there's so many places you can like withdraw to as an attacker. You can get the hatch control from all the way from like top of square. You can go to the tunnel and play from deep below, especially when you have a Monty for information. You essentially have a drone that the defenders cannot shoot out. You're always gonna be having the info to make a play. Really well played from them.
Yeah, absolutely, and especially when you have to take a retake against a Monty as well. It's always difficult. And I was going to say, like, if RCTIC could have kept 2 of their players alive, they would have been a chance, because one of them could have been holding an eye out for that Monty, whereas the other one were going to be on the defuse. But sadly for RCTIC, they were just gunned down by Skitty and Adkari on the retake there. And Adkari had a little bit of a chat with him before the season, and he was hoping that this was going to be his season to show that he can really shine and step up here as a consistent player at this level, and hopefully of course higher at the CL level. Had a little bit of a rough start to the season here, but Adkari is not a player that you should ever count out.
Yep, he's been around for a long time. The UK scene too has played in some of the mixed teams from that region, and of course in a couple of Nordic projects also, Finnish teams. He's been around since like since the very early days of competitive Siege. And the experience is coming through here against a considerably less experienced side like RCTIC, were at their first time at the tier 3 level for all of the players.
First time indeed, and it's good though to see that someone else from your country, I was going to say, can do well, and coming up through the tier 3 scene. South Park has actually been able to stay alive here. Took a little bit of chip damage there on the windows, and it is a duel against the before mentioned player here, and of course you have Eco playing on the window there as well. Adkari just sees him, and Kusik, you gotta rub out your eyes, I was gonna say, because Adkari saw you and he was just like, well, okay, I'll take that. I'll take that one. And of course, is he... Yeah.
As we would say in Finland, hyvää yötä. That's good night.
Good night and finish indeed, and the Ninja going down into South Park. Monks is going to swing out though and get that kill, and is actually able to get back alive as well. So that's a good read there by Monks to be able to get back onto site. South Park is still injured. It does seem like M&M is not really too sure about him being injured or not, so they're still looking for him. There you go. Should get the confirm. They did have the drone there, but I don't think anyone really saw the time that they're going to drone. Well, actually, Skitty is on the drone, so he might have had that intel all along. Excuse me. But regardless of that, Monks is safely back down to site. It's still, however, a numbers advantage for M&M.
Yeah, and the HP advantage to Monks is really low. 1 bullet from pretty much any gun is able to take him out, so he has to go for the headshots definitely here. Not that you shouldn't always, but it's extra important for him now. He's gonna.
I'm more of a foot guy. I was going to say I just prefer shooting people in the foot. You know.
One of those guys.
Yeah, one of those guys. Yeah,
let's not get too deep into food stuff here.
Well, you know, no kink shaming here, as the wall's going to be opened up here by the Selma charges. I can't help aiming very low, because that's just how bad I am as a player. As the drops come through, but Monks is still going to get a headshot somehow on that corpse. Faro going to be cleaning up all there as well. Leaves Nerf in a 1v2. Will clean up the first one. I said 1v2, I lied, it's a 2v2. Now it's a 1v2 on the side of Nikki. Plant's going to go down, the pings are coming through. Will not be able to land the shot, has a C4. They will be a bit too late. Nerf somehow won't even die from that C4. So it's a 1v2 pulse plant. Will land the first couple of shots there. Nikki, though, and they do have full intel as to the second player. Still going to be a bit difficult for him, though, with the SMG-11. He's going to have to put that crosshair placement just perfect, but he won't. It's going to be Eco with the AK instead from behind the chassis, taking it up, and M&M are going to go 3-0 up.
I'm going to have to call an old friend out here and say that he had pings, exact pings, yellow pings on the planta, and he was like, it was only a soft wall, and he decides to go for the swing instead from the doorway. He could just turn around and spray through the wall, or even make a hole with a shotgun there. The time it takes to plant, he had pings on both of the players left there, and a bit of a misplay really costing them around. That was looking quite good for them for a while there, even though they were in a disadvantage essentially when the execute started to happen. That's a bit of like the inexperience shining through.
And I hate to sort of, you know, not keep harping on, I was going to say, but harping back to NW as well, to Nikki as well. I do believe it was Nikki was a bit late with the C4 and down in basement as well when the plant was going down, and I don't know if it's down to the communications, I don't know if it's down to just the positioning of the team, so it's like, oh, okay, I need your C4 over here right now, and it is difficult when you're in the heat of the moment, if, like you said, when you're being pushed against the wall like that, to make those split-second decisions, because that's also down to experience. That's also down to being able to play and play and play and understand that, wait, I'm playing a guy with a C4. I could just yeet the C4, or I could just spray through the wall, like you said. But it could also be down to, like I said, stress at playing at the tier 3 level for the first time. And yes, we're a couple of play weeks in, but RCTIC is still a relatively fresh team. But what we're looking to see from RCTIC this season is a steady improvement, and the hope for them, of course, to survive the relegations here in their first season at the tier 3 level.
Yeah, now they really need to start stringing around together if they want to get any points from this game. We can't just let M&M run wild like this, and those close situations, you're gonna have to start tying them up. It's gonna cost them a lot if they lose all the clutch situations to silly mistakes like that. You kind of like, as a team at like their level, you can't really give away too many free chances. Essentially, you're gonna get. They're not gonna be many. You can see Rome being decimated yet again.
Oh no, South Park, not like this, with the crosshair just behind the player we're shooting at, what gives the player inside of a lobby all the time in the world to just stay alive and be like, well, okay, I feel like a mosquito is biting my back. Eco's going to be able to take that gunfight against South Park, though, and he's actually perhaps going to impact himself there. Good idea. Execution, not so much, as they're only down to 2 players, and again, we're seeing more of the same thing that you've been talking about here, Uberos. We are seeing a little bit of lack of experience, a little bit of just difference in terms of skill here as well. M&M, one of those teams that prior to the season was held in high regard by many of the teams and opponents playing in the league, and they just haven't been able to step up to the level that people have expected, but they are working on getting themselves back into this league, and there's still one more play week to go before a long break here, and if they can start racking up those points, they might be able to save themselves out of a very difficult situation here, as, speaking of difficult situations, Faro is stuck left in a 1v4, and make that 0, as Atkari is just going to continue his hot form right now.
Yeah, RCTIC are looking quite pedestrian here. Their roams are really not working out, and they really need to figure something. What they're doing isn't working. Clearly, you can see it every round.
Oh no, Medic and the production. That's not on Medic. Sorry, that's on the production. Don't do this to him. Yep, that hit the wall. I'm pretty sure that hit the wall.
Yeah, it clipped just on the edge of the hole there. That's
I was gonna say
a bit unlucky. That isn't like completely on him, because I thought you could throw it from there. I was like not expecting it to clip the wall actually, but
No, me neither. And because you see the hole there, but I do think like from the way that a projectile kind of changed direction there for like a split second, it's like yeah, that's a clip, and feels bad, man. So the again idea there was good, but just unfortunate with the execution. And I'm sorry to Medic. I somehow I believe that Medic is in charge of both observing and producing there apparently. So apologies. I know Medic. He's on my ears, and he's got such a soothing voice, and I just melt a little bit inside every time I hear him scream into my ears. Or, yeah, there we go. Thank you. I wish you guys could hear all the stuff going on in backstage sometimes. But, RCTIC, speaking of him, 100% cost thus far, 3-0 in opening kills, and 8-0 in KD, because guess what? He's got ridiculous 8 kills and 1 death after 4 rounds. Average of 2 kills per round. Look, I can do maps.
Yeah,
every once in a while.
That's a good game RCTIC is having, and it's good to see. He has struggled in a couple of the earlier games, and now finally he's getting the confidence built up. Sure, it's an easier opponent, I think it's fair to say, but it's important nonetheless to get those ego-boosting games sometimes. You're gonna feel good after this one, you can maybe take it to the next one and then perform even against a harder opponent. It's a lot about the mental game in Siege. We've talked about it earlier too on the panels and the costs for these games this season. A lot of it is a mental game, and games like this can really boost your mental, especially for a team like MNMA, who've had a bit of a tough one in the beginning here. They're on the latter half of the scoreboard, or like leaderboard currently, standings.
That they are. Kusik though, I mean, RCTIC is like the Finnish gatekeeper right now towards his fellow countrymen. But we're gonna see if it's actually been quite a bit now without any kills, so we're deaths coming back or forth here. Kusik is gonna try and peek this. Yeah, I know. Eco is apparently a lot slimmer than you would think, because the sprays are coming through here, and Kusik somehow, the pings are coming through, and Kusik, I mean, worst case scenario, you die. Well, okay, I just jinxed it. There we go. Skitty picks him up, and Kusik, that's the kind of game that he's having. I know, and like, he's almost my age. I know that your eyesight is starting to decline a little bit, but RCTIC certainly hasn't, as he's just going to pick himself up another kill. And it's again, like, we keep harping on about this narrative about RCTIC. It's about those missed opportunities from RCTIC right now.
Yeah, it's the little things, but they compound a lot at this level. Like, one thing that you're not taking advantage of, it puts you in a bad situation in the next thing that comes along, and then you're already like 2 mistakes behind, basically. It's really hard to catch that back up. Once you keep constantly making those mistakes, it just compounds and compounds and compounds, and then you start losing confidence, and it's a real bad look. Kusik there, having really unfortunate with the holo site taking up the entirety of Eco when he pushed in.
That's why I don't play the holo site.
Blame the site, that's fine, guys. You would have won the game.
Yeah, I always do. I mean, RCTIC's got 2 tough games coming up after this, at least one. They have, well, let's wait. It's actually less than 15 seconds. The Execute's going to come through here. His Nerf is going to try and stick this plant. RCTIC player's going to have to try and respond there, but the Incandelos are just wasting so much time. And the plant's going down. C4 coming up, but yet again, the C4s won't land. Skitty and Nerf's bullets, however, will land. And all of a sudden, Nikki is left alive in a 1v5 clutch post-plant situation. And is he even going to be able to pick up 1 kill? No, he won't. Skitty tells him to sit down. Good night in English. And not looking too good for RCTIC, who has yet to call a timeout. And as I say that, the timeout is going to come out from Kusik. And Uberos, RCTIC are going to be playing Ambush in the next week. That's going to be a very tough game, even though they do know Ambush better than most of these teams. And after that, they are going to play the only team, with the exception of RIDDLE, thus far, that has 0 points, which is going to be Coalesce. And it's not going to be any better for them. That's what I'm saying. Like, when you're that low on the table, every game is going to be a tough game.
Yeah, the positive thing for them for next week is that both of the opponents are going to be familiar opponents. They played against Coalesce in the Nordic Promotion Tournament, and Ambush are their local rivals. They've played them many times over the past year in the Finnish league, over the past couple of years, actually. So there's that, because currently they are struggling a lot with not having the experience to really read what the UK teams, for example, are doing. They are just unable to match the intensity that some of the teams are bringing, and it's a lot to do on the. They just can't really read what to do, how to like counter the stuff that they're facing, and it's gonna be one problem that they're not gonna have that bad against the Nordic teams, other Nordic teams, but
yeah,
it's not looking good for them, I'd say.
It isn't, but I mean, if you look realistically at it, I mean, RCTIC didn't even know that they were going to be qualifying to the NPL. Like when they were going to get in the open quals for the Nordic Championship, they assumed that they would be playing against other Nordic teams, and all of a sudden, this is now all of a sudden an NPL qualifier from the Nordic region, and all of a sudden, like, the stakes are just increased. But even though that might seem like a bit of a trade-off for RCTIC, long term, I think it's actually a great thing because it gives them a tons of experience that they arguably would not have gotten in the Nordic Championship. They are playing much tougher competition, and like I said, experience is important there. Look at Skitty as well, 80% cost and 8 KD as well now, 1-0. And wow, okay, an attempt was made at a little bit of a rush, and Pharaoh is just rocking the Alda, and Adam wanted to try something new and cute, and luckily for RCTIC, Pharaoh was awake.
Yeah, they are gonna get at least one on the board, I think, off of that. It was a real kill box there. ALF bullets coming out from the Alda. Any other weapon and it wouldn't even have been that bad, but the belt-fed LMG on the defensive side, LMG meta still going strong.
I mean, the Alda has always been a bait, like, it's just been one of those great guns. I mean, just don't.
Where are you peeking that? Guys, where are you peeking that?
This is a coach saying now, like, don't peek. Like, why are you peeking? Like, I agree.
That is the most aggravating issue I see. Like, the thing I see both RIDDLE and RCTIC do constantly is putting themselves in fights that they have nothing to win in.
Especially when you're 3-1 up and you don't have a single round. It's like, yeah, but like, can we just get a round? Like, you know, because I'm not even trying to be funny here. Like, you don't know how crucial the round difference could be at the end of the day, like in a relegation battle. So, and
yeah, it can make the difference between being auto relegated and like
getting a promotional tournament.
Yeah, getting promotion to play for at least.
And also, like you said, experience. It takes experience to. I mean, it takes experience to build experience. I was gonna say, just getting a little bit of muscle memory. Don't, you know, peak those ridiculous fights and play disciplined, and it's more likely that you will do it next time. Arcadio, though, still hasn't given up here, and if there's one player besides Skitty, I was going to say, on the side of M&M, that would immediately jump out at me as the clutch master, it would be Arcadio. I've casted some crazy clutches from him in the past. I wouldn't put it past him to do it again. But this time, luckily, RCTIC are playing a little bit more disciplined. They had a little bit of a risky biscuit there, to quote a dear friend of mine of Grace. Just peeking the window for no reason, but luckily for them, are going to be playing disciplined here and take that round, so at least it's not a 7-0.
Yeah, still evading that dreadful 7-0 that you don't want to get hit with.
No, I don't think a single team has lost 7-0 yet in the NPL. We're going to have to give them that.
Yeah, that is quite impressive on some level.
I mean, no disrespect, but like for RCTIC and RIDDLE, that is a bit impressive. But yeah, there we go. That was
as someone who got 7-0'd on their TS3 like debut. As a coach, but anyways.
Yeah, but still, it hurts. It hurts. And that clip that we just saw there with Pharaoh just mowing people down, it's like a throwback to a movie. Let's just say bloody hallway. Hopefully someone will take that reference, but things are gonna change now. We're gonna move over to RCTIC on the attack. Now I'm gonna take the rest of what's left of. I'm not even take your copium. I'm gonna take your hopium, and I'm gonna take a massive like inhale of that, and I'm gonna say we have seen an incredibly attacker-sided bank thus far. Now, arguably in this matchup, it's because of the skill gap and difference in skill level, but that's why it's called hopium. Look at Pharaoh. Oh, Nerf is up close there now with the shoddy, but that's where you have the Monty. You're going to hear the smoke canisters come out and just stall the push here. A little bit of attempt here, just trying to take as much as possible, but look at this. Oh, that is so unfortunate with the disconnect. Because as meta...
That's one smoke canister already down. That's something positive, but then it is like, yeah, sure, you lost the smoke canister. We lost a player.
Yeah, and as Medic pointed out as well, by going out in the overhead view there is literally no one from M&M on site. If they had just gotten past Nerf there, they could have actually have gone for a little bit of a cheeky quick plant there, because there's absolutely no one there.
They haven't even prepped half the site.
No, because three of them just ran off site and just went, okay guys, let's just go and refurnish this. But because of that unfortunate disconnect, and because of the smoke canisters being thrown out there, they had to be stalled a bit there. Could have been a little bit aggressive in that push and just try to risk it, of course, but you don't really want to take, I mean, we just said it, don't take unnecessary risks, and that's what RCTIC didn't do that time, and especially when you lose a player to the disconnect there and you're already at a numbers disadvantage and you're playing with the Monty, that is not really something you want to do.
I'm gonna play devil's advocate and say that in a 5-1, if they had the read that the site is pretty clear, there's only one player there, you just push through the smoke and try and get the kill there, because that's your chance to win the round.
I don't disagree.
Not taking risk hasn't paid off that well so far. You have to take some of the risks now to get back into the game, maybe try and get the momentum going in your favor.
Yeah.
And playing super safe, you're just gonna get run over.
Calculated risks.
Yes.
So you know that one of the smoke can. Oh, lucky there that you don't die to that Razor Bloom. But one of the smoke canisters left. No, yep, still there. So it's going to be coming out just now. And Nicky is very, very low. And he's not going to be able to come out of the smoke in time. And that is one of those win conditions taken down. And with Nerf picking up yet another kill with the SMG just after that. What looked bad is even worse for the side of RCTIC. A round and a read that looked really good with just coupled with an unfortunate disconnect, and like you said, perhaps a little bit too conservative in that round, from being not enough conservative to being too disciplined, and that is the life of a tier 3 level struggling at the bottom of the table.
Yeah, I wouldn't maybe call it that was disciplined, that was more meek. That was just being a bit too scared to really commit for the push that they were going for.
Fair enough.
Sometimes you just gotta take the bull by the horns.
Yep. Especially when you're 5-1 down.
Yeah.
5 seconds to go.
Oh well. Monks. Are you gonna be able to get a pistol whip here at the end? No, he's not. Close enough, but M&M. Just keep racking it up. And again, you could obviously say that, oh no, it's the unfortunate disconnect that did it. It wasn't really RCTIC's fault. But like you said, you can only focus on the things that you could have controlled. And in that scenario, look at this. The SMG 11 kills straight away afterwards as well. Through the smoke, yes, indeed, at the far end of the server rack there. Well played by Nerf. Nerf him.
Yeah, let's be realistic. What would the 5th player have done there? Not much. They kind of tried to go for the push. They got the Monty killed by the smokes and the Razor Bloom.
Very true.
Would they have gone for a full roam clear? Would that have worked out? We don't know, but I'm doubtful. They kind of had to read before the disconnect happened to go for the fast push. Maybe they would have followed through with that, but who knows?
No, but I agree. But it would just been like, I still think even with the number disadvantage, like seeing just 2 of them, it makes me question how much intel they really did have on the site. Because if you knew there was only 1 player on site, like sure, you can have like spread some players around, make a little bit of noise, and just keep the I was gonna say the roamers busy, but even just adding that 1 extra gun, it doesn't, even like just, could have done a world of difference. But right now, it doesn't matter. Round was lost, 6-1, so RCTIC nowhere near the 3 points. And even if they are able to sweep this and get themselves back up to 6, they are secured only 1 point minimum. No 3 points though. And I'm not gonna take so much hopium that I do believe that RCTIC will be able to pull themselves back into this.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna see anybody fill the boots that Benja had in the heroic game to drag his team back into it.
I was gonna comment that earlier. Good luck to anyone to steal that MVP tonight away from Benja. Like, I want to see that play, or that game where that happens. It would have to be like Sir Pega, like single-handedly carrying RIDDLE to a 7-0 or something like that.
Yeah, South Park's trying. He's on the knock at least, but he's so far 0-7, so he has got like 23 to pick up in the coming 10 rounds that they might have left if they go for maximum overtime.
Well, 2 to 3 kills per round. That's, the maths add up. You can still do it. But I also wanted to do that, like, to mention South Park. not the performance that we're used to seeing from him, being a 7-0, and considering the roles that he usually plays, it's just not good enough, and it's not necessarily down to him individually, but also to M&M playing much better than what we've seen at certain points. I mean, their theme park game was just beautiful. But this is more like the M&M that we expected. I want to see them get a good win. Don't just go for like the memes and take things easy here now just because they are in the lead. You have things to prove, not just for the rest of the league, but for yourselves as well.
Yeah, somebody I want to commend on the side of RCTIC is Farah, because he's he's been putting in a respectable performance in this match, coming in as a new player to the team. Just yesterday was his first game. First official, at least, for the RCTIC side, so that's encouraging sign.
Yeah, I would say he played well yesterday as well in terms of individual performances. Like I know, like that kind of forced RCTIC players away. Ah, that's a good nade, Kuzik. There you go, playing a little bit of golf there, and even opening up the hatch there, doing a little bit of a service, and that's open. Keep in mind that we are currently attacking. So still a lot of presence there on site here, and look at this. It's almost like looking at a tennis court here. Just players on each side, just waiting to lob some bullets back and forth here with their guns. Nade just to make sure that he can clear any potential utility hiding on that side. And looks clear to me, but, you know, if you have nades, you might as well use them. You know you're going to have to drop. And there we go. Monks takes down Maestro. That is huge. And Nikki picking up and relaxing as well. All of a sudden, it looks like RCTIC will be able to pull off and execute here. RCTIC still waiting here, though, and with Skitty waiting in main stairs. But he's taken down in a flawless round all of a sudden by RCTIC. And that's what you like to see from the Finnish team.
Sometimes they just click.
But that isn't like... I don't know. I'm not gonna go in like in a whole like full thing there because you know how much I talk about the Finnish teams. You know how much I love watching Finnish teams play. But that's also like the tier 3 thing, though, isn't it? Sometimes you can have like these amazing rounds where you just land absolutely everything, and then it's the inconsistency that's a bit worrying, right? That's why you're like a bottom tier 3 team.
Yeah, it's not being able to reproduce that good flow you have going on in the round, not being able to reproduce the correct choices that you make, not being able to like constantly have that thing going on, not being able to string together rounds. That's really hard to win a match by just winning every now and then. You're not gonna reach the 7 points before the team that's getting 3 rounds in a row and then losing one.
Very, very true.
Yeah. And like we saw yesterday against Viperio when they played, they got a couple of attacks there off too. When they got the executes, they had looked really good on a couple of individual rounds. They just are unable to adjust to the situation around them. If they lose the opening picks, they are very likely to lose the round, even more likely than some of the other teams. So the opening pick is a strong thing to have going for you, but it's repeatability, something that they have to work on.
An adaptation and being able to pounce on an opening once you see it. Like there was a hint of it in that defense, that attack, the first attack not long ago, but it's sticking to it as well. It is difficult, and like we said before, RCTIC did not really expect to be at this level of play this early on, I was going to say, but it's up to them to gain that experience, and who knows what can happen after a month of scrims here. And again, I was going to commend Farah, who did a good job coming in as a substitute, taking over Tricky here yesterday as well, which forced a lot of players around a little bit in terms of roles, which, like you said, it takes a while to adjust to the new synergy and role designation on a team.
Yep. We saw Tricky a lot on those aggressive roles, and now Farah is more of a support player. He's very good at that, and it's one of the more promising Finnish support players that we have had in a long time. Reminiscent of almost like a Boonsy type character.
Boonsy. That's a name I haven't heard in a while. I've seen him around on Twitch, I think, and Twitter, but I miss him. Miss Boonsy. Shout out to Bunsey. Right, so it's been a lot of RCTIC talk here, but it's good to see the positive trend coming from M&M here, and like we spoke of earlier, they need the points they can get. Now, they were a bit fortunate, let's be honest, with the 3 points they got last night due to the forfeit, but it's not the kind of way you want to win those 3 points. But they'll take them, because they need them. Arkady will get the opening kill onto Kuzik, though, and more of the same here from Arkady, I was going to say, as M&M are looking to close this one out. And, yeah, like we said about the inconsistency, all of a sudden, you get deaths like that.
Yeah. sometimes it's hard to be a Nordic stan.
You're running out of hopium, is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Stockpiles are dangerously low. And we still got one more game to go for with RIDDLE.
Oh, don't even remind me. That one is, oh well. I mean, it's gonna be good for the viewers though. Viperio 86 against RIDDLE after this, but let's see how this plays out. We don't know yet. Could see an incredible clutch effort here in the 3v4. It's only one man disadvantage. It's Tellers at closest sight. There we go. Monk's taking down Skitty. Is a good start. Exactly the start that you want to see. Get a little bit of an advantage here now at the top here, seeing that Eco's playing on top if Monk's to get him. But then again, 20 seconds left. You're gonna have to go to sight. Like, how much time do you really have to spend chasing a castle at the top floor? Yes, it does have a super shoddy, but it's not going to be as impactful as some of those playing on site. But you're going to have to follow up, and that's Cuddy. They just pile up for him, and relaxing will drive the final nail into the coffin of RCTIC and send them back to the Finnish woods.
That's
I was going to say. I was gonna just, I was gonna say, are you looking for your stockpile? You got quiet there all of a sudden.
Yeah, I just scramble around and find the last bottle. MNMA are looking good. They are slowly building back into it. They had a really rough first couple of weeks, but they are slowly picking it up. They are looking more competitive even against the top teams. They had a close game against TENSTAR on Bank last week, and now they got a comfortable win here against RCTIC, as most of us would have expected, I guess.
Yep. So that's actually going to put, if I read this correctly, that's actually going to put them up at 9 points, and M&M are going to be equaling the tally there alongside NAVI, and just one single point behind TENSTAR. And considering the rocky start that M&M got to this season, and I argue with TENSTAR as well, all of a sudden the table is opening up here again in terms of getting themselves into back of the mid-table. You see Viperio up at 3rd place with 12 points, and then all of a sudden it's only 4 points separating the 6th and 7th place teams up to the 3rd place. So good tidings, I was going to say, for M&M.
Yeah, it bodes them well. It's more comfortable to start going towards the second half on that, like, break in the middle when you are close by, right at the heels of those teams at the mid-table, and they're fighting for the playoff spots. And that's looking really good for MNMA. They are slowly getting it back together. And I think we're going to see an even closer match the second half of the season now that they are starting to hit the ground running.
I'm pretty sure about that as well, my good friend Uberos. And Uberos, I just have to say, this was our final game casting together for quite some time, and it's been an absolute honor to cast alongside you, my Nordic brethren, for the first time ever. Been looking forward to it, and we're wrapping up this Playday in terms of casting, but we will return to the desk after a short break. But for that, we're going to give it to another great desk here, and I'm sure they're waiting to dissect this game as well. Take it away.
Thank you so much for that one, sir. And what a wholesome ending to your guys' casting. Love the apps. Love the shout out. It was very, very adorable. But let's talk about this game specifically. Let's talk about M&M versus RCTIC. How RCTIC still had that opportunity to secure 2 rounds coming into this. And M&M, yes, they looked absolutely incredibly strong here. But I'm going to start off with you, Ollie. Was there anything that RCTIC showed specifically that really stood out to you in terms of an improvement?
I mean, it's difficult to find improvement when M&M are playing so well. M&M really went out there and did exactly what we expected them to do tonight, and that was to put on a good performance on Bank. We know them to be a good team. We know them to be a team that can play Bank very well. And RCTIC were always going to come up against quite a lot of obstacle going up against M&M tonight. So I think in reality, we really ought to be focusing on M&M and how well they've played, because I think they've really, turned it around and showed that they can consistently perform. It's a given that they're going to beat a team like RCTIC. You don't have to be a genius to look at the standings and figure that out, but you've still got to go out there on the server and put in the performance, and they did that.
Yeah, and the performance of M&M is something also that I think is very much worth dissecting because of just how incredibly strong it was. Yes, we can talk about the standings coming through and that it was expected that they take the win over RCTIC, but they did it in a very convincing fashion over here at Denver. So what exactly from M&M really stood out to you in terms of, okay, this is maybe not what you expected to see, or if anything, maybe they laid it up to your expectations?
No, I think this is Eminem. I think that's what they needed to do today. I think after yesterday, where we didn't really get to see them, they still had to come out here today and pick up another 3 points. So from Eminem's perspective, this has been a great week. Obviously, unfortunate circumstances with what happened yesterday with NAVI. Are Eminem really going to care? No. They got 3 points against NAVI, which they'll still take that. It doesn't matter. These guys are fighting for a CL spot at the end of the day. They want to get up there. They'll take anything that they can. And we know that NAVI side, they will beat other teams that Eminem are going to be competing against. So I think that's going to be a worthy 3 points anyway. Like I said, still terrible circumstances, but you'll take anything you can in this kind of league where you're just fighting tooth and nail for everything that goes your way.
Yeah, and let's talk to Nerf from M&M specifically. Maybe we can ask them the question whether or not they care about that win that they took yesterday over NAVI, considering the circumstances. But hello. First of all, congratulations on your win. So I'm going to repeat that question coming through. It's how are you guys feeling about that win over NAVI under, those circumstances yesterday? As Demo mentioned himself, your guys are absolutely fighting to the nail for a position here, and you really want to get to those top 2 spots. So is this something you guys are happy with? I'd assume so, but do let us know.
Yeah, so it's kind of unfortunate we weren't able to play, really, because obviously we want to show what we can do. We want to get that experience against the T1 team. But obviously, 3 points is 3 points. There's not much that we can be done about it, so just move on.
Yeah, and you guys secured another 3 points here today against RCTIC. How did you prepare for this game? I know on the desk we kind of already alluded at the fact that the standings are very different from the likes of M&M compared to the likes of RCTIC, but I would assume some prep went into it, and if so, what exactly did you guys focus on?
Yeah, so the thing about Arctic is their map bans are really predictable, so we could kind of pick what map we wanted to go to, so we had plenty of time to prep, and obviously we had a lot of mistakes last week, so we've been just ironing them out since then, and we put up a better performance today.
So can you maybe pinpoint a couple of these mistakes that you think you guys have ironed out successfully coming into this week?
The biggest thing was just translating scrims into officials. Like, we played pretty scared against TENSTAR and Victus. We made a lot of mistakes we don't usually make just because we're scared to make plays. So, our attacks especially struggled. So we kind of just focus on that, focus on playing with confidence. That was the main thing.
And how do you guys really get into that headspace to be able to play with this kind of confidence? Because you don't really have a lot of time to improve as you're playing week after week. There's a lot of best of ones, and you have 2 game days coming through. So what is it that you guys do as players to actually get in the space?
We all have our own routines, so we warm up individually, each person, then we do like a warm-up scrim before, and we kind of just focus in that and get us in the right headspace. Just make sure we're focused on the win. Don't underestimate anyone. That's the biggest thing. But yeah, nothing crazy really.
Yeah, well, that's good to hear. And before we close out the interview, I want to ask you if you have any final words that you would like to share.
Not really. Just big thanks to all the supporters out there. Like, there's a lot of M&M fans out there been rooting for us, especially with like the losses. It's nice to see. So yeah, just thanks for the support, guys. The main thing.
Well, thank you so much for the time to do the interview. And once again, congratulations. Looking forward to see more of you guys in the future.
Cheers. Thanks.
That's the confidence and the self-awareness coming out from M&M, highlighting that, they weren't playing with that confidence initially. They were able to translate it from scrims into actual games. And Demo, is this really something they have genuinely demonstrated today, or do you think the confidence is maybe something we need to look at in future games, because this was against RCTIC?
Yeah, let's just see who they still have to go up against. So they have RIDDLE, and they also then have 86 for next week. That RIDDLE game you would expect should be a similar performance to what we've seen here today from them. So I think that's something to be optimistic about. And if they can, again, get that win, then they'll be in really high spirits. That'll pick up a good bit of momentum going into that 86 game, which is a big one in terms of the standings. And that's maybe where M&M could start leapfrogging over quite a few teams. And who knows, they could be pushed up into that top 4 position.
Yeah, and Ollie, is there anything specific from the side of M&M that you think they still need to iron out? Yes, it was a solid performance today, but still, anything you want to highlight in terms of their execution?
I think we could maybe talk about consistency a little bit. We saw Akari have a fantastic game today. He went 13-3 in the end, in contrast to the last time that they played Bank, where I think he went something like 3-6 or 3-9, something along those lines. Just goes to show the difference that, a little bit of confidence and a bit of consistency could bring out of this side. We know them to be a very capable team. We highlighted Skinny at the start of this match, and it was really Akari that stole the show there in terms of KD, 88% cost as well, even got a plant down. So a real standout performance from him, and good consistency, across the board. Nerf, I think, is maybe one of the more underrated players inside of the league. He does his job exceptionally well, on that hard support, but can definitely get fraggy when he needs to. And I think that that's really important. So it's good to see that, if Skiddy's not having the greatest of games, or if Akari's not having the greatest of games, either one can sort of step up and really, be that sort of talisman of being that kill leader and sort of drag the team through it. But it was a well-rounded performance today and a very convincing one.
A very convincing one indeed, but we're going to be heading to a break as we'll be coming back with the final game of the evening. We're going to be looking at Viperio 86 versus RIDDLE, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly.
My name's Nikki, I am Chase's mum, and we first met Special Effect at EGX some years ago when both me and my husband went up for the day, and we found a stand called Special Effect. Never heard of it before, didn't realise there was such a thing as a gaming charity for the disabled. So before we visited Special Effect, we've always been a huge gaming family, and gaming is something I wanted all my children to be able to have the opportunity to do. Chase has got a severe form of cerebral palsy, and he has dystonia, which means he can't fully control his body very well. Even trying to get Chase to push a button is really difficult to do because he just doesn't have the fine motor skills to do it. But he really loved gaming, and you could see that he wanted to do more. So we went up to the gaming room in Oxford, and so throughout the day we trialled lots of different pieces of equipment, lots of different games, until we found out what worked best for Chase. As a parent, it's made so much difference to Chase being able to access video games. I was really sad that I thought that he was never really going to be able to join in and do those things on his own. Particularly to disabled people, I think games are really important because, someone who's able-bodied can go out, they can play golf, they can go and drive a car, they can do almost anything in real life. Chase isn't going to have those same opportunities. So being able to sit down and put on a game means that it creates a level playing field. He can do an activity that he probably wouldn't be able to do in normal day-to-day life. But even better, with gaming, he can play alongside someone who's able-bodied, and it gives a real boost to his self-confidence, I think.
That was good, wasn't it? That's pretty fixable.
In 3 quick kills, 4 quick kills come in.
And Slothar just picks them apart.
Let's try and put some shots on in, and managing to find the last 2.
Oh, but Blur just decimates. Prince steps up huge for ambush. 3 kills. All E1 used. What?
Welcome back, everyone, to the final game of this evening. We got Viperio 86 versus RIDDLE, and joining me on the desk for the side for the rest of this evening is going to be Snur and Yubo. First of all, how are we feeling about this matchup particularly? I heard you say something backstage, Snur.
No, don't ask me. Yeah, I was scrambling around looking for the last remains of Uberos's hopium, because I'm just hoping that Riddle doesn't get 7-0'd. Uberos is taking what's left. Yeah. I'm hoping that I'll be proved wrong by Riddle. I would love to see them on yet another crazy map pick and just completely flabbergast Viperio 86, but I just don't see that happening. And they might as well do us all a favor and, let's just get into the debrief, just saying.
Well, let's get into the debrief about the rosters, I guess. Let's talk about Viperio 86 first of all, coming through here. Uberos, these players have been doing exceptionally well, but is there anyone in particular that's really standing out to you in this matchup?
They've all had standout games. There's nobody really lagging that far behind on that roster. They have all been having super performances, a lot of them. Astro, especially in a lot of the games, has been online, really waking up to the season. Vito had a couple of monster games against it slips my mind which team in particular, but they've all had like double-digit kill games, and there's just no clear weak link. They're kind of like the UK ambush in that sense, that there isn't a clear MVP in that team. They're all been pulling their weight.
Yeah,
and they beat NAVI.
Yeah. One of those things I guess not many were expecting. I don't know which one of you got that prediction correct. I'd assume both of you didn't get it correctly, but
wow.
Did you get it? Did you get it right? Well,
Uberos got it right, I think. Yeah, I got it.
Uberos is like this oracle, so he knows exactly what team's gonna win. Just copy Uberos and your predictions will be fine. Don't copy Snur.
When I'm not too high on the Nordic copium.
Yeah, I mean the copium cost him today because he and Novi are still tied at 25 now because of the ambush versus Navi game. So I kind of made Uberos feel bad about maybe going for Navi, and he was like, okay, I'll go ambush because they'll never let me hear the end of it if they win.
Well, we're now going to be looking at Riddle. Their roster specifically, and this is one of those teams that we kind of mentioned time and time again. We are genuinely worried for them and their performance so far here at the NPL. So their players, which one out of the players they have available has that potential to make sure that they don't get, as you said it yourself, Snura, 7-0 today against Viperio 86?
In terms of entry kills, definitely Pega. I mean, for him to be in the top 5 in opening KD, being on Riddle, which has absolutely been just smacked around throughout the entire season thus far, it is actually quite a good it's quite a strong feat to be on the top 5 in opening KD with that. But also Perry has stepped up with some good individual performances, but I do think that Uberos made a good point last night with praising Kevin for his performances, considering that he's been playing almost like part coach, part player. He wasn't really intended to be the player, if I remember correctly. And he's still been able to pull in some consistent performances here, the Dutchman. So, hopefully he will be the Flying Dutchman tonight, because there's they need to have a miracle in order to be able to pull anything from Viperio 86 here. But even though I vote against you, Riddle, and even though I'm a little bit mean with Kettle and everyone else, you're in my heart and I love you guys, because I've actually met some of them in real life, so I can't hate on them because they're nice guys. You
can't hate on anyone. Everyone's a nice person. Talk about that magic, the magic that they need to happen. Let's look at the player highlights specifically to see whether or not these individuals can bring out the magic. We got Astor coming through from Viperio 86, and just looking at the KDR 1.29 coming through, Uberos, what has Astor been doing so incredibly well to actually allow himself to get in such a advantageous position?
He has been very consistent. He's had good games pretty much throughout the whole season. He's been always there when his team needs him. He was playing a big part in the win against Navi. He had a monster performance in that game in particular, and it sticks to my mind especially. And I just think he's had a lot of experience. He's played in the Benelux region in the old Gamma Gaming roster, and gotten a lot of high-level opponents to play against through that. I'm sure they scrimmed a lot of Pro League teams too, and it just shows through on his play. He can perform against the Tier 1 EUL teams in the Northern Premier League too, so I think he's going to make quite a lot of damage on the Riddle's lines today.
Yeah, well, Riddle is going to have to deal with a lot of things. Snura, you kind of highlighted that there's going to have some sort of magic to happen from the side of Riddle to actually have that opportunity to come through with a win. What do you think they need to be focusing on specifically to deal with players like Astro?
It's difficult because there is a glaring massive mistake that was just completely, I was going to say, put out in the open by Heroic last night, by the way that Heroic could just essentially just play running around almost half blind, just face checking things, and RIDDLE players were like just too much in their heads that they didn't even get to see Benja standing in front of them until he had an ace that I sadly didn't hype up enough, and Benja was a bit disappointed. I'm sorry, but I was just like, my mental was just like running out of my ears, I was going to say. But it is the fact that RIDDLE, as soon as possible, have to get together as a team. Like, there's nothing else they can do in this league unless someone like becomes like Benja 2K or like, well, no, actually, Benja 2.0 was I was going to say. Benja 2K is actually his nick, so I don't know how I did that. It's been a long day. I'm sorry. I haven't had a lot of sleep.
You are excused.
That would be helpful, actually, if somebody could just become Benja. That would be really helpful.
That's what I meant,
Embrace
but I said
the
Benja
Benja.
2K. I meant to say Benja 2.0, but Benja 2K is his nick, so I just said Benja, and I just made everything a mess. But anyway, someone needs to be like Benja, like in terms of individual performance, if they're going to have a hope. Either that, or they have to get together as a team. That's the only thing that they can realistically improve on a relatively short notice. Like, that's it.
Well, we saw Viperio 86, they lost against Victus on Villa specifically. So far, that's the only loss that has been handled to them. So I'm personally not expecting to be seeing Villa come through. And as I say that, the map veto is going to show that I am literally wrong here. But I'm going to ask Uberus, because Uberus is always right? That's just the theme going on here. How are you feeling about these maps? Anything that is really standing out to you from the bans and obviously the pick?
I think the map ban is quite inconsequential in this game. I don't think there's many maps I'd say RIDDLE can get to 10 rounds.
No.
Okay.
It's just, I'm going to have to be brutally honest and say they are clearly like in a different league than the top half of the league.
I like, and in a negative way, I was gonna say, like, but
you guys are brutal.
I mean, you want to hear brutal? RIDDLE could have been like Viperio 86 could have been playing from Mars, and RIDDLE would still have a tough game playing against them. I mean, it is what it is. Like, I mean, I obviously want this to be an entertaining game. I obviously want to hype RIDDLE, but at the end of the day as well, we have to be honest and say, like, we can't, say that what RIDDLE have been doing has been great, because that would be an insult to RIDDLE, because they themselves know that they haven't been playing well. They themselves know that they have to play better together as a team. And, it is true. I don't think the map pick really does have much to say here, but it's all about RIDDLE to get themselves a map that they're comfortable with. And since they played in Villa earlier, it seems like they're comfortable in Villa. Like, they banned away Oregon for Villa, so there you have it.
So I guess Villa is going to be, and the RIDDLE is going to have a chance at redeeming themselves, getting a couple of rounds in, just proving Snur wrong. That's all that they should be aiming for. So we're going to be heading into game. Your casters are going to be Ollie and Demar. Guys, do your thing.
Ginny, thank you very much indeed. We are going to be covering this game, the final game of the night. A little bit of RIDDLE Viperio action. There's a sort of heavy consensus demo that this one could be a little bit of a shorter affair. We're yet to see RIDDLE really show us what they're made of here inside of the NPL. Are we going to see that tonight on Villa?
It's a tricky map, very, very tricky map for, I think, RIDDLE to go for, Ollie. It's not an easy one. It's certainly not seen as kind of like the basics. I'm surprised that we haven't seen a border, for example, come out during this season. I think also Oregon Clubhouse, from usually what we're used to seeing instead of Nationals, Ollie, there hasn't been too much of that either. So it is a bit of surprise to see, quite a bit of Villa, a bit of Cafe, a bit of Bank, I think, have kind of been the main three that we've seen throughout the course of the season.
Yeah, there's certainly been a core of maps, hasn't there, that we've been finding ourselves on more often than not. Thatcher as the first ban here. And for RIDDLE, where do you really go with this? What do you try and achieve here in the ban phase to give yourself that upper hand or give yourself that fighting chance? They're going to go for the Thinker ban.
It's usually a strong ban, I think, against 86, where they've shown that they do have some good fraggers, and I think being able to eliminate that Finka. Who would be playing that? Probably Grubby would be my bet.
Potentially.
It would be, because usually it's Vito. Well, I mean, Vito can also play it as well. And then the mirrors also.
It's become a much more popular ban, hasn't it? You know, we see
she's just so strong. We've been through this before.
Yeah. As soon as you're going up against anybody that's any sort of gunner, Finker is going to be a top ban, and every single team has somebody like that. So get it gone. See if you can live without it. See if your opponent is going to crumble without it. But you just know that people are going to flex onto Iana, Zafir, maybe even Ash. It's it really is. It's not a cure. It's not a solution by any stretch.
I think Astro, he's really hit his form at the moment, hasn't he? I think the past 2 Playdays that we've seen, Astro has been on top of his game. I think on that Iana, dangerous player, similar to kind of how we looked at Blur early on, Ollie, as well. It's, you know, you have that operator in your hands and just magic happens. I think Astro fits underneath that character of a real magician where he can make things appear out of nowhere. So 86, they start in the defense first of all, going straight for the kitchen, Ollie. Not wanting to muck about upstairs, they're going to go to the kitchen. I suppose this is probably, you know, they're feeling confident that they would end up here eventually. Why not start off top floor? Or start off on the bottom floor? Apologies.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to be successful in your defense, you're going to hope to go to a couple of sites. So you would want to have a good idea of how you want to play each and every one of them. There are 4 quote viable sites on Villa. We don't see a living room and library all too often, but it's a site that's trotted out by some teams occasionally. We'll have to see if 86 opt to go there for their second. For the meantime, forcing Riddle into that full map clear, and I think this is probably a smart idea. You think about Riddle as a team, we've seen them have some struggles on the attack, some struggles with that coordination, and if you want to make a team struggle, then give them jobs to do. Give them a top floor to clear. Play some roamers up there, play a little bit of utility. Don't give it away for free and force that early exchange. Astro
there we go.
picks himself up a freebie onto Sir Pega. The Ash, not successful in the entry.
Reloading. Cover me.
So already I'm a little bit worried about Riddle. Whenever a kill like that happens, it's not a good one to give away, and no refrag especially is the main thing that we have to look at for Riddle. Basics, Ollie, we talked about those 3 Nordic teams that we want to see more from, but it's just the basics, drone work, refrags. That's all we ask for. I mean, usually if you can do those 2 things pretty well, Ollie, that's a good foundation to win a few rounds.
Absolutely. It's always a good way to, always a good base to sort of set yourself. Kevin is going to be allowed to get in there on the sledge now and start doing a bit of work vertically. See how much trouble this causes the defenders for 86 that are going to be occupying the lower levels.
I think they'll be okay. I mean, they have that extension towards the living room, don't they? So they have a safe area to fall back into. So I don't think it's going to be that much of an issue. It's really only Curly who's at risk here. But I'm sure he can tiptoe his way around that bomb site with no issues. I do like the position Astros, and I think just on the bottom of those pantry stairs, that's going to kind of deny access to the players who may want to try and rope in for a bit of a backside take. Maybe jump through the window. If Perry is feeling risky, but that would be a bit of a suicide position for him to go for it. And also, if Astros get picked up in those zero cams, then he could be an unknown threat that could flank really anywhere he wants to. Curly's went for a swing onto the laundry door and given himself up for free. What's that all about?
Still vertical work being done here. Kevin does have a nade in pocket and is going to try and assist Pogo in getting that wall open. Meat Jammer's removed. Wall now successfully open, but only a line of sight. 20 or so seconds left remaining, and Astro will strike, hiding down in the basement. Picks his perfect time, takes Perry down. You got Grubby, stood up high. Long angle through in onto the doorway, but Pogo's going to win the game, win the round, sorry, on the kill onto Noodle. Plan is going to be attempted, but kills continue to trade back and forth. Grubby gets himself stimmed up there by a corner station. Going to have to try and make this challenge. A little bit too much left for him to do there in that round. The plant going down as well, and the final kill coming on in.
I think that kill onto the Maestro was an important one inside of China. That Maestro was looking to try and deny access to that plant position, but some great shots being had by Riddle, and they actually walk away with the first round. I thought 86 were in good shape. They had that opening kill for absolutely pennies. And then Astro was in that good position, able to catch the player outside of Pantry, but everyone else just kind of seemed to collapse at a moment's notice. I think that was just the pressure of all that vertical action being done above Ollie, and then some of the positions are a little bit predictable, probably getting pre-fired a bit. So 86, claustrophobic, seems to be the issue for them in that round. It's not a good start. Riddle, in thanks to Kevin, I suppose, from above. He's done great work there, so he has Ollie. I wonder if we can get some more out of Riddle.
I think Kevin was really enabled by his team there, wasn't he? And maybe Sir Pega dying early on wasn't a bad thing because there was somebody there to watch those cameras and know that the flanks were safe. Would have been nice to see a little bit more vertical action from 86. Maybe a little bit of a flank going off, a couple more C4s thrown out there as well, potentially. And the swing from Curly was a little bit telling as to just how confident 86 were in that round as well. He was not really in a position where he needed to swing, it didn't look like.
I think 86 probably could have applied a little bit more flank pressure, especially whenever you get that opening pick. That frees up one less person who could be holding an angle, so I think maybe 86 needs to be a little bit more aggressive there, because we know they can. We know they have the capabilities that. We know they have that fragging potential. Astro, he's looking to get himself into the mixer now. Trying to hold a little bit of a soft roam towards Aviator and game side. Nobody moving at the moment. I do like Kevin's position here. If Astro isn't aware that Kevin's already in the building, it's going to be a freebie, and it will be. Astro walks straight into the crosshairs of Kevin, and he continues on good form now with 4 kills in the game. Noodle, actually misses those shots there as the player swings in towards 90. Not a good start from 86. They've given up map control very easily, and also gave up a pretty free kill.
The drone's doing a lot of work for Riddle here, though. Effectively searching out that entry kill and then just letting players loose off the back of good information. Exactly what you want to be seeing, really.
Take it slow. No rush, no panic. I think 86, they need a big flank. I think somebody needs to step up here because they just cannot sit back, because now Riddle are starting to rotate towards bedroom Ollie, so they're going to go for a bit of a split push. We know that they had that early control over towards the south side of the building, and now they're going to switch over to where the more kind of default areas that we see a lot of the attackers go in towards, that bedroom, get that main wall open. So Riddle really trying to put the squeeze and get that kind of compression factor onto the defense right now. Just kind of squeeze them in to a very uncomfortable position. And look at Grubby here. He has a C4, can maybe try and deny something from below, but it's going to be a difficult one. Keep in mind there is a concrete plant position right on the statue door that you can get yourself into, so you won't be C4'd. Grubby does let loose the C4. It's going to miss though, but does not miss his shots onto Kevin. Sir Pega though has been able to pick up Noodle on the Astro window, and Perry trying to hold this flank will get a freebie onto Grubby as he tries his hand at a second flank, and now Curly and Vito stuck in the 2 versus 4.
Not a great position to be in, but Vito's going to make it a little bit better, picking himself at 1 before the final collapse comes in. Again, Riddle collecting those final 2 kills as the plant was going down. Clear intention here of playing the objective from Riddle. That round they did get the opening kill, and then they were successful once again in closing it out. Viperio, not looking too hot at the moment. A lot of mistakes starting to creep through here. Demo, we're about to see your favourite operator, I think.
Not again. We've been through this. It's just... Why? Why? I mean, they're bringing smoke as well, so I'll give them a bit of leeway. I think because they have got the smoke where other teams just have kind of used the Chanka as almost like a sub for the smoke, but that's not going to work. Just picking up on how Riddle have kind of attacked these first 2 rounds, Ollie. Slow. I think that's the key thing. They're playing it nice and slow, not looking to rush things, which is what I think they've needed to do. Riddle at times have kind of got a little bit carried away with some of their attacking rounds. I look back to Skyscraper, for example, Ollie, whenever I've seen them up against RCTIC. Just a lot of pieces missing. They've slowed their tempo down to the bare minimum as well as they can. They're getting the drones in. They're looking for those picks. This is all we asked for. This is how Riddle are going to win rounds.
It's the basics. Something that we've often spoke about here in the NPL is that you do the basics well and you will be rewarded for it. Let's see if RIDDLE have the consistency to go along with it. They've got a bit of information here for a nice early nade. Grubby is going to be able to back himself up though. Bit of burn comes through. Going to be trying to clear out the statuary side. So Pega going to be on the Astro Repel again. Probably going to be playing it a little bit more tentatively this time. Not wanting to overcommit too much. A good part of the early round has now been spent. And Bedroom is clear to move on through. Statuary becoming clear as well as 86 start to drop off to that sort of halfway point in the map. That east stairs zone where you want to try and keep a little bit of control.
I think 86 have been very secluded from each other, haven't they? They haven't gotten those same refrags that we're used to. It's been very solo play from them. You can see 86, I think those first 2 rounds have kind of stunned them a little bit, Ollie. They're a lot more passive now. They're not out hunting for kills. They're trying to hold their positions as best as they can. But whenever you don't have that roam game and you don't have that bit of aggression, then that's where the utility is going to be on the side of the attack. And say that, there's a nade kill. Grubby goes down. I believe that's over towards 90. Yes, it is. That's a good start again for RIDDLE, not wanting to rush things, wanting to wait it out. And maybe this is where 86 have discovered that, hey, they're actually quite a slow attacking team at the moment. Bring the double denial. You have the smoke. You have the Tachanka. There should be no way RIDDLE are getting a plant down anytime soon.
Viperio were able to successfully cade trick last round as well, so we know that the RIDDLE aren't always on it with you know, getting that objective achieved before the timer runs out and making sure that they've spent that utility in the right direction. So that could be a good strategy here to slow RIDDLE down, put them under a lot of pressure. Vito going to find himself a great kill there onto Kevin, and interestingly drops, knows that he's in a bit of a tight spot there in study, gets himself out of the way. Puts even more pressure on now as RIDDLE are going to have to re-drone that to figure out if he did drop or not, and if so, well, you know, he's going to be on the flank at some point. Hopping through the window is going to confirm a kill for Sir Peg. Oh. Great shot from Astro. This is what he's capable of. 2 versus 2, the plank going down. Sight control has all but been lost. Curly still got 6 Molotovs in the back pocket. Has the time for the swing. Hits the default plant spot. And then the immediate 180 as he shuts down the remaining player of RIDDLE. Viperio find themselves a very close first round.
Just a big elephant running through the bomb site, Ollie, to stop that diffuser going down. He's as loud as ever, but it looked as if they had no idea that the Tachanka was going for that play. Asher, that shot, crisp. Unbelievable. And that really did put a bit of a dampener in things for RIDDLE. Left them in a tricky 2 versus 2, trying to get that diffuser down, and well, we've seen the outcome of that. So 86, they slowed the pace themselves. They didn't give away really any free picks. Suppose you could maybe put questions up about that opening nade kill, but it happens. But 86, they didn't overextend themselves. They didn't push themselves too hard.
Well, now that 86 have found that winning formula, let's see if they can repeat it and do it again. They need to really contest RIDDLE on this time. RIDDLE have shown great improvement here, I think. They're looking very good here tonight. See them come out and pick up a couple of rounds convincingly. We know that they've got what it takes. 86 have that opportunity to adapt now, change up this playstyle a little bit. See if they can try and further delay and deny. Smoke going to be brought this time by Curly as opposed to the mute. Mute jammers were fairly easily dealt with last time. Sir Pega. See you later, buddy. Little cheeky spawn peek.
Still that element that A6 can produce a cheeky kill like that and get them set up quite nicely. Remember last time that happened, Dolly, it was 86 who actually lost control of that round and ended up losing it. Let's see if they can maintain it this time. Guitarl now, he's looking to see if he can get himself in towards 90. Good position you want to try and stabilize your team from. And last time RIDDLE attacked this bomb site, Ollie, they had that split push, didn't they? They attacked in from 90, they attacked in from the bedroom, and everything just kind of collapsed on the shoulders of 86, and they couldn't control that. Probably below that C4. He didn't get a kill, I don't think, from it last time. So maybe he can redeem himself.
We're good. 86 not really being given too much reason to move right now. All the onus is on RIDDLE to get themselves into position.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Bit of throw a drone in there, as with all of those vertical holes that have already been made by 86, it does make going into the site a little bit more difficult, especially now that they're going to contest it a bit more heavily up there. They can afford to make those vertical holes for themselves. See if they do try to effect on with those up nades or not. I haven't seen great usage from the nades from RIDDLE so far, considering they're bringing 4 and we're in the final minute. You would expect a couple to be sent on out there already. Tetrala is going to be on the roof right now, just making a rotate over toward the master bedroom balcony, excuse me. It's Perry. Maybe looking for a bit of a challenge in through onto Trophy. It's all very solo, all very one-dimensional, still looking for things to be opened. And it looks as though RIDDLE are really lacking a lot of information here.
Yeah, I don't think they have the time on their side here, Ollie. Nothing going for them at the moment. Walls haven't been opened up. If they try and push in towards Trophy from that wolf door, you're just going to be clogged up with the smokes, of course, and there's Vito finds an easy one. A second, perhaps. Nope, Pogo's there with the refrag, but I think the damage has been done. This is where the Goyo cancer is going to start getting popped and can deny really most of the round now, can't they? There's no way Pogo's getting in. Even takes a bit of chip damage there. Noodle with a swing for some reason. Didn't need to go for that, but Grubby is there with the refrag from below with that C4. Perry, mentioned before, moving into this doorway is a tricky one. Curly should have been ready for that and actually has gave away bomb site control over to RIDDLE. Astro trying to hold that long angle. Perry trying to move in, find the kills, but Grubby rotates up the Astro stairs. Kevin with the diffuser will get down successfully, but 86, they have the cover. And they will pull it back. Ooh, a couple of question marks there from Curly. Should not be letting the attackers in as easy as what he did.
I mean, do you want to question mark Curly or Noodle or both of them? Because you think about the swing that Noodle gave, there was no real reason to swing Hibana inside of Master there. You don't need to be taking that challenge. It's similar to the challenge that Curly made back in round number 1 when they defended downstairs. Viperio not showing the best or the greatest level of discipline at the moment. And it could come back to cost them rounds in the future, something they want to try and nip in the bud nice and early. If you've got a position like that, if you're time on your side, sat there as a defender, knowing that you've successfully been able to funnel the attackers into single doorways and narrow choke points, you really don't want to be swinging to see if you can get the job done. You just need to be sitting and waiting.
Kitchen again is where we head to. 86, just kind of got trapped in with that vertical action that RIDDLE have certainly tried to play. We've seen Kevin, he loves that sledge. He tries to get himself into a good position nearly every round that he can. At the moment, it is squared up. I think RIDDLE, another attack would do them well, but certainly think 86 now, they have a bit of confidence, don't they, Ollie? They have a bit of confidence on their side, so this is where they can start pulling in a bit of momentum.
See what this confidence does for them. Taking them a couple of rounds to warm up into the fixture. To be expected. Especially playing the last game of the night. See how RIDDLE go on this entry. There's been fairly mixed results so far. Noodle maybe looking to impact trick this. It was a line of sight that caused a little bit of problem in a previous round. Successfully impacts tricks onto 1. That's only 2 Excaros pellets. That's a costly impact, but Vito is there to make it all worthwhile. Manages to grab the kill onto Keteral, and going to be all she wrote for the Iana. Grubby, next player to fall. Again, challenging onto a window. I mean, I know that you know that they're outside, but you can at least wait until they come in.
Yeah, RIDDLE. I think just being gifted again, just more free kills. 86 are just giving themselves up. So now RIDDLE, upstairs is where they head. This is where they want to be. They have Kevin alive, so that sledge is going to be ready to redecorate that top floor. Stratega looking for that nice angle on to Tarps, and wow, that's a great shot. Vito goes down. Great play there from Peg. You don't expect the Ash all too often. He's certainly an operator that has fallen out of favor, usually for others, such as the Finka, but maybe with the Finka ban, it frees up Riddle to bring an operator like Ash to do those little plays.
Great C4 there as well, coming out early, just having the game sense and the sound with those holes that are in the floor to really be able to land an accurate one. Vertical control has been given up here, but less than a minute, no sledge, no breaching charges. Not going to be easy here. Going to deal with what is already there. Looks as though East Stairs isn't safe to walk down either. Still, 6.6 Kairos pellets. What good they will do at this point. You can at least open the hatch. Looks as though Riddle are almost clutching at straws here for an alternate way in other than a single doorway or a window. This is the time that you don't want to be seeing 86 make any reckless peaks. Pressure isn't there vertically. There isn't enough for it to be viable to sit up there as an attacker, and in an equal 3 versus 3, you need to try and take every chance you can get. Astro rotating between is going to get caught out, and that could be extremely costly. Perry has been able to flood his way on into the site. Noodle grabs one, and a second. The Alder singing. Pogo was on the plant and is now going to have to come off, but Synth goes back on as the timer has already hit 0. A close round, but a round for Viperio.
Great stuff there from the Maestro. It has to be said, up against it in that position inside of China, and well, Alda Noodle makes it work. Remember the last time they defended this, it was quite an important kill that I think Riddle had managed to get onto that Maestro who didn't have an impact. Look what happens if you don't get that kill. If you allow that Maestro to have that swinging potential with the Alda, he's going to do moments like that. So 86, very fortunate that the Maestro stayed alive there, did his job, and did it very, very well. So 86, that's 3 in a row. That good start that Riddle had is just kind of been papered over, hasn't it, Ollie? It's so there's a new billboard. There's a new restaurant opening up.
What are they serving?
I don't know.
Serving Tachankas.
Tachankas, which we're not going there.
Well, see if Viperio can keep this momentum rolling. Timeout has expired.
Timeout for Riddle.
Not a bad time to use it, really, if you're Riddle.
I suppose maybe if you're looking at it from a standpoint where you've managed to get those 2 attacks, you want to try and get an even split. You know, because then you have that Villa defense, which is a little bit more comfortable, I think, for some teams, and I think Riddle would definitely be a lot more comfier on the defensive side. So if they could just talk about what went wrong the last time they attacked this Aviator, which to my understanding it was just time management. It was a little bit too slow. You know, we've kind of mentioned that Riddle have been playing very slow. It's worked for them, but I think 86 have caught on to that. 86 are not giving them much compared to the first 2 rounds, and they're letting Riddle sweat it out. That's why we're seeing the smoke, and we're seeing the Tachanka. So you have all of that denial. I'm surprised that the Goyo isn't getting more of an appearance. I think he's a great operator for this bomb site.
And especially when Riddle are slow. You know, you want to be bringing things that are going to punish that slow speed that Riddle move at. And Goyo will be a perfect addition. Goyo OP over Tachanka, in my opinion. Noodle. Bit of a failed attempt at a spawn peek there as he just bumps his way into the car. But still gets himself away alive. My main thought in this instance is that it's brought entirely for site setup. Curly's going to be doing a lot of the work in terms of setting up the site. Noodle's bringing the FMG instead of the shotgun, so he can, you know, roam a little bit more, take a couple of longer range engagements. I do believe a shotgun still has its place, especially when you start thinking about the way that you can hold on to things like main stairs. It all depends on how you want to try and play into it, but we do see shotguns a real powerhouse on Villa when you start talking about those staircases. See how this works out here. As Riddle have made quite a good time here, realistically. They've already moved through Trophy Master and Statuary, and they can start further droning now and making sure that the next stage is going to be clear.
$86 now. And that lurking play style that Astra's going to try and take up once again. I think Riddle definitely need to try and get their time management sorted, and Theo just swings from that study doorway. Finds Katarl, and that's not a good beginning if you're Riddle. And another reckless peek. That's one thing that I've picked up sometimes from 86 is I think they need to have that bit of patience still, Ollie. We see a couple of times where they're swinging things that they don't need to. Look at that, for example. What's Video? What's that about?
I mean, you could chalk it down to experience, but we know Vito is a very experienced player. But it's discipline and patience that we just see lacking a little bit on the side of Riddle and on the side of Viperio, sorry. And you'd maybe like just, you know, someone to come out there with a bit of a hamburger call, just, you know, let's slow this down a little bit. In this round, it's working out for them. They are making good calculated risks, and it is going to reward them with yet another round here on the defense. 4 in a row now. Really starting to chain them together. Good momentum to be switching the sides with.
Is indeed 86. Good bit of momentum, and I think the fact that Riddle have also used their timeout, Ollie, they won't have a chance to think about what they can change now in the defense. You know, if these first two defenses, even the first defense, doesn't go well, they have to keep going. You know, they can't stop and talk about what they can adjust, what they can change. This is it now for Riddle.
Let's see if Riddle favour that defender side a little bit more. I guess one of the advantages of, for 86 at least, switching onto the attack is that, you know, whilst you can make an aggressive swing as an attacker, that's kind of part of your job. Well, it isn't always your job to make an aggressive swing as a defender. So if they keep playing in that way, they could see themselves being quite effective in those early entry battles.
10 seconds left before insertion.
See if Riddle favour this defender side or not. They're going to bring fairly standard lineup here, nothing too unusual. Got the castle thrown in, which is going to... it's going to do something. How much of that something we are yet to find out. Of course, with Mirror Band out, it's not as easy to really extend into a lot of these rooms in Villain. You've got to look for other ways, whether that be a castle, whether it be, you know, looking for more bulletproof cameras to provide you that little bit more information.
So 86, some big guns on their side. You see the F2 from the Twitch, that big old LMG from the Sophia, and of course Astra on that trusty Iana, that ARX combo that we know he loves so much. So, Riddle, how will you line up for the defense? Kevin's by himself towards the red stairs at the moment. Has a bit of barbed wire there. I'm sure Mucham are also to assist him. Noodle open things up. And the Astro window parry gets caught out. And Serpega with a great swing actually finds Grubby, who was downstairs lurking inside a Memorial. Vito, ooh, lets the man run across. And that's a missed opportunity there for Vito. So, Riddle, at the moment, they're happy enough with the picks that they've got. 86 have been able to take control of that statue and that trophy side of things. So they can start pushing across and see what they can work on. Curly, of course, has that hard breach. They have potential of opening up that vault wall. No Kaid on the side of Riddle, which sometimes a bit of surprise. We know Kaid can be very, very good at just denying access to that vault wall, but... And I suppose the argument would be you don't always need that vault wall opened up to have a successful attack on this bomb site.
It's a nice to have, isn't it? It's looking like it's something that isn't going to happen since the second Twitch drone does get taken out. Around a minute left. This is about the time you want to see somebody rotating onto that study balcony and looking for an alternate line of approach. Nades there being used long. Vault wall is going to get open now. A nade must have rolled on through the drone hole to deal with that jammer. Now a little bit more drone work can commence. No, the site to be relatively clear here. Somebody playing inside a study as well. Eteral going to be getting challenged there by Noodle. The bold push if you're going to all charge on through the vault, but it looks as though that's going to be what's on the cards here. Kevin could look to try and play this aggressively. Goes for the swing. Vito takes him down. Pre-fires his way into study as well, knowing that Keteral was playing there only moments ago. The site almost entirely vacated now by the defenders as Serpega tries to battle back from the wolf window. Is able to pick himself up too. Pogo a second Noodle left out there on the flank watch. Not a lot he can flank watch that against. Diffuser cold in the sight. Tough situation to be in. Riddle going to grab themselves around on the defense.
86 were looking as if they were in good shape. All of a sudden, a couple of kills come out of nowhere, and 86 have folded at the flop. So, Riddle, first defense is successful for them. That's a good way to kick things off. 86, of course, still in the lead. So you don't have to go towards that aviator in games. They know that it's going to be either the kitchen or in towards that trophy statuary. I would say 86 are probably going to be bringing the same operators 9 times out of 10. Maybe a flex from Grubby. We know that he can be very flexible in who he decides to choose. And he's on the sledge this time rather than, I believe it was the Nuke in the last round. As long as he has nades, I think that's the main thing for him, isn't it?
Yeah. Make sure that there's some sort of utility knocking around there. I mean, he's even switching on to the Ash there. I'm not entirely mad about that. You got a little bit of a double redundancy if you're going to go Ash and Zafir, so as though he is, in fact, going to keep on that original sledge pick. It's a shame, the previous round for Viperio. Everything was looking really good for them, and then they just didn't account for Serpega. The flanks mustn't have been being watched. I'm not sure if there was a flank drone there or not, but it just wasn't sufficient. Noodle this time recognizing that and going to be picking Nomad. Nomad, it's, you know, it's there, isn't it? You can use those as flank protection. You can use the air jabs to try and lock off the flank, but you can't always entirely rely on them.
I think you get the flashbangs as well, which helps quite a bit. Whenever you're running this kind of heavy nade lineup, you want to try and make sure the burn is there. Seeing Wamai and the Jaeger, so plenty to go through. Vito on the same angle that he was there the last round, didn't really get anything from it. 86 trying to sweep across, in they go towards the study and then pushing their way across the top floor. Serpega is gone, Kevin is also gone, so Riddle have forfeited early control, and 86 they're happy enough to look at that and say, yeah, thank you lads, we'll take this off your hands. Now this is where they can start staging kind of the stage 2 of their attack. A little bit unsure of how 86 want to approach this. Are they going to rotate over towards bedroom similar to what Riddle did? I don't know if rotating towards bedroom is a necessity. I don't think you really need it to make an attack work. I think as long as you have Astro control, you can just flood quite easily into either bomb site. So I think Astro control should be the main focus for 86. They can do that either from the window, or they can maybe try and push up the stairs. They can maybe nade below if someone's lurking inside of Astro in whatever position it is. So there is options for Viperio 86 here. It's just what one will he go for?
Serpega, dangerous lurker, going to be playing downstairs. A couple of pings available here. Perry to work with, but he's going to get sapped down by Curly. Equal information available on the flip side. Great nitro from Kevin below, though, as this roam game hasn't been addressed at all. That could really come back to bite Riddle, but Vito pushed his way on through, picks up 2, the LMG. Absolutely pops off for him there. Pogo going to find himself out of ammo. It's Curly in position to shut him down. Grubby going to pick up the final onto a rotating Kevin. A good call for a side push there. 86 really making that one pay.
Yeah, bravo to Vito. Great push in, just says, you know what, somebody needs to do something. There isn't a lot going on. We're starting to stall out. We're losing players. He pushes in, he gets that double kill, opens up the site entirely. Good adaptation, I think, from 86 as well, just to flood in as soon as these kills happen. They're ready for it. They've pinched that Echo in that corner. Yeah, solid round from Viperio 86. Only thing you would really worry about is, you know, what happens if Vito dies in that engagement? Because that was a risky one. You're going up against the Wamai, who still had that shield, keep in mind. If you lose them, then what happens that round? What's your follow-up? You don't really have anything there. So, very lucky that Vito was able to win those engagements, and that's sometimes how you win rounds, a scrappy round that it just comes down to a gunfight.
Certainly does. Down to a gunfight or 2 there for 86. One round away from a match point, 2 rounds away from closing out the game here. Let's see if Riddle have got a little bit of fight left in them. defense really hasn't been going their way so far. They've seen a bit of success in the early part of this game, but aside from that, it's been a little bit more one-sided. Some close rounds, admittedly, thrown in there. But nobody really going positive on the side of Riddle. You know, you look around, 7-7, 7-7-5, 7-5-5. No one's setting the world on fire there with kills. You need somebody that you can look toward and rely on in games like this to be consistently chalking up numbers. Not really seeing that at the minute. Twitch Drone is going to be searching out for those yokais. Riddle is going to lose the first to the Echo. Ideally, you want to get rid of at least one of those if you can before you start committing on through. A couple of ill-timed blasts from the yokai drone could really thwart an attacking push here.
Damn, Asher has been completely cleared out, hasn't it, Ollie? It's been blown up to smithereens, and that does give free access to anyone from Viperio 86 just to walk in and take control of that. Terpega playing that lurking role once again. I don't really know what kind of impact he's going to have from below as a Jaeger. He does have the C4 that he can try and sneak in a kill. Taro will be spotted out there by the Flores drones. Yep, and there you go. There's the information, I think, from 86. They're able to see that, yep, Asher is completely clear. Let's get ourselves in there and start putting the pressure onto this Echo, primarily Pogo. Everything around him just being opened up. He's not in a safe position. Astro will find Perry. There's a C4 kill from below, but Astro and Noodle have stormed in. They seen that Astro was clear, and they took it for everything that it was worth. Vito now ready for the swing, perhaps, onto the player. He comes up the staircase, and he is going to get that easy kill. Mr. Peg, who was lurking below, didn't really have an impact. Not much he's going to be able to do as the Jaeger. And Riddle drop another round, and, well, there's Viperio 86 on to match point now.
Guaranteed themselves points in the final Playday of this week's matches. Viperio are going to be pretty happy with the way that that round played out. Just a simple clear, wasn't it, Demo? You know, just take him through Astro, figure out the weakness, understand where Riddle aren't properly reinforcing or properly bolstering with players, and just charge on straight through. The yokai drone, it speaks to, you know, a willingness to sit there and try and deny a plant and gather utility, and, you know, you're going to throw one out there for your roamers. It doesn't always come down to that. Siege can come down to gunfights very quickly, and I think particularly on that site, as an Echo, there isn't very many safe places that you can sit to be afforded the luxury of sat in the cameras. You think about the Roman Jaeger below, would have been ideal if Serpego had had a C4 in his pocket. Kevin's 2 for 2 on that site for C4 kills in the last couple of rounds. He's been really successful.
Yeah.
But there just hasn't been that impact from the rest of Riddle, at least in that regard. The impact's been in other ways, but it hasn't always been all too effective. Viperio, on the flip side, I think it was great use of the Flores, you know, really to push around those defenders and to remove those shields, remove that ability to sit in certain locations. Simple rinse through into sight and hold the flanks on the way out. Let's see if they can close it out here. It's a clean 7-3.
Yeah, Riddle have not been able to get more than 3 rounds in any of their games throughout the season so far, Ollie. That has kind of been their story. That's it, 3 rounds. That's all they get, and certainly 86 now with that confidence they have in these attacks, and they've looked good in many departments. Just feels like who's going to make the move. 86, I think, have showcased that they have a lot of playmakers on their lineup. Don't they, Ollie? There can be any number of them can step up, and I think that's always a good ability to have, is you have multiple people who can just make it happen. Just make it work. Very similar to what we see from one of our favourite teams, Ollie, in FaZe Clan. You know, very similar where you don't know who's it going to be.
I mean, it's similar to a lot of people's favourite team, right? You know, there's plenty of teams out there that have got, you know, a real star-studded lineup, and you don't know who's going to pop off. It just so happens that, I mean, this has been a really nice performance from 86. It's fairly well-rounded. You got Astro and Vito topping the box.
Everyone's positive.
Everyone's positive. Everyone's causing a fuss. Everyone's getting in and amongst the action. Everyone's had a good couple of kills that have been fairly important and fairly flashy.
Yep. You know, as you'd say, Ollie, 86, they're the cats, and Riddle are the pigeons.
It's not how you use that, but we'll take it.
So, Astro will find that opening engagement. It was only a matter of time before he appeared on the kill feed. Perry, though, has the refrag onto Noodle. Where did he get picked from? I have no idea. Where is he? Medics, find him. Where is he? Did he die there? Is he there? He doesn't know. Medics doesn't know. Medics is panicking. 86 are panicking, Ollie.
I think he was in laundry. 86 are panicking, you're right. Potentially bottled a match point here. They're going to have other opportunities, but 45 seconds left to go. 2 versus 4. See. Well, that's the final nail in the coffin, really, isn't it? Curly gets himself taken out there on the stairs. Diffuser called on the ground. Grubby, he's got a bit of info, but Perry, all he's got to do is reply to those traces that are being fired on out. A couple of accurate shots there through a narrow gap, and going to be all she wrote. Riddle, respond with a round when they need it the most. Can they do it again?
All they need is one more round. That's all they need, and remember they still have that timeout if they need it, Ollie. Which, I think if they don't win this round, I think it'll come out. I think that's going to be a guarantee. They're happy enough to play on and move into the next attack in towards that aviator bomb site. That's what they will be going for. And last time it was 86 had bomb control, but then all of a sudden just a few kills came out from Riddle and it was over. Just in a blink of an eye, the momentum shifted.
And that's something that this 86 team have got. You know, they've got that ability to impact around in a really significant way, especially against a team like Riddle, where they can just entirely shift that tide. And equally, it does happen against them. Riddle was successful last time they defended here. It was a close round, and it was a round that relied on Serpega getting a couple of really important kills on the flank. See if he's able to do that again. Very similar setup with the castle and the little bit of a utility extension into statuary trophy side. 86 could be going for a little bit more of a direct approach here, Demo.
So the drone work needs to be done well from 86, I think, to kind of scout out below, and they will find Serpega, who is kind of known to be this roamer right now for Riddle. He's been consistent in that position. Oh, takes a damage there through the wall, and also trying to put back a couple of his own bullets. But 86, they've done what they've needed to. They've tried to reroute these roamers, and they can try and get themselves in now and utilize the nades. They've got Grubby there with the sledge, obviously Astra with the Iana. Please tell me this drone work's going to be done well, Noodle. Please, yes, okay, there we go. He's found the castle. I was going to be worried there for a minute if he didn't spot him out. So is Perry going to linger? He is going to linger. He's actually going to try and hold his ground, Ollie, which I don't know if I'm the biggest fan of. If somebody from 86 just maybe goes sniffing for me, could win that engagement. Remember, the UMP isn't one of the best weapons that you would want to have whenever you're going up against the likes of an L8 or an ARX.
I mean, equally, you could choose to ignore Perry down there. He's got a bulletproof in pocket, which hasn't been placed, so he offers very little utility at this point.
Why is it in a pocket? Why is it in his pocket? I don't know.
I mean, they're questions for maybe after the match, but there's definitely argument to say it should be out there somewhere. Doing something to eat up a chunk of time, can choose to open up the hatch and make an escape.
Asher knows that.
Could be left chasing a shadow if he chooses to pursue that too far. Has since made his way over toward those east stairs. Grubby is going to be holding that angle though.
Yeah, I think he was ready for that rotation, so they knew exactly what was happening. Noodle and Vito have appeared for 2 kills. Riddle are very thin on the bomb site. Grubby has the flank protection. 2 of them line up. And Kevin in the 1 versus 5. He's home alone, Ollie. And there's Marvin Harry. They've broken in, and there's no traps to help him this time. Riddle, valiant effort, but still another loss for Riddle. Another win for 86. 7-4, I'd say if you're Viperio 86, a couple of rounds there you'll not be happy with, but still, you get all 3 points.
Wins a win and 3 points are 3 points at the end of the day. It really doesn't matter how you come across them. It's all about getting them on our standings. Viperio played very well there tonight. I think, considering how the game started, I think Riddle will have had a lot of confidence after those opening couple of rounds. They got off to a flyer. But they ran out of gas, and it, I'm not going to say it sank like a lead balloon, it sort of floated down fairly gracefully.
Definitely the best performance that we've seen so far. I think you can see that slower play style, it's working for them. If they refine that, if they can be just I think they need to be just a smidge quicker. I think that's the only issue. A couple of times I think they're running just too slow. I think in the defense, they're leaving holes where players can just walk in. I think that was kind of evident, wasn't it? There's a lot of times where 86 you've seen a hole and walked into it. I think that's something that RIDDLE need to work on as well.
Yeah, and it's about knowing when to turn that on and turn it off. It's about knowing when to be quick and when you need to be slow. And I think that that's something that if RIDDLE continue to work on that, they're going to be dangerous. As it stands, they are still yet to find a point here. Viperio 86, however, they have got the 3 points here tonight, and they are going to be very pleased indeed, as that's rounds out quite a successful week for them, picking up 6 points, 3 points out of each of the 2 games that they've played. We're going to throw it over to our wonderful desk. They're going to break this one down, and then they are going to be hitting you with the debrief. So that's all from me and Demo tonight, but Jinero and Snurreleaf and Ubros await. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you, Ollie and Demo. Absolutely lovely casting, and it was a pleasure having you guys on the show again tonight. But let's get into it. Viperio versus RIDDLE. I know, Snur, you're kind of saying, 7-0 is going to be coming through, but RIDDLE absolutely blew everyone's expectations. If I do say so myself, they definitely are slowing down that pace of their gameplay. They're really making sure they're getting these rounds out. So what do you make of that, Snur?
Sorry, I'm just eating a little bit of humble pie. No, I completely agree with what Demo said there. This is the best that we've seen from RIDDLE thus far, and coincidentally, it is a bit towards what we were talking about earlier about playing together as a team, but it's about the specifics there, about knowing when to slow down, and we saw some rotations there. Like in the last round, even though it just completely exploded, we saw examples of Pega being able to slow down a lot of time, getting 3 drones, and then rotating, not really like over-peaking, and then you saw Perry as well, just stalling, falling back, knowing exactly like, okay, I don't have to push it here, I have a super shotty, I could go down in basement. So much more, and a plan, and a much more, they were just able to do more, really, and just be able to play a little bit as a team there. And of course it helps that Perry is just a beast with a DMR. Like if you want to ban anything against RIDDLE, just ban away the DMR, just like ban Dokaibi and Aruni, and then he won't be able to do a thing. No. Positive signs for RIDDLE. If they can keep working on it, it will look better for sure.
Well, positive signs for Viperio 86 as well. They have won both of their games in the last 2 Playdays, so they do have those 6 points secured. Demo. So 6 points secured, Uber. My question here is, considering that everyone was kind of expecting Viperio to really be running away with this game specifically, I know we kind of mentioned jokingly that 7-0 to be come through, but RIDDLE actually taking a couple of rounds from them, Uber. What do you think Viperio did really well this game, and what do you think is maybe something that they need to be looking at and fine-tuning just a little bit more?
I think what they did well is that they managed to keep their mental in check, and even though they lost some rounds that they maybe weren't expecting, and it was a lot of close rounds too, they didn't get sucked into that, and they didn't like tilt or be like, sometimes when you're like very heavy favorite, it's easy when you lose a couple of rounds to kind of lose the grip on your game and start like hemorrhaging even more rounds. But they managed to keep it within acceptable bounds for them. They got the points secured, and that's very good for them. And it's something that we expected them to win the game, and they managed to deliver that. They're happy they got away with it, even though they were playing a bit sloppy. Some say it's good enough. It's 3 points. Nobody's going to remember the game for longer than that. And they are lucky they met RIDDLE today, because against somebody else, somebody like one of those top Yugen teams or maybe an Ambush, they would have been struggling today to get the points home with a play like that. They had some really close rounds that shouldn't be that close, and they were kind of napping a couple of times in the middle of the game.
Do you think maybe the fact that they are coming into this game against RIDDLE, Snur, is something that just really allowed them to drop their guard, and then as a consequence of it, they didn't perform as well as we might have expected them to?
That could definitely be it. I mean, we have to keep in mind that before the game started, Viperio was the 3rd place team, and they're still going to cement their 3rd position here. So they are actually doing, like, we're talking a little bit about like mistakes, a little bit back and forth and stuff, but they are actually the like top 3 team at the moment. But I think Uberos is right in saying that, well, they weren't really sucked into it. I don't think that Viperio will be happy dropping this many rounds. And I do think we have to go back to what Killia said. Like, if there's one, RIDDLE doesn't have anything to lose, and they are capable of shooting back. Like, we've seen Pega and Perry and Kevin. Kevin also had a great start to the matchup today as well, by the way, and they are able to shoot back, and finally they broke their curse. Like, they've had, like, with the exception of one game, they've only won 3 rounds. They actually won 4 today against a top 3 team. So, maybe RIDDLE will just keep on improving and actually live up to that potential upset part.
Yeah, let's talk about that point next, actually, here, Uber, where we're talking about RIDDLE improving. From what we've seen from them this evening, specifically against Viperio 86, considering they're one of those top 3 teams coming through, are you hopeful for their future matches and how they are proceeding and continuously improving over the course of the last couple of weeks?
One of the positives to take away from, if you're a RIDDLE or a RIDDLE fan, is that they are showing that they have the gun skill necessary to take the fights to those top teams, and they are winning the fights. They are getting flawless rounds even on this game too, where that's the kind of thing that's harder to get quickly. Like during a season, you can't just instantly get like better as a gunner. When it was like team play and stuff like that, strats, coordination, that is easier to slowly build up and get to, like, even during a season, mount a comeback in the second half. So that's encouraging signs, I'd say. If you would get like smashed on every gunfight all the time, that would be really hard to find any positive to go on. But when they are able to win rounds just by shooting harder than a team like Viperio with like players with Challenger League experience, that's an encouraging sign for sure.
Yeah,
100%.
And talking about the fact that they're winning these rounds just based off of gunfights, is strategy maybe something that you think RIDDLE does really have to look down on, Snur? Or are you saying that over the last couple of weeks, they have shown that steady improvement in their strategy and you're not too worried about them?
Well, it is down to strategy, I would assume, or not necessarily the strategy itself, because it's always easy to come up with a strategy. Everyone can go into custom gaming and say, oh, in the defenses, we're going to do this and that. But I think it's more down to the other thing that we've highlighted a couple of times during cast. It's that communication, team synergy, and just experience playing together. Because the thing is, you will improve drastically just playing default, but just improving in a way that you communicate with the team, that you learn how to trust your teammates. That if someone makes a call, that you run to their aid, you back them up, that you play for the team. That is one of the most difficult things to improve. But strats are arguably not the easiest to come up with, but it's always something that you can do, like in a custom game, just running around and talking to your analyst and coach and do that together as a team. Whereas 5 on the server actually have to spend a lot of time getting to know each other and trust each other. Yeah,
teamwork makes the dream work, Survey. But in terms of, from a coach's perspective, when you're looking at these play days, you have one best of one come through. You're then thrown right into the next play day. You then have the next week coming up where you also have play days coming through. So you don't have a lot of time to kind of gel as much together as a team as you might ideally want to. And it's one of those things that RIDDLE has really been struggling with, that kind of communication, that teamwork, having each other's back. How can you improve that over such a short period of time, just to give yourself and the rest of your team the most amount of chances to walk away with the win?
It's a tough question. There's not really a single best way to do it, and I think for teams like RIDDLE and Arctic, it's just something they're gonna have to try and do the best they can and walk away from the season, maybe get relegated even, but walk away with the season with more experience and know how to cope better on the next season, and try and bounce back through the Nordic championships, like the regional league, and awards a spot for the next season, or the playoffs for next season, the relegation playoffs for next season, however it works. That's kind of what they are going for. It's highly unlikely at this point that you are gonna be able to bounce back into the mid-table for a team like RIDDLE or Arctic. They are already so far behind with no points at all. Or Arctic had one win under their belt, and I guess they're gonna swap around a couple of wins with each other. But to take points from the top teams is gonna be a really tall order, even though RIDDLE are getting closer. But
and I mean to just quickly build onto that. I mean, already Arctic is the closest to the 7th place. It's not NAVI, by the way. That's how bizarre the table is currently looking.
What's going on?
Yeah, they're still 6 points behind though. The next place on the table, and that's still relegation zone. I mean, Eminem's got the same amount of points, but both those teams are looking stronger. So the gap, unless RCTIC and RIDDLE and Coalesce are picking up the pace, they're just going to keep falling further and further behind, and that's a worrying sign for Coalesce as well. Like, if they don't pick up soon, the gap is going to be so big that even if you do get like 12 points, all of a sudden you're still going to be in relegation for a team that was arguably vying for a playoff spot this season.
Yeah, and that's a very scary position to be in. And it kind of also highlights the importance of just hitting the ground running with those best of ones. Unfortunately, yesterday for Navi, not really one of those days that it worked out for them. They weren't even able to play it. They had tech issues, which unfortunately we are having as well when it comes to the interview. So that's going to be something that we are going to be skipping. We're going to be heading straight for the end of day summary to look at how what has happened today on screen has impacted not only the standings, but also just in terms of whether any upsets have occurred. So I think for me personally, the fact that RIDDLE was able to take 4 rounds off of Viperio 86, that was quite impressive. But that TENSTAR heroic game, that is something that I kind of did maybe not expect, to be completely honest. Like TENSTAR, they looked so incredibly strong getting into it, but then they kind of just lost that momentum. So
you voted for TENSTAR. What do you mean?
I thought they were going to win, but they lost the momentum. That's
what I meant. Okay, now I'm with
But
it. Okay.
Snurra, looking at these games that we've had seen here today, like which one is the one that really stands out to you in terms of like, okay, this is maybe not what I expected? Like, how many predictions did you get wrong?
Well, I got TENSTAR heroic wrong, and I got Ambush Navi wrong, because I felt like those were 50-50s. Like, so I'm not gonna say that just because I went for TENSTAR that that game didn't go as I expected, because I knew it was gonna be a close one regardless. So I honestly would probably say Ambush versus Navi. I was hoping that Ambush would show up a bigger fight against Navi, but I just felt like perhaps the map pick and a little bit like the form wasn't really there for Ambush today, so they hit a little bit of a stumble. And so in that regard, looking at the results, that's probably the game that surprised me the most. I was hoping that Ambush was going to really be able to pick up the pace, and of course, who could have predicted Benja like setting a new record in NPL with like 23 kills?
Benja going for that MVP. He does he played a really, really big role in the fact of Heroic actually securing that win against TENSTAR. Is there anything particularly strong about his performance today that really stood out to you?
I think anytime you drop 20 kills or more, it's just like a standout performance. It's very, very rarely that we see that ever happen. And like, especially in a game that you win on an overtime, it just tells like how much he did for his team and how much they would have struggled without him. He really dragged them across the finish line there, and it was looking really bad. And somehow on the attack, he just walked around the map as Nock and got every kill imaginable. And that's like, hats off to Benja. He's playing lights out at the moment.
Yeah, and these performances coming through from the players have genuinely impacted the standings, as we're going to be looking at those as well. Now, more towards yesterday already, when we were talking about the standings, there was such a small gap between those top 3 teams coming in, but now it's looking even scarier. We have, looking at the middle of the table here, Snurra.
Yep.
What is really standing out to you in terms of you did not expect the team? Like, we know Navi, for example, that's not really a team that we expected to be there. But
I was going to say Navi.
I'm so sorry. I'm going to have to take that one away from you. But other than Navi, like the performance coming through from, Eminem, TENSTAR, Ambush, which one of these 3 has really just maybe blown your mind or not really met your expectations?
I would say that Eminem Academy hasn't really met my expectations. Like the 2 teams I'm probably the most disappointed in terms of what I like, the potential that I saw for them was Coalesce and Eminem Academy. So like if you're gonna take the safest bet away, which is Navi, obviously, I would probably say Eminem Academy, because there's just so much potential in that team. And I still say the same thing for Coalesce, but it's bizarre that after this Playday, and I think Ubidos alluded a little bit to it backstage, like out of the 3 Nordic teams outside of Ambush, and of course Heroic, RIDDLE actually had the better performance today in terms of like how many rounds they got and how sharp they look. Like obviously, Ambush is still by far the strongest Nordic team, but out of the 3 bottom ones, RIDDLE is starting to shape up a little bit, and that could be a bad sign for both Coalesce and RCTIC.
Yeah, but how are you expecting this to be kind of impacting Coalesce and RCTIC specifically now that RIDDLE does kind of show a bit more of that fight that they have within them?
I think it's going to be really interesting to see how they come on top of each other when they are going to be playing each other. It's going to be, because before the season I would have pitted Coalesce to be clearly above them, but they have not been able to take like even as many rounds as RIDDLE has from some of these teams. So them playing against each other is going to be something that decides a lot on the order and the like pecking order at the bottom, and who's going to face the auto relegation and who's going to like still have some fight in them. And honestly, with like how they are evolving at the moment, RIDDLE are looking like the brightest prospect, which is bizarre thinking just a couple of play days back when we thought like they are done for and there's not much that they are going to do this season.
But it just shows how quickly things can change, because I would probably still stand by my statement like, oh, RCTIC has a lot of potential to improve it in Nordic teams, but again, it can change. Like all of a sudden, Tricky is benched, and RIDDLE are starting to step up because they had a little bit of a roster move, and all of a sudden looking sharper. So it's like it's a long season. Anything can still happen.
Yeah, improvements been made by the team, and RIDDLE really looking to step up to the plate. And we're gonna be looking to head to a quick break, as we'll be back shortly with the debrief.
My name's Will. I'm a C4 tetraplegic following a cycling accident in July 2012. I got back into gaming in 2013 when I found out about Special Effect. The first time I came, I really didn't know what to expect. I've been playing a lot of games prior to my accident, and of that, FIFA was one of the main games I had played, and literally within half an hour we had the shoulder switches and had FIFA set up. I've got movement of the shoulders, but limited hand movement. So I've got 2 shoulder switches. They can be set up for whichever trigger button you need them for. For example, you've got X on one shoulder, circle on the other. So for FIFA, that's 2 button modes and shin control, like the one I use for my chair, on the analog stick to control the ball. I was quite fortunate that after I'd been to visit Special Effect the first time, I took all the equipment home with me, and it gave me a couple of months to actually get to grips with, whether it's something that I was going to enjoy and something that was going to be suitable for my needs, and it certainly was. And then got the links to purchasing the right equipment. Games are another aspect of the life that I had prior to my accident, and a real social occasion. Great to be competitive with friends or just to pass time myself. When I was in hospital, I was seeking advice as to what would still be possible, and I had been told that I wouldn't be able to play games like FIFA again. I'm just really grateful I managed to find out about Special Effect, that I've had this opportunity to get back into gaming, and I wouldn't have been able to do it without Special Effect. And I would recommend it to anyone else in a similar position.
I'm the
in 3 quick kills, 4 quick kills come in.
And Slothar just picks them apart.
Let's try and put some shots on in and managing to find the last 2.
Oh, but Blur just decimates. Grim steps up huge for ambush. 3 kills. All E1 DCs. What?
Welcome back, everyone. We got the debrief rolling, and joining me this time around is going to be Snurri and Uberos. And for those of you who might not have Twitter, and I don't really understand why that would be the case, but you know what? Everyone has their own preferences. A tweet went out earlier today asking questions for talent. So if you're one of the lucky people whose questions have been selected, we're going to be reading those out this evening. So I'm really excited to see what you guys are going to be throwing at a wait, is this side again? I keep forgetting this is mirrored. We're going to be looking at what we're going to be throwing at Snurri and Uberos. So, you know, they're like right there. My hand's not in frame. This is really difficult, okay? Like, I'm not even going to try doing this again, but let's go with the first one. It's from Novi Lame. Sorry, I mean Novi Kane. my mistake. Which operator do you think is undervalued at the moment? Also, if you could change one operator's gadget, whose would it be and why? I'm going to give this one to Uberos. You're going to be the first one to answer the first question coming through.
I think Capital is quite strong, and I don't see a lot of teams play him. Also, I think Fuse is maybe a bit like, it's fidgety, but I think that, like some teams that bring Fuse don't really take the full utility out of it. And those are like probably the 2 that come to my mind first.
Okay.
But Capital, for sure, he's been always a kind of a, like, undervalued operator, in my opinion, because it's kind of hard to fit into a lineup. In most metas that we have, but when you can fit it in, it can be super good.
Snurri, I see you. You know the cogs in your brain are turning. What operator would you change and why?
I mean I've always had a thing for Capital, because I like it, like especially at like tier 3 level, especially when you see like my bans and stuff coming through, and then obviously the bolts will be affected by Jaeger if you bring him. Like sure you have a Rooney, but just I mean even in the LMG meta, like he's a 3-speed. He has the LMG. He has firebolt, smoke bolts, like anything that would need to like flush people out of like situations. But I agree that he can be a little bit like difficult to play with at times, but it's not really about the individual operators, about how to fit them inside of a team lineup, and that is always crucial. But that's why I like the meta more now than it was, because like with the attacker repick, because like before it just felt like you saw the same 5 operators over and over again. But I'm looking at like, if you could change one operator's gadget, who would it be and why? That's why I'm looking, like I'm thinking, because I actually like I have to find a list, because I'm a kind of like a visual guy. Like I have to see people. I'm
visual
gonna be like,
learner.
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, would it be dumb if I said Blackbeard?
No, I mean, it's your own opinion. You're able to say whatever you would like to say. It's a free broadcast. Your opinion matters.
I don't know. I think it would be like, I think Rook is fine because of the health changes. So that kind of like made it more easy for people to like, okay, but I see the benefit of Rook, because I'm not just thinking competitive play now. I'm also thinking like just in general. Yeah. Maybe Doc or Blackbeard or IQ. Well, IQ, I don't know. Like Blackbeard is just like, I don't know, like do a pirate thing with him. Like I don't know, do like a parrot, like do like a telescope thing or something that is just like just looking up. I don't know, like anything but the shield. The shield is cursed. It's just, it was cool because of the shape and everything, resembling a sail or whatever. But now it's just like, I don't know. He's washed up.
That was a really good pirate impression. I will give you that. That's pretty good. You know, just like have to cover like your one eye next time, and then got it going. Or going through.
If I close my eye now, I'm gonna fall asleep sadly because it's late. But I mean,
let's not do that. Let's go to question number 2. Let's keep it coming. So the second one is gonna be from Jakey Boy from the production themselves. Question for Snurri specifically. What is your daily beard routine? Let's go, everybody in Twitch chat. Take notes. Maybe you'll eventually get your beard to connect. So do share with us.
Bacon, beer, and prayer.
On your
Yeah, bacon and beer on the beard because you need all the testosterone you can get.
Okay.
I need tons of it. No, honestly, I brush it with a not a comb. Like you can't use plastic ones because they're not good for the beard. They're just gonna pluck out your hairs. Also, don't dry your beard with a towel.
Okay.
You use a hair dryer. So yes, it does look ridiculous when you get into my bathroom. I don't have any hair, but then all of a sudden you see a hair dryer, like a hair blower. I mean, like what's it called?
Hair dryer.
Hair dryer. Hair dryer. Yeah. So, so it looks great because I'm standing there with the hair dryer and the brush, and my beard is just like flapping all over the place. But it gives it volume. And then beard oil. That's not for the beard. So don't use so much that it's like, ooh, look at the beard. It's like it looks like it's sparkly. No, it's for the skin, so you don't get dry skin under the beard, which I do. I still do. So
yeah,
I'm not
I get
good
dry
enough at
skin
using it.
under my beard as well, guys.
Yeah, I mean, we all do, as we all do. And then styling cream for the beard, and also like if I'm not gonna style it, I just use like a lotion cream for beards, which also sometimes works a little bit for skin. And then I have lotion for my head, which is not a lie, because when I shower, I get really dry skin, so I actually need to like on my head so I don't get dry skin.
So let's talk about the skincare routine. You got the cleanser, you got the sunscreen. You have a skincare routine, Snare?
No. That's the thing. Like I'm terrible. Like with the top of my head and my beard, it's all good, but like for the rest of the skin, it's like I need to take better care of my feet as well. And like if I go back up north,
let's not get into feet, please.
I realized that I've discussed feet twice on the stream already, and I'm starting to feel like it's good that I'm getting a break on like a month here. Like I promise you, this is a break. I'm not being like put on hold because of my feet comments, but maybe I don't know. Maybe
yeah, guys, it was really lovely having you here today.
Yeah. But no, like I have very sensitive skin. Like if I go up where I grew up, like the sun is like the UV rays are like more effective, I was gonna say, so I need a lot of sunscreen.
Bruce, do you have a skincare routine?
No.
No. Okay, nice. Next question.
I'm too lazy.
Keep them coming. Keep them coming.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's it. There we go.
Follow-up question for you, Bruce.
Let's go! Let's go!
What's your hair routine?
I wash it, and that's it.
And brush it.
Sometimes when it's like getting what are they called? Knots?
Yeah, tangled.
Yeah, tangles. Yeah. I brush it, but it's I kind of have like a natural curl, so it's like it's a mess. Honestly, I'm getting bald soon. I don't need to worry about it for a long time anymore. So
nice.
It's like starting to recede here.
No, but you'll be good, dude.
Fine.
Use conditioner, get some fresh air, get some shampoo, and then you'll be good.
Get some shampoo. You saying he's not using shampoo now?
I'm using shampoo.
He's finished. I'm just saying. Like he said he showered. He didn't say he used shampoo.
You're the guys who live in the mountains, dude.
Nah, you're just like you guys are just like throwing shade at each other. But Snare, I think this question is also really important for you. What is your hair care routine?
I don't use Head and Shoulders, but I use like a non-perfume shampoo because obviously I need to wash.
Is there actually hair? So I'm so sorry.
What? This isn't, it's stuff here. There's roots to take care of, and you still have to like. If I imagine if I wear a hood, like I wear like a beanie every day, and I'm sweating and everything, I don't need to shower the top of my head because I don't have any hair, and you have like of course
So you use shampoo, not like body wash, because it's
no.
Okay.
I use shampoo for my head, and I use like non-perfume one. Yeah, and I use non-perfume one because, like I said, I have sensitive skin, and I don't want to feel like I'm like if I'm doing like this with my forehead, like my entire skull is just like cracking, So.
Do you use sunscreen on your head as well to protect it, because...
Of course. It's like...
Dang.
The worst place to get a sunburn is here, like on your head. Like I got a severe sunburn because I didn't think that I was sitting outside reading, like obviously with my head just ricocheting the sunbeams off like into the eternity for an hour without sunscreen. I could not sleep for 3 days because when my head touched my pillow, it burned. I could not sleep. So I had to sit and sleep like this almost for is this good? Is this good? So yeah, please take care of your skin, all right? Guys. I'm just saying.
Use your sunscreen, kids. Okay.
And shampoo.
And shampoo. And lotion. And, you know, brush your hair. The whole shebang.
And your beard.
And your beard. And your beard. Don't forget the beard, guys. Okay.
Ow, ow, ow.
That's my cat in the background. Cat's like, yeah, I have a beard too. I need to take care of that as well. Next question.
Yep.
What we got here, we got this from Affy R6. Who are the top 5 current or past R6 players from the Nordic region? I'm gonna give that one to you, Bruce, first. You get
5.
first dibs.
I can't. Well, I'd say Pengu is probably has to be the number 1 Nordic player, right? It's like Pengu, Fabian, I think, and Shate, I'd say, are the top 3. It's kind of a toss-up because you could put Jonas there, you could put Ganto there. That's maybe the top 5, actually.
Yeah.
Now that I think of it, it's hard to put them in exact order, especially the Finnish 3, because like they are all kind of different eras. But I'd say those are like. I'd really like to put Bouncy and maybe even Wilkie there. Try and like shuffle it up a bit, because Bouncy had a really nice career. He was like my personal idol for the longest time as a smoke thermite player.
Yeah. Like he was like the Nordic Playday, if we're gonna like, for anyone who's like haven't really watched like Pro League for that long, you could if you know Playday is an insane support player, Boonsey was like an insane support player as well. Oh, there we go, cat cams. Oh, wavy, hello.
Being a right nuisance.
Yeah, okay, I'm sorry, I'm not gonna make baby noises as a 34-year-old man.
I don't think the cat can hear you, unfortunately, either.
Right. No. Did you rank them, but also did you just throw them out there?
I just threw them out.
Kind of ranked them, but I kind of threw them out there.
I would agree. Like Penguin and Fabian are like definite. You don't get away from them. And I would say Shut as well, because he was just so influential. And like I think we would also said it backstage. Wasn't he like MVP like SI 2018?
Yeah, he was considered the best player in the world at that time.
Yeah. So you can't get away from Shatta. And then I'm tempted to put Kanto there just because he's been part of the legacy, but it's like I don't really have like Shatta is a bit fraggy, obviously, and maybe like the best fragger. I guess we would have like, if I was like trying to build the team, I guess it would be like I would have you would need someone like Kanto.
Okay.
But you know what? I want to be a little bit spicy. Or not spicy, because obviously it's easy to pick like from the legends and stuff. Like so if I say Kanto and I say Fabian and Penguin Shatte, I actually I wanna go big, and I wanna toss in Benja there already. I'm he's young, and it says current as well, and I think the potential of that boy, and I'm not just saying this because of his performance tonight, it's just like I've been watching him for a couple of years, and like the way that he was able to just skip CL and just completely, he became one of the best debut players in the top tier that we've seen, if not the best stats wise. If he can if he can keep growing, if he can keep the same mentality that he has like the last couple of years with the focus on improving and everything, like I would be really surprised if Benja would not go down as one of the by far best Nordic players throughout history. And I'm not afraid to say that on cam. I think he has a great future in front of himself if he keeps up the good work that he's doing.
Clipped and shipped. It's gonna be on social media.
Yep.
It's gonna be on Twitter at some point. And
I didn't hype his A, so I have to give him this.
Well, that's fair enough. I think that's a fair enough trade offer to be giving. Twitter, does Twitter have any more questions for talent on desk here today?
Yes.
If you could swap 2 players from any 2 Rainbow Six NPL teams to make a big impact, who would they be? This is coming from Tieflings SMM. So I'm gonna start with you, Snurry. I see like you're like putting your finger.
No. I just want to
answer the question.
No. Well, that too as well. But it's I just want to do like a thing with the Uberos. I was going to say, let's make a deal. Let's say we cannot pick from the EUL teams.
Yep, deal.
Because then I would have like, oh, okay, Soth and Benja, just throw them in somewhere. Like, okay, so I need to think, so I'm going to throw it to you, but so we don't pick anyone from the EUL teams, and we have to swap them. So we can't just be like, put them in the team. It has to be like, okay, they're going to swap places, and then potentially get like a double impact either way. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go. Okay. I need to look a little bit at the squads here.
You're putting Euros on the spot here, so you can do some research.
Yeah, because he knows. But the thing is, he knows the teams and players way better than I do. Like, no kidding.
I really want to put Jax somewhere. I'm not sure where, but I like. any team I'd almost put him in, like when we're excluding the EUL teams. It's just that who am I replacing and on what team with him? And how
Yeah, that's the tough one.
Yeah. Another change I'd maybe make is what could be like interesting is to take Skitty from M&M
Okay.
and put him in. I'll have to actually pull up the rosters here. I'm gonna.
Yeah, see,
Casters
this is
need to
hard
do
when
some
you think.
research time. So
I mean, but it's a good question. I really like that
It's a really good question.
It's a good question. Because the thing is, like we, and I have to say, like, please don't think that just because I'm going to swap you away from a team, it means like, oh, he's the worst, he's going to go from that team. Like, it has to make sense to me that, you know, I'm just looking for like a clear IGL to throw into RIDDLE, really. And
honestly, I'll put Jegs into Viperio instead of Groovy. I think that team is like lethal after that. Not that they aren't already, but I think like they share some of their roles. I think, or it could be like a fit. You'd come quite heavy like on the aggressive gunner type of players with Vito and Curly and Astro and Jegs in the same team.
Yeah, so your logic is that Viperio would be even stronger. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say.
Yeah, because it's to make a big impact. You know, to make a big impact.
Yeah. It's honestly hard because like we've seen many of the teams have like really, especially this week, like all of the players have been. There hasn't been any like standout super weak performer. Maybe YZN had a bit of a quiet game against Ambush, but aside from that, I can't really think of many like who were.
This is it. This is hard.
You could like shuffle players around, but I'm not sure which would make the biggest impact.
Like, yeah, because the thing is, like, in terms of impact, I wouldn't really touch like Ambush and Arctic then, because like we've talked time and time again, like the individual players of the team doesn't really like they aren't like head and shoulders above anyone else. They're just
I'll throw someone under the bus. I'll put Jegs in instead of Caustic into Arctic.
Oh, the boomer! Oh, you're getting rid of the boomer.
He's had
you're next.
Rough games. He's had rough games.
I mean, okay, that's your one. So you can think of your second one. I'll try to be quick because we don't have the longest of times. Okay. Jeez, man.
I kind of meant you're the next boomer we're gonna get rid of, but I guess the joke didn't land. I'm so sorry.
Oh, wow. Wow. She's spitting all the fire. Jeez, respect your elders. Damn. It's difficult. I mean, I have to say something or someone.
Yeah, you have to do someone dirty. Let's throw them under the bus.
Okay, help me out a little bit here, Ubros. Who really struggles with their entries? Because I'm looking at Pega and I'm thinking I could toss them in somewhere else, like to help them out with their entries. Because
we haven't seen a stat of the worst entry stats, but I think Pat had something like 12 opening deaths today when we went into the game, and he had like opening death on 3 rounds.
Yeah, so, no, but he still gets some opening kills. Though.
Yeah,
that's
he has like 10 or 11 opening kills still, but he's like.
It's tough. I mean, you know what? I'm gonna do a swapperoo with. I'm gonna move the Dutchies. I'm gonna swap the Dutchies.
Okay. What did we do to you?
I'm gonna swap Kevin with Zeus.
Oh, that is interesting. Because
Kevin and
you're
Zeus.
kind of banking on that Coalesce have like even less experience now, but maybe they could get something going. And maybe Zeus...
Kevin, like I'm not. That's not to throw Zeus under the bus, but I think like Zeus could actually, like Kevin has been playing, like he's the IGL if I remember correctly, and he's been playing consistently. And I don't know, maybe like I'm also just doing it a little bit just to pick someone, but it's I mean to me
I think Zeus, like the way that I gotten to know Zeus, he can be a bit more like, you know, like stern. He could be a bit more like say things as they are. I don't really know Kevin that well, but he comes across as a bit more like laid back sort of type. And I think maybe Zeus is what Riddle needs, someone to be like a bit more like determined and say, guys, stop dropping the ball and do like dumb stuff or whatever.
Yeah.
And then Kevin can be in Coalesce, and perhaps just not because Zeus isn't performing, but maybe just like it's the shift or like the shuffle might just be, you know, good for both teams, you know, because both teams could potentially benefit from it.
Yeah, I mean, that could potentially work out. And we have the final question as well that's going to be available. So it's going to be popping up on screen anytime now. And it's going to be from M&M Gaming, Team Logo Tier List. Oh, we're going to be here for a while.
Nah, M&M on top. Just for asking the question, I'm going to put,
Okay.
oh, they even made the tier list!
Oh, thank you.
Wow.
Thank you.
Okay, but this is purely, thank you so much for production. Okay, so this is purely like aesthetics, I was going to say.
Yeah.
So all three of us, we have to have a majority. And if not, we're
M&M
just going to
S tier
have
just
to.
because they asked the question. Like, you have to give it to them. They're the
they
brains
do.
behind the operation.
It is a clean logo, and they have some cute marshmallows on Twitter. So let's I agree. Do we agree on M&M?
Yes.
S tier?
Yeah.
Okay, let's start at the opposite end then. Like worst logo. Who's no, put M&M up there. What are you doing? Production. Hello. S tier. There you go. Thank you.
S tier. Okay, worst one. I don't like
No, I
Riddle.
said we continue with
it's
the
very
letting in.
basic.
Yeah,
Riddle's very
Riddle's
basic.
It's just an R.
I'd say it's a C. It's a
No,
C tier in my opinion.
it's a C tier?
We need
I was gonna
someone
go for
in
D tier. I was gonna go for D tier.
I'm gonna do a spicy one. I'm gonna say TENSTAR is D tier. I don't like their logo.
I like it. I think it's cute.
Well,
no. You're gonna get overruled with this one, mate.
No, overruled.
Overruled.
2v1.
2v1. No. That one
I'm
is
sorry.
minimum B tier coming through for TENSTAR.
I would rather put Victus at the bottom.
I mean, yeah, Victus is
yeah.
also pretty. It looks more like a Y than it does like
kind
a
of a
V.
doodle, yeah.
Yeah. It's gonna go to D for doo-doo.
No, like I mean, just because we don't have the colors, let's put Victus at the bottom, because like without the colors, it doesn't really say much, does it? Do we agree on that one?
Yeah, I totally agree. I like the doo-doo.
it's a D for doo-doo tier.
Out of
There you go.
context.
Yeah, come on.
Okay.
There we go.
Ambush's
Okay.
logo. What is that? Asking for a friend. I want to
It's
talk.
an A.
No, I don't know if I agree with it being an A. Like we've seen how many other like people have tried to rip off that logo, and it's not because it's like
I kind
difficult
of
to
like
rip
it.
off.
I kind of like it. I think it's a B.
I mean, B is the highest. I would
That's
not
like
put it above a B.
pushing it, you know, like you're giving them too much
That's
credit.
a compromise. That's a compromise. Are we going to compromise with Ambush and B?
It's one of the best of those A logos that are out there.
Sure. Let's give him B. A for B.
Give him B for now, and let's if we see like if we're gonna shuffle things, because do we like the Coalesce logo? Like really?
No.
It's a bit too simple. It's got
Yeah.
cool stuff going on, but it needs a bit more flair.
Is it doo-doo or is it like...
I think it's C. I think it's C.
I was
It's
gonna say.
boring.
I think it's. I mean,
It isn't like
to me
aggressively
it's,
bad. It's just boring.
Yeah.
Wow, hot takes on the mic today.
No, but I mean, it looks like it's like the logo of like an evil corporation, like in a game from like the early noughties. It looks like it's like generic FPS bad guy organization or something.
like-
so I
So basically from the
like a
games
power
before
button on a
me
cheap
and
PC case.
Uberos were born.
cheap. Yeah, C for cheap. Let's put it for C for cheap.
Oh,
There
I
we
like
go.
that. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, C for cheap. There
Okay.
you go. Sorry,
I
Coalesce.
actually like Navi's logo. I think
I
it's
like
like
it a
an
lot.
A. I like it. Yeah, I like it a lot. A, S, maybe. What do you guys
I think
think?
yes. I think yes. It's a classic
S.
logo. It's such an
Yeah.
iconic logo.
It's a Poggers
it's like-
logo.
Yeah, this is simplicity done right. Like the others are just like this is sleek. So yeah, Navi S. Let's
It's one
go.
of the best
Navi
logos
S.
in the business. Like when you look across like all
Yeah.
esports, all titles.
Yeah.
Whoerover made it gave
Oh,
the person
God.
the promotion. Or like,
Okay, oh man, this is gonna be
okay,
tough.
so we got
These are going to be
Heroic.
spicy.
heroic.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. It's giving me Tesla, but not really.
Oh man.
I don't know how I feel about that one, guys.
Now I can't stop.
I'm so
like,
sorry.
No, but how can you like associate like Mr. Officer with like a Tesla? No offense to Mr. Officer, but like
There's
he
like
would
the
be like.
T in the bottom, you know, it's like kind of like
That's
pushing
true.
out.
It does have a helmet there though. It's like almost like a Valkyrie helmet sort of thing. So like when you see it in black like that, I actually see it better than when I do it with a red background. And by the way, like how's this working for you? By the way, Uberos, you know, I don't mean to throw you under the bus, but like you see, like, it's only black and white. That's fine, right?
I can see.
Exposing on stream.
Sorry.
Yo,
Sorry.
relax.
Okay. Sorry. Okay, we okay. Like we have to make some. Okay, RCTIC. Do we like that kind of like? Do we? Is it a C? Is it a D?
It's a C. Yeah. D.
Uber, would you have them do it?
I feel for the like org because they're so like I'm so sympathetic for them, but I think the logo is a D.
Yeah, let's put in D.
Oh,
Doo-doo.
okay.
second
Yeah,
doo-doo.
I'm outnumbered, so it has to be a D for doo-doo. Okay.
Viperio 86. I like their logo. I think it's an A.
Yeah, I mean it's a strong A. The 86 is a bit off, but I think
I
the
feel like it would look
logo,
nice if it's like printed, like embroidered on like a like a varsity jacket or something. I think it would look really nice.
Yeah, I was gonna say it depends on like, but like so the logo is workable, so that would put it on an A. Like you can live with that as an A, I think.
Okay, we now go. We got back to
This
Tesla.
one-
We're going back to the Tesla logo.
We're gonna fight about this one because I like the cute little space pirate.
I like it too.
Where the hell it is?
I think it's incredibly cute, adorable.
I don't think it's not an S. It's like
Is it
I think
A then?
It's an A. I think A is fine for TENSTAR's logo.
And then we have to put heroic on B, otherwise it's not symmetric.
Yeah, sounds good. Let's go. Easy.
Okay, let's do it. Okay, easy. So
Easy.
TENSTAR on A.
A.
TENSTAR's A.
TENSTAR's A.
TENSTAR's an A production.
And then we got the B for heroic.
Yeah. So let's just wait. Let's just Are we satisfied with this?
Yes.
Is there anything we want to swap around? Like,
No.
are we seriously saying that, for instance, Ambush is better than Coalesce, and that RCTIC is worse than Coalesce, for instance? Are we okay with that?
Yeah, I'm
I think
perfectly okay with that.
Okay, there we go. Hit that save button. Let's go.
We're all going to be cancelled on Twitter tonight, but that's okay.
Yep. That's
Part of the job.
There we go. I mean, that's that. We could get stuff done. Democracy. There you go. We even got the symmetry going. That that's
I
great.
think we did absolutely great. And
we couldn't do that many tiers with only 8 teams.
Yeah.
A whole tier would be like blank. So with 10 teams, perfect.
Perfect, absolutely. We even got the symmetrical lineup. 2 teams per tier. The doo-doo tier, unfortunately.
Oh man,
I think
know what,
bad for
guys?
RCTIC. It's a personal logo, but it's I think it's like design-wise a bit outclassed by some of the others.
Yeah.
Outclassed.
Okay. Oh, I still want to do that like one last shuffle if I could be really, really quick. Oh.
Well, whilst you're doing the
It's gone.
final shuffle, Eurus, do you happen to have any final remarks?
I really enjoyed my time in these 2 days. We had some close games. We got the first 2 overtime games
Yeah.
when I was here, so I was happy. I was happy to be here for them, and it's been really nice.
Aw.
You taken good care of us as the host. Thanks for that.
Yeah.
Production has been great.
Shout out.
Everything's been going fine. We only had one forfeit that was a bit unfortunate, but
Yeah.
other than that, we got see some cool games, see some cool stuff. Really happy with the days.
Well, Snare, you have any quick final remarks?
Well, I'm never quick, but this was my last cast for like a month because I'm not doing next week, and then we have the break.
Yeah.
So I just want to say like it's been a humbling experience to cast with so many, like I worked with UK talent before, but like I feel we've been welcomed quite well at the 2 Nordic shills by the UK community, and I'm really appreciative of that, and really get to see more of the UK scene. That's been great, but obviously for me, like, and big shout out to production. I've never worked with this many people in my ear at the same time that didn't belong to my own head, so that's cool.
Too many voices.
You get used to it.
Yeah, it's like the first time it's like
Am I
you
going
stop
crazy?
talking because it's like I'm listening and I'm like I can't talk at the same time I'm listening to production, but it's good. Like you get used to it, so it's all good. But also like finally, just a massive shout out to Uberos because this is the first time me and him gets to cast together, and he's been working. Yeah, but he's like legit. Like he's been working with the tier 4 and tier 3 scene in Finland for years, and he's been the admin, the observer, the producer, and everything of the Finnish National League.
Okay.
And he's got so much experience, despite like not many like. I was gonna say he's the oldest 18-year-old because I said he was 18 for the longest of time, and he's like, I'm not 18.
Not anymore.
Stop saying I'm 18. Not anymore, at least. But so it's absolutely been a blast. So, and a huge thank you to the production as well for asking me if I know of any other talent that could deserve a shot, and it's like 100% Uberos. So
yeah, thanks
thank you guys
everyone
for
for giving me a shot. I'm like really happy to be here. Honored, honestly, can't really put it to words how it felt like to get the invite, and it's been super great, super awesome. I'm looking forward to my next days.
I'm not kidding. Like if my Twitter DMs had like audio, it would be Uberos squealing like, and he deserves it 100%.
That is absolutely adorable. Well, thank you guys so much for being on the show, and
Thank you.
also not going to be back next week, and we're done have the break. But I will be back after the break as well to grace you guys' presence with Ginny as your host. But until then, guys, make sure to take care of yourself. We're going to be back next week, Tuesday, with Playday in number 7. So you don't want to miss that one out. Make sure to follow the Twitch channel so you can stay up to date. And we will see you guys shortly. Bye.
Sees one look at the patience. He just has to send away to the lineup. 1-2. Oh, Doki. What a play. That is why he is one of the best players in the world right now.
Now adapt, and he can swing this with the Ella Striker, and they're not ready for with the Ella SMG. he's gonna get spotted. Tyrant fires. Planning on the second shot. He's dropped the pistol. He's dropped into prone. There's 10 seconds left. Tyrant, what a round! He's in position to strike. He's able to land his shots here. He got a huge swing. Picks up two.
That's surprising that Neo didn't fall back at that point, and now we're left in a very tight situation. Ryan has just walked his way through. He gets two.
Unica is going to take a little bit of damage as well, but with his back against Unica, Rothka's going to go down, but instantly traded. Aroldi with a double there. That's huge.